Okay. Let me DM Be Weird. How do you say his name? Be Word or Be Weird?
I think it'd be weird.
Okay.
So I have a 9 for my concealed carry. I got a 22 for target practice. I got a 12 for I guess hunting. I don't really use it, and then I got the
That
AK.
that needs to be your home defense weapon.
No, people say that. Everyone says that, but I just don't. I don't agree.
Unless you're worried about unless you are worried about hitting shit behind that person, like bro, there's literally no better self-defense close quarters combat weapon.
So
Rifle's just a little bit, I don't know.
I wouldn't use a rifle. I wouldn't use a rifle. I'd use a handgun for self-defense
Jeez,
because.
oh, Pete, you are very confident with that handgun, aren't you?
So hold on. So my shotgun holds 5 rounds. Okay, my handgun holds 14, I think, and it's compact. And when if I got to get up in the morning, I can, or get up in the night, I guess, if there's someone kicking in my door, can grab it from where it's currently hidden, and you can navigate corners easily. I don't know. I just think it's a
Give you
better.
that. I'll give you the maneuverability. Like I will say, like a strobing flashlight and then a 9mm with a lot of rounds. Not a bad call. Yeah, because the one problem with a shotgun is just they're a little long, so you got to be careful with how you're walking through like corners and shit. Somebody will grab that barrel, and boy oh boy,
Boom.
you're in a weird spot.
Right, and with the handgun, you can just hold it back like this, and they're not going to grab it, right? At least before you get a couple off. So
I will say though, if you have a shotgun with like a foregrip on it, you're probably okay. You just got to be smart about. I don't know. This is the other issue I have when I talk about shit like this. So many people are fucking clueless. Like they may honestly love firearms. They may have a lot of them. They may shoot a lot. But it's like shooting and tactical shooting is a fucking. I'm sorry. It's two sides of a coin.
Oh shit! I better change my little thing.
And since it's my return, I had to bring some props for no weapons. I won't be brandishing, but I did want to do some theatrics for my opening.
Keep in mind we're being brief on our openings.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, I
Nothing
have
that'll get me. Nothing toss. Just be
really
careful
quick.
with it, right?
It's literally it's just a big version of the Constitution. So
Oh, okay. As long as it's not a gun, I don't give a
you
shit.
think this is toss, Wick? This right here, having that there? I don't know.
It's not brandishing, I don't think.
The legal definition between displaying and brandishing is very, very gray. I agree this is definitely on one side of the line, but the line is blurry.
Noted. Okay, so those of you
can
who
you hear
haven't
me?
been on my show before, first of all, I can hear you. Be weird. Okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yep. Simple. I'll say hi to my chat. I'll introduce the topic, and then yeah, we'll get into it. I'll let you guys go. I might interject if A, I'm confused, and I need clarification from one of you. B, if one of you is being very slimy and refusing to answer a question, I might try to pin you on it. 3, if I have a question if conversation stalls and we need to move the conversation along, I'll have some questions as well. And fourth, if you guys are all shouting over each other, I will begin to pick winners and losers and decide who is and is not allowed to talk at that time. Is there any questions for me from your side?
no, sir.
No, I'm good.
Okay. You better tell your boy Paradigm to unmute, undeafen. We're about to go live.
He is fashionably always like right on time. So
Okay.
give him the minute.
Give him the minute.
To be honest, it's like since I think that was like 2 years ago when Connor told me to do hippy dippy recruitment. first hippy dippy recruitment I did was against fucking Paradigm, and Paradigm we'll just say is theatrical. Um, and he hit him and KOE Nation, I think is his name. Both of them were just like so fucking like they had like a WWE level entry. Hey, there he is.
Okay.
This man fucking.
I'm glad you
there
got
we
all
go.
your boring stories out of the way before we went live.
Fuck you, Wick.
Excellent. Okay, we're gonna be live in 5, 4, 3. Hey, welcome one and all to yet another episode of Wick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together, right? And we discuss topics of the day, political, cultural, silly, serious. We do it all here, gang. And today we have a good one for you. We're going to be talking about the Second Amendment. And I want to make it clear, this isn't strictly a debate on whether the Second Amendment is good or bad. None of that. That might come into play later. But specifically, we're going to be talking about whether or not the Second Amendment is useful and necessary to oppose the government of the United States of America. Does it have any bearing in that regard? Is it still up to date in that regard? Or is it just useless when it comes to fighting the government? Can militias who are uh, having their Second Amendment rights supported, can they oppose the U.S. military? We're going to find out. I'd like to thank everyone here for coming today, both my audience and my guests. We're going to give them a brief, concise introduction and opening statement, and then we're just going to get into it. I'll interject if I need to or if I have questions, but otherwise, I'm just going to let them go at it today. So thanks again for coming, gang. Thanks again for being here. We are dual streaming. So if you are in my Twitch chat and you want to also give me a view on YouTube, I'm going to provide that link for you in a second here. You can please go there and give me a view there. We're trying to grow the YouTube. But with that, we're going to start with first-time guest on my show. Be weird or be word? How do you say it?
Be weird. It's the old spelling.
Be weird. Excellent. Be weird. What do you think? Introduce yourself and tell us your thoughts. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Be Weird. I'm a slam poet from Montreal. I run a poetry slam. And I thought this was a really interesting debate because I've been watching the American political circus fall apart. And I see a lot of right-wing culture trying to rally around the Second Amendment. And I think that's like interesting. But unfortunately, I think that there's not much there. There's not like a culture to rally around. It's just a bit of a gun worship kind of thing. So I do politics, I do music, I do poetry, all sorts of weird stuff. So you can see me at twitch.tv/beweird.
Okay, from Canada. I didn't know you were Canadian. Now I'm
I
regretting
know,
things.
I know.
Okay.
Ah, jeez, I'm
They
sorry.
snuck in, gang. Maybe I do support the Second Amendment. We'll see. Next up, we have Todd from Half Baked Takes. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Wick, for having me on. I'm Todd from Half Baked Takes. I stream sometimes, and then you can watch my videos on YouTube. Half Baked Takes. Been on a hiatus over the last couple months. I was running a political campaign for a Republican in Ohio, then was writing and researching for a published article, and now I'm graduating with my master's in public administration. So it's been busy, but here soon we'll be back to going more consistently. However, on the point of is the Second Amendment, again, is the Second Amendment a useful tool against fighting a tyrannical government? I have a quick little thing. Just while I personally can find many uses for firearms, as they can be an incredibly effective multi-use tool if properly used, this is not fundamentally the reason for the Second Amendment. The core purpose of the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms to defend against a tyrannical government. At the center of the American ethos rests the ability of our citizens to defend against dictatorial rule, specifically through the threat of civilian militias. Documents from, the Federalist Papers, number 29, all the way to this great document, the U.S. Constitution, spell out these simple but very important truths. You can look to countries that took away gun rights from the Nazis taking away the Jews' ability to carry firearms, to Mao taking away the Chinese, all the way to the Khmer Rouge. All of these took advantage of lax or no gun culture. So to defend against that, I support the Second Amendment.
Okay, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Haven't seen you in a while, buddy. So welcome back to the show. Next up, another first-time guest on my show, the Paradigm Shift, please.
Is it really my first time here?
It is
Feels like
really
it's
your
not.
first time here. We've talked
Um,
before on other shows, but you've never been on
Definitely,
mine.
that's probably what I'm thinking about. Hello, Wick. Thank you for having me on. I'm the Paradigm Shift, and it's way too much for me to begin to even explain what I do. But just consider me a variety politics streamer that does a little bit of poetry as well, a little bit of art, a little bit of music, and a little bit of political campaigning. Things. That's the easy way to put it. My take is kind of a unique one. I don't think the Second Amendment matters when it comes to a tyrannical government, period. I think the American populace has been weakened enough that they would probably take up arms against themselves before they ever did it against a unifying force that was trying to oppress them in any tyrannical or dictatorial way. I think I said that word right. That's it for me. That's my opening statement.
Well, thanks for being here. I'm excited to see where this goes in the open. But before we get to the open, we have one more individual. No stranger to this show, someone who has been on maybe a little too much. Lactoid, please go ahead.
Hi, Wick. Thank you. Everybody, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube. I did swear an oath to defend the Constitution, and that includes the Second Amendment, and I look forward to doing so here today. My argument is going to be very straightforward. Intuitively, it makes sense that when you arm a populace, they're more able to resist tyrannical influence. And empirically, I would say it's true that when populations are armed, they're more able to resist tyrannical influence, but also just general incursions. So unless you want to be invaded and conquered, it's probably a good idea to arm the populace.
Okay, and with that, let's get into it. I guess my first question would be to those of you who are supporting the idea that the Second Amendment can fight against tyrannical government. Raise your hand if you've been in the military and served. Neither of you? Okay.
No, I got my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see it. There well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a
Yeah,
little delay, by the way. But that's okay. Okay. So yes, knowing the capabilities of the U.S. Armed Forces and how our strength isn't just in our armaments, but in our infrastructure and intelligence gathering capabilities, do you really think that militias armed with shotguns, rifles, even AR-15s and things can stand any chance against a modern military force? And why do you think that?
Yeah, 100%, absolutely. For like a multitude of reasons. I don't think it. I think it gets thought of as like this battle between F-16s versus AR-15s. It is not just as what military or what fighting force has more advanced or is more technologically capable or has a better command and control operation or the ability to intelligence gather, like all of that shit. The US military does it better than any other fighting force in the world, bar none. But the problem is that we operate so effectively because we have a doctrine that calls for 10-1 logistical support to infantry support. So for us to conduct effective operations, we would need an incredibly massive fighting force to take on the US like population. These militias would be massive in numbers, and then they would be regionalized and have very capable defenses within those regions. And the United States military would have to fight a battle across the third or fourth largest country by land size, and then on top of that we have 330 million people.
Do you think that there will be a mass uprising? Even if there was a mass uprising, surely you don't think that every single U.S. citizen would be involved, correct?
If you started asking guys like me to go kick in the doors of U.S. citizens, I promise you there would be you'd have a problem getting guys like me to even fucking do that. Let's nip that in the bud right now. You'd have the problem of a mass exodus of the U.S. military because people would be joining the other side. And then on top of that, let's say we do start kicking in doors to take the guns of, the U.S. citizens. I have to take a fire team into, everything from fucking Section 8 homes all the way to ritzy gated communities going through, countless. It would be urban warfare on a scale that would fucking make you cry. Death and destruction like we've never seen. That's why this is so beautiful, because it's like our nuclear program. It
Okay.
acts as a deterrent.
Okay.
It's a beautiful deterrent.
Okay. What do the other side here think about that? What are your thoughts here? Be weird and Paradigm.
Yeah, I really want to push you on like this massive uprising. If anybody was going to respond, it would be small pockets, and those pockets would be easily dismantled by a surveillance state that is able to show up at the night and separate you from your wife and family. Like, you just target the key leaders and take away the thing they care about the most as quickly as possible. And usually the US Army has the advantage of information. That's kind of one of their major advantages. So that's the part I can't get over.
So I
You
want
can have all
to
the guns you want. But
I
yeah.
want to ask about the level of. So I think the deterrence is a great point. When you make it just unfeasible, even if it theoretically could happen, if you make it unfeasible for the U.S. military to want to do this, to actually start like bombing cities and going into houses because there's a risk of people in there being armed, I think that functions as a massive deterrent. Just because you don't want to kill half your population, and you also don't want to risk the casualties that come with doing that kind of operation. And the other thing here is you wouldn't need. There is like a clear thing such as defender's advantage, and we saw that most clearly in Afghanistan, where you had a group of people who didn't even make up the whole country of Afghanistan, but they were not as well armed as the U.S. military, but they were fighting guerrilla warfare, right? They were on their own turf, and we were having to go in there and fight them on their ground. And we're not in Afghanistan anymore, right? There is a clear issue when you're going against a highly motivated and armed population on their own territory. That's the whole point of the Second Amendment, to say, could the U.S. military, do they have sidewinders? Do they have tanks? Do they have all this shit? For sure. But first of all, it's not even clear they're going to use them. But also, even if they did use them, they have to use them against guerrilla forces that already have a defender's advantage.
I would agree that guerrilla warfares and defender's advantage, these are all very good points. And America is a very complex battle map, let's say. But the key disadvantage, again, in the Afghanistan war was information. They didn't understand the language. They didn't understand the culture. They didn't understand the history of the warfare between different tribal leaders. And so they got sucked in to fighting random nonsense, disputes that had nothing to do with the overall strategic objective until they wasted their time in the graveyard of empires. But that would not be the same in America.
Why would it not be the same in America?
They understand English. They understand the culture.
Wait, we had interpreters. We paid them a fuck ton of money in Afghanistan, right? The problem is not the problem is not that Americans speak English. The problem is
May I
you're going to be attacking people in their own fucking land where they know the land.
I want to give Paradigm some space here. Go ahead, buddy.
Are we under the assumption that the money that we spent in Afghanistan was spent wisely?
No, we're not under that assumption.
Okay. So, and I'm gonna relate this and try to make this work just for the sake of trying. So the military industrial complex can probably bleed out a good, let's say, $2 billion a month. Won't really harm it, right? We spend probably around 5 times that on social services, and most of these social services require, because we are a melting pot in this country, to have interpreters. If those interpreters are shit, and we know that the military industrial complex interpreters are shit, wouldn't the point still stand that there's a lot of logic and customs within that country, especially with them knowing the layout in and out, that could make them, let's say for the sake of argument here, because Be Weird brought it up, couldn't they I don't know, tell one side one thing and then tell another side another thing, and since they barely give a shit in one way or another, all it takes is one person getting paid off to say, hey, what they said was X, Y, and Z when it was actually A, B, and C. I think we gotta look wider scale. Yeah, like we got to look
Mm.
wider scale than
Wait,
I think it's really not that it's bad to argue this, but I think comparing the way we went into Afghanistan as a US military and what we would do in our own land requires us looking at the two types of people. How
yeah,
tribal is the United States?
but we bombed the fuck out of Afghanistan. We treated Afghanistan like a fucking sandbox. We wouldn't be able to do that in America.
Why
Yeah.
not?
Well, is the argument that
Because
we'd fight our own
it's-
people better than if we fight people in Afghanistan?
They have
Remember
to,
what I said at the beginning of this? See, this is why I like doing these things, because I feel like people will hear one thing and then hear something else. I did say we'd probably take up arms against each other before we ever were able to unite in one consistent thread to
Let's yeah, if I may interject, yeah, let's talk a little bit, I guess, because this is probably going to be a major kind of impasse that we have. So let's discuss it and let's find the borders of this.
Mm.
The likelihood that there would be a mass uprising against the government. Americans can't agree on anything. Like, we can't agree whether climate change is real. We can't agree whether there's a problem with police brutality in America. We can't agree how best to do anything, really. So, again, outside some really weird circumstances, the likelihood is much higher that American citizens will turn their guns on each other before they ever turn it on the American government.
You wouldn't need a mass uprising, though.
I
this,
feel like
yeah,
Hot Bake Takes has a lot to say.
like it's not this mass. I don't even think we should have. I shouldn't have even said mass uprising. This is my fault because I did use that word. These pockets of resistance would not need to be very large. We are talking about a country of 330 million people with a huge gun culture where you're talking about going and taking more guns away than we have people, removing what many people see as a fundamental right, an unalienable right. There would be enough resistance there that you would create enough, resistance to that, our military, that as soon as they started doing shit like they did in Afghanistan, where they started pissing off the populace and started fucking up the culture and doing all that shit, it became untenable for us to succeed in Afghanistan. And we don't even need to just point to Afghanistan. Look at like the French in Vietnam. Look at fucking look at Ukraine right now. Look at the Soviets getting their ass kicked in Afghanistan too. Like this, there's a lot that goes into small pocket militias operating in guerrilla type manners, causing fucking hell to even the most advanced and fucking superior fighting forces in the world. This isn't a one-to-one country on country battle. That's why America's superiority goes away in this hypothetical.
One of the best examples I
What
can think of is like the beginning of this country, right? You had the largest empire in the world with the most powerful military and the most powerful navy, beat by a bunch of militiamen in the New World, right? I mean, if
Well,
that's why we have the Second Amendment to begin with, and it worked.
I'll tell you that the revolution will not be televised.
that one. Two, hey Wick, I just want to see if I'm paying attention, right? We did say a modern military, right?
We did.
Like
yeah.
we're talking advanced warfare here.
Oh.
Like
All
we
the
already
examples.
are on the trend of like, and I hate that this is gonna subvert the entire conversation, but it's like a thing when I think about the Second Amendment now. It's like we're already at the point where we naturally ingest AI content and think that's like real and new.
All of my
Like,
examples rest within the era of the US military being more superior than any other fighting force in the history of mankind. This isn't all of my examples, all the way back to Vietnam.
Also, right now, the people are better armed as well. So, like, yeah, I have modern weaponry. I know the military does, but so do the people.
I tell you, my friends, the revolution will not be televised. The problem in Afghanistan is that the American military could stomp all they wanted over, but they could never, ever take over positions of leadership. but they could do that in America. And it would be kind of hard to tell that those people in leadership are doing the work of the tyrannical government. Is it really a tyrannical government? No, actually, that election was fine. It wasn't rigged. Gosh, it
But
doesn't sound familiar.
be weird.
This is the key problem: information and culture.
No, I get you 100%, but wouldn't you agree that the people, and I fucking hate this woman, but we have people all the way up to the like congressional level, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that if given the opportunity where you saw open combat like this, they would somehow become leaders in this. I don't think that you would have the ability to just take out leaders the way that you think you would. Like, dude, we've been fucking just dropping fucking Tomahawk missiles on ISIS leaders for a decade. Like, we can do that elsewhere. We can't do that in this hypothetical.
No, the key argument I'm making is information. I think the U.S. Oh, sorry, I miss you.
So I think it's. Are you good? You look a little. Yeah,
cross chatter.
Todd, you good?
Yeah, my fault. Is it? I'll
That
if
delay
I
is
need-
crazy.
Yeah, the delay's
son.
a lot.
That shit is taking me on a loop. It's like Guitar Hero, but like 40 milliseconds behind.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, my
I
fault,
get
my
what he
fault.
was
Hopefully
saying.
hopefully it gets better. I killed my recording, so hopefully this clears up. I do apologize.
Oh, good. So what I'm hearing is I like that point. If it were, my thing is like, you'd have to really think about, and I hate that this is an intersectional question, but like you'd have to really think about what type of leaders would exist if the trigger had to be pulled on like actually, overthrowing the government due to tyrannical reasons. Like there's a fascist dictator we're kicking in the Constitution. I think everyone, regardless of political affiliation, would all feel persecuted and would all turn their attention that way. I could agree with that. My thing though is, and this is that shit about America that I love because I keep bringing up when we went to places. What's left after that? I feel like people right now think of the Second Amendment as like less of a way to direct their guns at the Army, Navy, any for the sake of it with the tools that they got, SWAT teams, like all of them would probably rather say, hey, there's 300, and I'm sorry for saying this out loud, but there's 330 million of us. But like, there's only but so many like minorities that don't have weapons. You see how quickly it could just be like, instead of us all pointing our directions towards the government, we could just side with the guys with the arms and like, because
I
think
that would happen. No, I do. No, and you're
Solve the real
correct.
problem.
I do think you're correct that there would be a faction that would go, okay, now we're going to use our weapons to help the U.S. military, and then we'll turn the weapons over in this, hypothetical world, and all of a sudden the Second Amendment's gone. But the problem is like the resistance force would be so great that every time you started doing shit as like the American military, you would create more and more people that would turn and become rebellious. Like there's no way.
Finish your statement, and I have a few questions.
It's a vicious cycle in this hypothetical, because you would start, reducing the rights of American citizens. More and more people would see those reductions as a call to arms, and then the further and further you get down this line, you would have people all the way, like people that you would never expect to be fighting on the same side, poor black people that are ideologically 180 degrees away from the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world, could be fighting on the same side to protect a right that they see as unalienable and something that can't be taken away.
So, first of all, let me explain to you why I personally am not finding this situation at all realistic. The rights wouldn't be turned off right away. It wouldn't be a switch that they flipped. They would ease you into it. Frog, in a pot of water, right? And they slowly turn that up the heat. And all the while, they're pointing out other Americans as the problem. They're saying, well, no, it's not us doing this. It's those people. And we've seen examples of them doing this before. We've seen examples of them removing the rights of American citizens before. They already have done this. This situation that you're describing has happened and continues to happen. Look at the Patriot Act, right? Look at the treatment of quote unquote terrorists in this country. All we have to do is label them as terrorists, and suddenly the American people is very fine with taking away every single right that they have, right? In fact, the American people are quite bloodthirsty in that regard. I would also argue, right, that once again, any resistance that would try to get up, again, it wouldn't spring up overnight. It wouldn't spring up overnight. What would happen is the American military and the military-industrial complex would prevent it from ever getting off the ground. They would target the leaders of these, create misinformation, use propaganda, use intelligence warfare, which we have done in other countries to great effect, and we've overturned nations. And when it comes to doing damage to our citizens, like look at Waco, Texas, and what the American military and American government is willing to do to its
That was a
citizens.
completely justified, you know,
And when they do it to you, it
action
will
by
also
us.
be everyone will be saying that
I'm
was
sorry,
completely
David.
justified too.
Real
That's
quick,
what would
David
happen.
Koresh, David Koresh shouldn't have been fucking touching kids and marrying 13-year-old girls, and then maybe the ATF wouldn't have came knocking, and maybe he should have showed up to court. I don't know, but you know, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and justify the death of a bunch of children at the hands of a bad an operation going poorly. I'm just saying it's not as simple as just like the US military is so effective that they would be able to come in and do what they did to Iraq. Like it would be a long, drawn out, fucking horrific action or operation. There's no way you could do it quickly. And you made that point, Wick. And as you started taking guns away from people, the 350 million plus weapons that are out there in the populace, we don't know where they're at. We don't know who has them. We don't have a way to track any of it. It's a logistical nightmare for any fighting force that would be trying to take those weapons. Like the gun ownership in America is fucking crazy compared to anywhere else in the world. And
this is why I love that movie Lords of War, because that was literally I swear it's almost like you watch this movie and you must have just like memorized the script in the back of your head, because that was almost word for word like what Nick Cage's character for the actual real life event happened. And I also like something screaming in the back of my head. I gotta say it. As you said, it would take a long time, right? And it's funny because we call Chicago Chirac. Like, in my head, it's like, yeah, you could do it, but what have they been doing in this period of time that would like make you see them as possible? Now, could they do this to the entire populace? No. But when would enough people care? Is my question. When would enough?
Wick, I want to answer your question specifically, and I think part of this has to do with a misunderstanding of how, like, the purpose of a militia. The purpose of a militia is not to go invade another area or to invade another community of people. A militia is a community, a localized community, having the wherewithal and the means to defend itself from outside incursion. I love your analogy about the frog in the boiling water, because I think the frog in the boiling water is a perfect example of removing gun rights, right? We start off, and this is every authoritarian regime that ever genocided a group of people or ever attacked a certain locality of a group of people, they always started off at the beginning, obviously, by taking away their right to bear arms. That's the first thing they always did. And so if you're going to attack like certain communities in the United States, you want to start off by removing their arms, right? Kind of get the frog, start to boil the water. No, we're not going to go after your other rights. We're not going to go after your First Amendment. We're not going to, come down and kick down your door. We're not going to target certain, political or racial minorities or any of this stuff. We're not going to do that. We just got to get this gun, problem under control. And then once that's done, right? Once the frog has been in the water long enough for it to get hot, that's when they kick it up to boiling.
My favorite thing about this is that in the original study, those frogs were lobotomized, and the normal frogs jumped out of the water when it got too hot
Got
for
'em.
them. Yeah.
Okay.
You understand the
And the
analogy.
lobotomy-
I understood the
No
analogy.
report,
What I'm saying is that
over.
the
I just wanna develop it.
communities defending themselves. Like I don't see, at least in terms of like a government tyrannical perspective, I'm not worried about like individual communities forming militias and then going attacking other communities. Historically, that's not what happens. Historically, what happens is when communities form a militia, they defend themselves against some kind of external force. In this case, that would be the federal government if it was trying to, invade communities, infringe their rights. We don't want them to do that.
Keyword community. This gun culture you speak of, who does it
No, wait,
extend to?
no. He's right. He not necessarily like completely, but it helps his point. It helps Todd's point. I gotta point that out. Like I'm thinking about it
Oh,
because
yeah,
I've
he's
read
right.
the paper. You're
Who
right.
wins?
Like you couldn't cover all this land fast enough for like the rest of the people to catch up and figure out what's going on. My thing is, and I feel like that's what you're about to repeat, is when would I need to know now if I were to continue on with this on the side of that makes sense and that's why we have it because when would the trigger happen? Do you not that you would know a specific, like if Maryland gets all their guns taken away, Rhode Island will respond. I'm not talking about that. I mean as a general populace, when do you feel the natural trigger would be?
Do you think this
No,
is
you're
fair?
lobotomized.
Do you think this is fair to say that the moment that they started calling for buybacks, like mandatory buybacks on weapons, that you could see the same, like people could level out on what becomes
Let me ask you
necessary to
directly.
defend against?
Todd, let me
Right?
ask you directly. If right now in your state they called for mandatory buybacks of guns, they were going to mandatorily buy back your gun. They were going to compensate to you, but you had to. They made guns
I
legal.
lost mine in the river, so I don't know what you're talking
Would
about.
would
but,
would that be enough? Would that be enough to cause you to go to war with the American government? Would you
if they
rise up?
started, I'm telling you, because what you're talking about is people that you would have to.
Now, I'm
send
asking you
guys
directly.
like-
It's a really simple question. If they took away the right for you to own guns in your
100%,
state,
100
would you
oh,
go to
100
war with the
yeah.
American government?
I think I don't think that action alone.
It's a felony.
Because the problem is, as soon as you did that, people would get killed. People would start dying, and that would be my bar. The moment I started seeing guys that look like me fucking walking in full kit, kicking doors in and blasting people just for the sole reason of not giving their weapon up, yes, I would fight
Okay.
a
What about you,
tyrannical government.
Lactoid?
100%.
Would that be enough? If police started enforcing, like if police started enforcing the mandatory buyback on weapons in your state, would that be enough to cause you to go to war with the American government?
I don't know. I don't know if that specific action would be enough for me to do that, especially with how invested I am in the system. I will say that I'm not, and this is like an issue. Maybe like we don't want to go like afoul of TOS, but at the same time, I do think somebody breaking into my house without a justified reason is committing an act of aggression against me.
Yeah, and like the problem is there would be so many cases of unjustified killings in this, because we would also have to have like a court. We have rules in this country. We have a rule of law, and if the fucking U.S. military tossed that rule of law out, I promise you that's an even bigger reason why I would be.
But it wouldn't be
gone,
against the
because
rule
all
of
the
law. It would be
institutions.
within the law. The law would.
No. I swore an
Military
oath
is
to
good.
defend. I swore an oath to defend the Constitution, and the moment that Constitution is being openly and just blatantly violated, I have a moral duty to go fight the fucking that government.
Todd, I got something for you.
That's the oath I have.
I got an analogy for you. I've heard it described that fascism isn't the jackbooted thug who shows up at the night to knock down your door. For some, fascism is security and safety and knowing that your people are in charge and that the kid that you sent to school, all the people who are there. When fascism comes to America, it will come wrapped in the flag carrying a Bible. The hardest part about it is the information and the culture. It's not the direct violence of a jackbooted thug. Americans have this insane idea in their minds of what fascism looks like. American fascism will model itself on the culture. It will look like brothers. It will look like
Do I look
family.
like a
It will be urban, rural.
Do I look? I was talking about people like me. I was literally saying like it would take. That's why I'm saying it's like I'm sorry I don't agree with your like with what you're saying because like
Okay.
the fascist arm of what you're talking about would be guys like me, literally 11 Bravo fucking infantry, like the guys that would have to go in and fucking do the action, take the action, would have to be people like me, and I don't that fascism, I just don't think me or guys like me will allow for. So it's just like there would be so many more that opposed it
But you've already
than that
allowed
would be
for a lot
willing
of
to
violations
enforce
of the
it.
Constitution. You've
Listen,
already allowed several violations of the Constitution. Look at the Patriot Act. You've already allowed that. You didn't rise up.
I also was a small child when
I
the
understand,
Patriot like
but no
so
one did. But no one
as
did. All these
as a
defenders of
person
the
who
Constitution.
as an aspiring politician, as somebody who hopes to create a better system and to create like a great generation of governance, like no, I want to reverse as many of those fucking
I
nonsensical
understand.
bullshit laws that have been
And that
enacted.
speaks well
And
of you. But these laws exist, they're on the books, and you know what? As long as you label people terrorists, as long as you label people certain things, people are very fine. The American public seems very fine about this. This is why I'm saying, and this is why the original question is let's explore what situation would have to occur for people to en masse rise up against the American government. I just don't think it's I don't think at this point
I mean,
in
but
our
that's
culture, I don't think with the social media that we have, I don't think with the state of information that there would ever be a point where en masse this uprising would occur. They would fight each other, as Paradigm said, before they would ever fight the government.
Well, actually, there's a couple scenarios that Stephen Marsh suggested that could happen that are easy to imagine. President gets assassinated. My favorite one is like a conflict between a sheriff who's like saying who's defending a town's right to be like, we don't gotta fix our shitty bridge, and the federal government's like, no, you gotta fix your shitty bridge, and it just like eventually escalates into some like whole cultural war between the sheriff who's going on to CNN and Fox News being like, I ain't going to submit to the federal government. So yeah, it could be any one of those flashpoints, and then you would see like a real conflict.
The government can literally take your land, eminent domain, right? They can literally take your land.
Wait, wait.
And then
So,
Waxboy, you want to take this?
yeah, I just want to. So, like, so this is like the difficult part because I understand and I agree that finding an exact line where any individual would fight or not fight is a difficult question. It depends on all the context of of what's going on. It also depends on the individual. Some people are more apt to violence than other people. I myself am not very apt, to rise up. That's just not something I prefer to handle things with words, and I prefer to like argue. I would be very much against politically, I am against politically things that violate the Constitution and things that violate rights. But you have to agree with that. Although the line is blurry, there are some things that are clearly on one side of the line and clearly on the other side of the line, where any reasonable person would stand up and take arms. So, like, I don't know about the Patriot Act, but if they came in my community and started like snatching, people because they had like a minority political opinion,
because they protested.
Or no, I'm just saying if they had like a minority political opinion and they expressed that on the internet and the government's like making them disappear out of their homes, at that point, yeah, I think at that point, there is an obligation to stand up against that, right? And then I think that for my limit, right, my limit would be hit there as well, and I would want the people, the communities to defend themselves to have the tools necessary to do that if like that critical rights violation happened.
America lives in two different realities. It's
And
very half
really quick, and before I just want to make one other point before we get too far down like these kind of hypotheticals, and like these more like broad brush ideas, just like on the ground, what we be using as weapons to fight this battle, guys like infantry soldiers still carry M4 rifles, which have basically, when used like the most efficiently, have a slightly better, maybe a slightly better advantage to a AR-15, which is like the most common rifle we have in the United States, and we have millions and millions and millions of, which would be incredibly difficult to take back, even if you began to do this. Like this fight is not. Again, I want to make this point clear: not F-16s versus AR-15s. This is like basic modern rifles versus basic modern rifles, and
No, that's false.
No,
What
it,
you're
I
fighting
disagree.
against, it's
It's
two groups of infantry, and one infantry has air support, they have tank support,
okay,
they
yeah,
have
yeah, but
defense in depth,
you
they
got
have entire
bombs.
infrastructure, they
yeah,
have
they're gonna be bombing
ammo,
neighborhoods.
they have
They're gonna
factories,
bomb
they have an
neighborhoods,
industrial
American
complex,
neighborhoods.
they have
No way.
they have satellites. They don't have to bomb the neighborhoods.
Wick,
They can put a
we
missile through your window, dude. And
we
it's
could.
very targeted. It's very
I
precise,
Wick, I
and
understand
yeah,
me.
it's just not going to
Wick,
be
Wick,
bombing indiscriminately of cities. It's just going to be coming in,
I
targeting individuals, leaders of groups, and then they're gone, and chaos reigns. Right? In
that
the
in
rebels.
that chaos, and in that chaos, like that's where more people they start bombing homes. American fucking home. I don't even care if it's like the militia leader.
You know
They
they bombed
send a
American cities before,
Tomahawk
correct?
missile into a fucking U.S. residential neighborhood. You don't think more people are gonna
You know
rise
they did
up
that in the
on the
80s, right?
back end of that?
It wasn't a
Fuck
Tomahawk missile, but
no.
you know
Hell
they
no.
bombed Philadelphia in the 80s.
Yeah.
They also
Yeah,
Oh,
bombed
this is like
Afghanistan,
top.
right?
That was different.
but Wick, did you not agree
I
with
want to
me when
support
I
Todd.
said that we treated Afghanistan like a sandbox? Would you
Sure.
not agree?
We dropped more bombs in Vietnam than
We
all explosives used in World War II.
And it didn't do shit. It didn't do dick. It didn't do anything. It
Did a lot
it
for them.
would take the only way for us to have actually won the Afghanistan war and fucking subjugate it, like hold the country complete, is to send in millions and millions of guys
Wait,
dressed in full body
you
armor
thought we
and fucking handle that shit.
now
That's
I
what
get
you'd
that we're
have to
not there
do.
anymore because the cost of occupation was too high, but you don't think we won that war? We
Wait,
absolutely won that war.
the
We
cost of
eliminated,
occupation was too high. Exactly.
but that's the
Yes,
thing. That's
it
the thing.
became
We're not
the American
occupying.
public got
We
fucking
are
annoyed.
the government in this case.
Well, no, they would have to come
Yeah,
occupy
and
the communities if they were going to tyrannize them.
this
I
government is
disagree.
made up of the people. This government that you're talking about, the leadership of that hypothetical government is made up of the people, us. So you would have to then use you would have to factor that in. They're not just going to be able to operate in the same indiscriminate fashion that we have with every other fucking conflict. Look at Somalia. A fucking just an absolute David to Goliath. Like if David had a smaller brother who was feeble and malnourished, it would be David versus that. And we still had to fucking leave because that occupation wasn't worth it.
Again, I think you're looking at these historical examples of us going into other countries, and it doesn't map one to one. It's disanalogous with us enforcing laws within our own country, right?
You're right.
Like
I
we
think it makes it
have
more
a
to my point.
police system that, you know, brutal or not, is quite effective in many ways at making sure that the government and the institutions are still supported. It's very effective. It has been effective through uprisings such as the Weather Underground, other terrorist organizations, through protests, through mass protests of cities. Again, this is something that I think that is just pie in the sky to think that I think it's unrealistic to assume that any kind of mass uprising on a mass scale is going to be at any effective because of the Second Amendment. It's
Can I-
just the
Todd
Second
already
Amendment's
lost
just
his
not
point.
enough.
wait. Can I
You're
can I ask you why, prior to the Holocaust, did Hitler order the disarmament of all Jewish people?
Because it would be easier, right?
Right. And why
And
and why
also-
did Mao do it with his political opponents? Why, like, every single time you look at this, the first thing is always, don't let them fight back. We want them vulnerable, right? That's always the first
We have
step.
changed tactics. Those tactics, right, are old news. The new tact
Ancient.
is you can keep them armed and keep them fighting each other.
Yeah. Information warfare. You poison the information stream. Like the hardest part about American culture, like the thing that makes the military strong is that it has a single culture and all of them are doing one thing. Like if you can't organize on the militia level because your only unifying concept is gun rights, Second Amendment, which is not a society, it's not communitarian. It's
Let's
just
look at the
There
military.
there are already a huge. Can we make this point really quick? There are already a massive number of militias already. So like, and none of this shit has even popped off yet. So like, this argument that you're giving me of like there wouldn't be this mass uprising, I think you could have some like statistical data to point to.
walking back the walk back.
No, that's not walking. I'm not walking. I'm continuing a point. I'm just
Question: how many of those
refuting Wick.
militias, right? Like, how many of those militias would actively rise up? That's the question. There's a lot of people who like militias. Like, hey, I'm part of a militia. This is my social hour. We get to play with guns.
For
It's
those
fun,
guys,
right?
for
Do you
those
think that
guys, their bar
the
is much.
a meaningful amount of them will rise up?
If the army tried to come take their guns, I think so.
Let's take a different question. An easier one.
Yes.
A
I don't
much
even
more
think it would
fun
need
one.
to get there for those guys.
No, Canadian. I can't let you have this one. I said I was gonna step in when it was time. I'm gonna step in. I got a question, and this isn't. This is not like one of those. Because I feel like when people get on these panels, they just go for the easy layups, and I'm trying to like add a little to the culture. You know what I mean?
I love
So,
you, dude.
and throughout all of this, I haven't heard one thing, and it's kind of crazy that I haven't heard it because you brought up how many guns there are in this country. Lords of War. We're going back there. There's one firearm for what? Every 1 out of 12 Americans in the United States, something like that.
We don't have like a great count, but it is
that was
fucking
what.
way more
That's
than
what
the
the.
number of people.
That's what the arms trafficker who was like got famous and started selling arms to Iran, like that's what he said. There's one firearm or there's 12 firearms, like something like that.
The
It's
one we let
for
go
every
for a
12
basketball player.
The Merchant of Death.
yeah. Yes, the Merchant of Death, yes. Anyway.
Oh,
What
that
about-
Nicolas Cage movie. Oh,
Let
yeah.
him finish. Gang, we get it. Let him
They
finish
already
his
got the
point.
reference. So my question is, what you say these militias can all be rallied around this point in our constitution because it's binded within our culture. My question is, what about those militias that want payment for defending? Private militias. What about those really super armed dudes who have like tech houses and work with these banks to transport goods? They're organized, deadly, ready, planned, tactical, know how to avoid any type of situation. In a situation where the government's taking away guns, I'm sure everyone could rally around and think to themselves, our enemy is the government. But those mercenaries, those mercs that are used to getting paid to defend private property, where would they stand in this?
You get PMC, dude. There are private military there are more private military contractors operating right now than there are U.S. Military members. Those guys could be paid by either side. So I get your point, but I could also go, hey, we'd have a bunch of like really wealthy benefactors on the other side that I'm sure could fund these hypothetical groups that you're talking about.
We also can't assume
they're not hypotheticals; they exist.
Well, we can't assume the
but
whole U.S.
I just
military is
don't
going to
know
be on
who
one
they are.
side.
That's another.
Right. So
that
so
point
this leads
needs to
to
get
what
hammered home.
I'm trying to that's why I said I'm not going to let him have this. Then the point is if you're noticing there's so many different vested interests just from this one question, in what world or in which country that exists as the United States of America would there be, what is the one unifying concept that would band all of these groups together? Because in my head, the moment this goes down, the wealthy protect their own, they hire private militaries to keep their, their property safe because they live 400 miles away from everybody. They stay to themselves, all the money gets sucked up out of the economy. Whoever can afford a gun would get a gun, and whoever doesn't have a gun is out of luck. Once the U.S. military starts to make a move, they have a decision to make. We either go against whoever's on that other side that says, give us your guns, or like we're with the people. And if any of those find any divested interest, then the funneling goes down. I don't think America is at a state right now where it could unify based on this constitutional like consent, because then I don't want to say it, but like then we have to ask about what side the police would stand on,
I mean,
and
oh,
that's
maybe
a whole
Texas.
other.
Go Wactoid, but I
Maybe
have
Texas
a lot
would do
to
it.
say to that.
Yeah, I mean,
How about in Texas?
I just wanted to say, like, I want to get away from the whole like mass uprising. The reality is, just having communities be able to defend themselves is already going to be a massive deterrent. If you order the military, especially with the type of political opinions that people who join the military tend to have, if you order them to like go seize everyone's guns and to like kick down doors and shit, I don't think all of them would follow those orders. I would hope not. I would think probably
I can agree with that.
Yeah, most of them probably wouldn't, right? So you're talking about like a much smaller contingent of the U.S. military, and that's not as well supported as going.
I can't let you keep getting away with this, okay, Lactoid? Do you
Getting
think that
away
they're
with
going
what?
to tell the soldiers? You're gonna think they're gonna tell the soldiers you're going to kick down the doors of innocent civilians and take their stuff? No, that's not what we're gonna tell them. They're gonna say, "Hey, there's some fucking terrorists who've been been diddling kids here, okay, that have been doing all this stupid shit. They're gonna call this team in. They're gonna come in the middle of the night, and they're gonna think they're doing the Lord's work
For whole
That's
communities,
what's
for
happening.
whole communities of America, they're going to call them all pedophiles and just raid them. I mean,
Very well
it's possible. I would think that like pulling that off on some kind of like grander scale would be very difficult to convince the military that all these isolated pockets of people who just want to keep their guns are actually like terrorists that are plotting something. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't think it's likely.
Community. If the government said we're going to restrict gun rights to a degree that would violate the Second Amendment, half the country would cheer. Half the country would say finally.
And they stay, and they'll stay.
The country would be like, hell yeah.
And they stay, and they stay in their own communities. They're not going to come out and like be the ones that are doing actually these fucking raids. These are people isolated. Yes, and they're isolated to their urban areas, and they don't have guns to the same extent that like other people have.
You're quite literally kind of making our point. Yeah, the side that would feel violated would be the one that's more well armed to fucking fight this war, and wouldn't comply and would fucking.
That's what Wick is trying to say, and I don't know if like maybe I'm high and I'm just reading into it too much.
I want you to come over here. I know you want to be on this side, dude. I know you. I know you, dude. I know you.
No,
you have been on the same wavelength.
We'll welcome you.
Please, Paradigm, he's begging you.
We'll welcome you. I promise.
With our
oh
open
my God,
arms, dog. Open arms. I'm sorry. The fucking population in America
come
should
across
be
the divide.
Pro 2A. It should be, and probably are the most 2A.
Just smoke the weed, kids. Just smoke the weed. I think what Wick is, and excuse me if I'm wrong, I think what Wick is trying to say is that whichever way you cut it, not everybody's going to be on board. You have to some way make sure that other side on board that's on board with this doesn't turn on the side that's not on board. That's the only thing that's separated here. Because I hate to say it, but like a massive thing in this country is like the recalling of guns right now. So like the people who are clutching them, who are they being told is the ones taking away the guns? Is it the government, or let's be real here, it's the left?
No,
and who's on the left?
Let's be real, dude. Dude, the left isn't taking our guns. I hate that fucking argument. The left, I'm sorry.
They're trying to.
If they had their world, if they didn't have the opposition that they do, and I'm sorry, this issue will never, I don't think isn't going to fall farther from 50-50. Just like the way that American gun culture is, it's always going to be a very partisan fucking issue that I don't see being something that you could pass through easily with legislation. And also, we're talking about tyranny here. So this would be like a buyback by like coming in and saying, hey, we're taking your fucking guns. Sorry. That hasn't never happened in American history. And you guys have to understand that is the bar that I'm talking about. We're not talking about the shit that they've been doing where they're banning fucking pistol grips and shit. Wow,
I get it now. You're not. So what I probably misunderstood your argument to be is that you believe that or I should say, I think the difference in opinion here is that you believe that the trigger itself would lead the people who most closely identify with it to go against the people who would be taking it away. Like just simple, clear and like cut. It doesn't matter how many people do it. It doesn't matter where they do it. It's just there would be a general consensus enough where even people in New York, even people in California, even people in Ohio, even people in Texas,
way.
Arkansas, etc. Everybody
have
would be on
different
the mind
bars.
of
Okay, no
right.
shot.
People would have
This
different
is a
bars, different
fantasy.
standards for when that line hit. But once that line would hit, all that would matter is that they're fighting against this this
Okay.
force trying to
Okay,
take their guns.
See, this is
Sorry,
the
are
thing.
you
This
it
is
doesn't
where
saying
you
need to be.
stop,
It doesn't
stop,
need to
everyone,
be.
stop. This is where the problem is coming in. So whenever something like this happens, and you have a major change and a major "quote unquote" violation or addition or amendment to the Constitution, let's say that the most tyrannical thing we can think of when it comes to this happens, and the government is going door to door and taking people's guns away. Right? They're just taking their guns violently and with force. So out of the people who don't like it, so we already agreed that 50-50. It's going to be about 50-50. Okay, about the people who are cheering and the people who are against. I'll even give you 70-30, right? 70 people are like, no, this is too far. Okay, so out of that huge amount of people, okay, there's going to be most of them aren't going to be willing to do anything except for be mad. There's going to be a group smaller than that that's like, okay, we're mad and we're willing to protest. We're willing to go out in the streets and protest. There's going to be a smaller group than that that's way like, well, not only we're willing to protest, we're actually willing to like do little violence, some sabotage, and things like that. And then even a smaller group, a very small group of that, right? It's like a funnel, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like a funnel. A very small group of that would be like, okay, let's go up and we'll rise up. Let's get the guns. Let's go take the courthouses. Let's go take the institutions, seats of power, and do things like that. In that
Point of the truth.
situation, it's not going to be half the country. It's going to be a small percent of the country. Let's give you a large percent even. Let's give you 20%. 20% of the country. In that situation, the American
That'd be
military
sick.
would just
A lot.
like it
You're
would no
describing
shot.
you're describing
No
all insurgency. You are describing both Vietnam
Thank
and Afghanistan.
You're talking about guerrilla warfare. That's basic, very basic level guerrilla warfare that you fight when you're working with crazy outnumbered, like being crazy outnumbered. Wick, did you not hear me earlier about the whole 10-1 thing? We don't fight gunfights unless we're in a fucking
Strategy is 1
that's
to
like
10. Tactics are 10 to 1. You're misconstruing that. The
I'm-
strategy is 1 to 10. We are now numbered 10 to 1. But when we fight, it's with a 10 to 1 advantage because that's how we do it.
Yes,
We don't
we
fight.
need-
It's not this fucking battle line. This isn't fucking
You
World
wouldn't
War
have-
One
I-
where we
and I- what I
dig
told you,
trenches.
That's
right?
our current doctrine. That's our current doctrine, which that doctrine is what makes us a superior fighting force to any other country in the world by a crazy margin. You couldn't use that doctrine because you wouldn't have the numbers. I'm
You
telling you,
absolutely
just
would.
wouldn't.
Todd,
Okay.
we've already gone through this. We've gone through this like a number of times. You would have the numbers because 10 people would show up to pick up one person at night. Overwhelming force when people least expect it.
So they got to break in.
Somebody-
Information.
So they're gonna go door to door, break into people's houses, right, and grab them. And you don't think there's gonna be like a high casualty rate for doing this? You don't think there's gonna be a deterrent there?
The point we've been trying to make over
Bro,
and over
I've watched
is that
police officers flashbang children. You really don't know what.
Yeah, there's also cops that get shot like breaking in, like we're doing no knock raids and shit, right? In fact,
Breonna Taylor.
Yeah.
The Breonna Taylor, like that was an exchange of gunfire. Several cops were hit. Like damage happens even in fucking them having the craziest advantage. Like what? Come on. No, this shit.
And the
get
question
so
is,
fucking
so you brought up
messy.
Breonna
You
Taylor.
don't think this shit would be on the
You
news?
brought up. Hold on, wait. As Wick said, you can't keep getting away with it. You brought up Breonna Taylor. I'm gonna say, who won in that exchange?
the cops
That's
won in
not-
that exchange.
hold on.
Yeah,
the
they
cop-
did.
Like,
Ow.
my
So that
point
must
was
mean they can't. That must mean they never take
that it got
casualties, right?
bloody. Yes, it was just that was an example of a operation that was crazy advantage for the fucking fighting force to go into a civilian's house and still come out with several casualties, and that made look at the fucking crazy uproar about that. Like if you started turning the
But Todd,
thing that they were going
you
in
comparing-
there for simply just
Oh
to take
no! That's
gun?
not fair. I can't let you get away with that.
You
one.
can't get
I'm
away
sorry.
with
This
that.
is- This is not a slam dunk here, but you said there was an uproar to it, and I'm going to assume it has something to do with the thing called Black Lives Matter. I would like to then respond to you with the response to Black Lives Matter. Like, you're already, like, whichever
Jesus.
time, like, and it's going to make me say the response to the Black Panthers and the response to the civil rights movement. And, you know, we fought a civil war. Like, we fought a civil war because half of us couldn't agree on one thing. You think that this cause right here would be enough to unify us? I think it would go in a way different way. I think most of the people who realized that they were getting their guns taken away would isolate their communities from the rest of the United States. I think they would succeed. You know why? Because they feel like that one right is the only way that they have any type of freedom whatsoever. While for the rest of us, we look at the other amendments in the Constitution for
And
rights.
the government, well, and the tyrannical government didn't work in that. Like they would have to subjugate everybody. People wouldn't be able to do that. Like, hold on, why do we keep getting?
We did
This is
that.
like,
That's what happened. Remember, like they sent in squads to quell the protests. We
I
covered it in the
understand,
movement.
but okay, but the thing that they were arguing about in that situation was not nearly as cut and dry a reason for you to go to war with the government as starting what I said, which was they go in with a mandatory buyback and start taking everybody's guns away, and then people started getting killed in the process. Those are two very different things. And the response to it, I don't think is a
I understand.
argument against my point. My point. Oh man,
I want to do
okay,
some
how do you
housekeeping right
explain
now. I
any
just want to do some
other-
housekeeping real quick. Okay, gang. This is kind of like the halfway mark. So if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. Throw me some bits and throw me some gift subs. Doobie's begging to get in here, but I told him I can't let him in here unless I get more money. So if you give me more money, right, I will consider unleashing Doobie. But until that time, no, Doobie's gonna stay backstage till the open call portion of the show. So it's up to you what you guys want to do. But yeah, so far we have discussed the possibility of a mass uprising, what that would look like, how effective infantry weapons would be against the government of the United States, et cetera, and we're still going. So yeah, don't forget to do all that. Back to the content. Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to give Todd Texas. I want to say, sure, you got it, but who's gonna finance that in a year? Where are these guns gonna
Texas
come
has the
from and
8th
ammunition?
largest economy in the world.
There's already
Texas
an
has a
ammunition
larger
crisis, by the
economy
way.
than Russia, Italy. They could finance their own shit. I promise.
No, we're already having troubles producing enough ammunition. Ammunition costs are
Right.
rising. And again, once again, the government will have access to a majority of the factories. One of the reasons the South lost the Civil War was because they didn't have the industrial base that the North had.
You
The
don't
North,
think people would sell?
North
you
wasn't
don't
even
think people would
prepared.
sell?
So
You don't
what-
think Iran?
have
You
guns
don't think
ready.
Russia? You don't think China would sell these militias?
Wait,
ammo?
we
You think
don't even have to get into that, right? Like I've met
Yeah.
I've met these people. Like you know, there's a lot of ammo stockpiled in American homes, and I think it's enough to serve as a deterrent, even if they can't keep up with the U.S. military or whatever fraction of the U.S. military would actually follow orders to attack local communities based on some theory of, you know, some propaganda that they were given. I don't know.
Can
I-
we
it's
move?
a
Can we
terrorist
get
cell.
off of America? How do you guys explain not America then? How do you explain these other areas where we see like a much smaller and much more like less technologically advanced you know units giving hell to other occupying forces? How do you explain this? How do you explain
TikTok wasn't
places like-
invented back then. Simple as that.
TikTok makes it just as easy for like rebellious movements to communicate and do pretty sophisticated military operations. I'm sorry, but like look at like Starlink. Look at the shit that like Elon Musk just tossed up in the fucking air overnight and was like, "Hey guys, here you go. Here's GPS to give every fucking Russian tank in the country legit hell for fucking a year."
Which side do you
They've
think
been
Elon
fighting
Musk would
for
be
a
in
year.
this?
Yeah,
Dude,
exactly. Do you think
was-
like the
dude,
federal government would be working like with Elon Musk or with the militia?
No, I think goofy billionaires would fucking like Elon Musk would. You could find somebody to fund that shit. I'm just like, hold on, really quick. Don't. I want to start getting into like these other examples because like I don't want to talk about hypotheticals. I want to talk about actual examples of citizens having gun rights and being able to fight off occupying forces. Like, dude, how do you explain any of these examples like that we gave you? The Vietnam, like the French in Vietnam. Look at the fucking us in Vietnam. Look at the Soviets in Afghanistan. Look at Ukraine and Russia right now. Like, do you guys not realize? Like, I was in a congressional briefing, a DoD briefing, about a year ago today, probably, fucking taking notes about what DoD officials thought was going to happen to the Ukrainian military in the coming weeks. They at the time still thought that they were going to get run over and fucking decimated within weeks or months. Guess what? It's been a year, and right now it's kind of like hey, we don't know what's going to happen. It could go either way.
Do you
It's
know
like-
why? Do you know why the Ukrainians are doing as well? Well, one of the reasons. I won't ascribe it all to this, but the very good reasons. One of the things they've been asked for is American military equipment, not
Military.
just rifles, but we're talking, javelins. We're talking
Javelins.
fucking air. We're talking tanks, right? We're talking
Drones.
HIMARS. We're talking this high tech equipment that for militias just don't have access to for the most part, right?
Yeah,
Maybe we should
and
change that.
Russia, and Russia, okay.
think Todd's
AT4s. I
argument,
don't know.
though,
I don't know if I want. I don't necessarily want AT4s and fucking 50 caliber machine guns in every Tom, Dick, and Harry's home. But listen. I'm sorry. Like the I don't think you guys. You're putting too much on the level of sophistication between what these engagements would look like. Like, dude, I'm sorry, but it's just like you're saying we're gonna fucking tomahawk strike fucking 123 Elm Street, and people aren't gonna fucking lose their fucking minds and like find that as a reason to start fucking fighting. Like, yes,
Todd,
it would.
Todd,
it's a-
wait,
I want to
wait,
steal
wait,
man
wait,
your
it's a-
argument.
Wait,
ending
no,
fucking
no.
fighting.
Yeah,
what you'd be
I
fighting.
that's so
rescue.
funny. I want to straw man his argument too. Please, please. Let me have the black vote right
mean
now. Just
Steel
let me
Man,
get the
right?
black vote.
Alright.
You do mean
Let me
you
just-
do mean Steel Man, right?
Yes, I'm being facetious as because he already said
Oh,
Steel
okay.
Man, and for us to repeat it would be lame. So the move bombing happened, and that wasn't enough. It seems like we only seem to get into this mode when it's about an attack on our country. Do you think that an attack by the military of that scale wouldn't confuse people? Because like there's two sides to the East Palestine situation right now.
Yes.
And
no, you're
that's
right.
just
No,
straight
you're
up a
right.
company
Yeah, no,
like
Paradigm, you're right. You're right. It would confuse the fuck out of people, which fucking decimates Wick's argument because he's acting like everybody would just be on fucking board with what the U.S. military is saying.
First of all,
Hey, it was just a bunch of terrorists. No.
how do you
it
think
fucking,
that like if something were to happen and suddenly a home exploded, you know what the news would report? Gas leak.
Wait, now we're on like
No, no.
new levels of like conspiratorial thinking. Like if cops shoot somebody,
This is what
it's-
happens.
If,
This is like what happens in real life.
if cop shoots like one person, right? Like
We're
it's
not
on the
talking about
news.
you
cops.
have a fucking-
No, we're talking.
American
Yes,
military,
Summer of
yes,
CIA,
yes. We're talking about
FBI.
the super cops, operating in the U.S. Right? You're telling me that they're gonna be able to brush all of this under the rug?
Not all of it, but enough to make the
1%.
to create a situation and scenario where the blowback that they will face will be isolated enough that they could take it off one at a time. They don't need to prevent it. They need to slow it down and
Okay.
to scatter it. And
You
so
know how
when these
long that would take?
things
So,
pop up,
aren't you
right?
aren't you kind of
Because
you seem to be like implicitly kind of arguing that the media is controlled by the government? Do you believe that?
the
Oh,
media
yeah, are
is
you saying-
influenced by the government.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do we not have
Yeah. So
independent media in
they
America?
would just
So we don't have
lie.
independent media?
we do, but again, they'd have to
CNN
be
would
able
lie?
to-
No.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on.
Yeah,
hold
no,
on, wait.
obviously
Don
would
No,
lie.
Lemon.
wait,
You're
wait,
saying
wait.
Don Lemon.
You know
Wait,
my
he's
still
position on
anchor.
this. You know my
Wait,
position on
make
this.
it
Hold
Why
on,
is this
wait,
surprising?
wait.
But you in Lywick, you would get on stream and you would tell the truth and you would tell the people that they need to
Goddamn
defend
right.
themselves
It's
against.
so
I
crazy.
knew the truth. I would
It's so
have to
crazy.
know the truth.
They fell
Well,
right back
you're an
into it.
investigator. You would know.
They fell
Yeah,
right
no,
we
back
have
into
Twitter.
it.
What about Twitter?
Because I could have sworn like
citizen
20 minutes
journalists.
ago, Wick and Be Weird said out loud a 10-1 incursion. Now you've given them the targets, the independent media, the people who don't make money. Y'all gonna defend yourselves? That's cool. Are you gonna be streaming while you do it? I doubt it. You're gonna be caught slipping. You always got that thing on you? They coming through your walls right now. FBI, open up. Like they
Don't use your phone.
SWAT people. All I'd have to do is pose as a chatter, SWAT someone, and make sure the order went out. I don't care if it happens live on stream. Execute.
Let's.
Like if I
I'm-
really thought about the ideas of like what government would do, the independent media would be the first to go. All I'd have to do is create one story, one big story, and then immediately subvert a community.
Look,
it already
there's already
happens.
there's already
Right,
attacks on independent media in America.
Really?
They're already
Okay.
trying to undermine it. They're already using these backdoors with the major media companies and social media organizations to be able to remove any information they want. This is already occurring. Do you disagree, Lactoid?
I just don't think.
You
Okay.
agree?
I
You
do not. So
agree,
so
right?
I do not agree that if the U.S. military carried out an operation to this scale, that no matter how dishonest CNN is, and we agree. I mean, they're fucking liars, all of them, about almost everything. Okay, I think even they, as journalists, if they're given the opportunity to report on the government killing people, oh my God, they would go out there, and I think they would. Like to their credit, they got a little bit of credibility to
You
them.
have-
They would show
Wick,
it.
I want to rephrase.
You
I want to
have
rephrase
no
this
faith.
argument. I want to take this
So
argument
I
and just
want you-
rephrase it. Give me a chance.
I want Wick to say he has no faith in alternative media. I want him to say he does not believe in
Against the U.S.
independent
government?
alternative media and independent journalists that have
Alex
the ability
Jones
to
is doing it
post
right
on
now.
Fucking Twitter, who have the ability to post shit on Substack and Twitter. You're telling me that they have no credibility and no fucking. It wouldn't matter.
I don't think they have enough credibility. I don't think they
That's
have
weak
enough
sauce,
credibility.
Wick.
You can look.
Come on.
You can look at the response, right, of how gleefully most of the country would be for censoring these kinds of posts and things like that. Look at what the response to COVID was, and how gleefully most of the citizens got on board with that. Right? You can look at this. Do I think that it would have no influence? Obviously not. It would have some, but my argument simply is it would not be enough. But I want to give Be Weird. I want to give Be Weird a chance. He's been trying to get in. Gonna give you the chance, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, Todd looks horribly distressed, and I just want to rephrase the argument and just give another way in on this, I guess. So the way I see it is like the key weapon here again is information. If we're assuming some sort of military operation, if they have the arm of the government, the executive, and let's say the legislative, and they pass a law to shut down independent media to make it increasingly difficult for journalists to do what they do, then yeah, that's going to happen. The U.S. military will try to break encryption on Signal messaging apps in order to,
Try
prevent
to.
journalists from
Uh,
talking to.
Unfortunate
Oh,
information
no!
for you guys. They have.
No, even Signal, bro. That's
You don't think they
killing
have
me.
right now? American Signal Intelligence Agency. Look, I worked as a cryptolinguist in the U.S. military. This isn't new information.
The
So I
only
just-
thing I think the
forgot.
U.S.
Yeah, that's-
military lacks in is
forgot that.
Apple's encryption, and I think that's like what we're like 2 months away from that.
Dude, Wick, I forgot, dude. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. I forgot. You should know better than anybody the fucking culture within the military. Do you
Intelligence
really-
community is a lot different than the. I've been in two
Who-
cultures. I was in the intelligence community. I was also in the crew chief or maintenance division, right? So because I reclassed, I'm telling you, the cultures are not the same. They're very
Okay,
vastly different.
That is fair. I probably am very biased due to my combat arms like job. That was like there is a different. I guess maybe I could be biased there.
Mhm.
I didn't deal a ton with support, but I just like I feel like I would have to look at polling. I probably should have pulled it. What the percentage of like 2A supporting members are of the military?
They
Because
don't have to be
again,
just 2A supporting. They have to be 2A supporting enough to disobey direct orders.
I understand and I do agree. It's not nearly like cut and dry. I understand that. I don't have I made it sound like this would be a very like easy thing. Like I hope that has not been coming
Sure.
across.
Yeah,
Like
I
this
get
would
you.
be a very like weird split, and there'd be a lot of people that would be morally conflicted due to like, hey, this is my job, and hey, this is what I believe in. But
Wait, what would be the like intelligence capacity of a militia? Like, what would like
I
I can't
think
even
it'd be
imagine.
They
Like,
know that they know the
a
area. They're
lot
part of the
better
community.
a lot better than
Yeah.
whatever Afghanis were working with in the fucking
Yeah.
mountains.
so know the
That's
lay
all
of the
I'm
land,
saying.
know the
Yeah.
tactics.
Look, the
Yes,
local
I
ho-
know the lay of the land.
Yeah.
That's our
No,
This
like
is my fucking backyard, dog.
yes, the
Yeah, I
local
know
the
the lay
local
of the
hardware
land.
store has so many walkie-talkies.
Send a fire team. Send a fire team. At least I have the benefit of knowing the back. That's a point for us too, though, because I've said several times this would be a regional thing. So every single time the U.S. military would have to go fight this little niche community that knows their community super well and could be able to defend and have some real command and control abilities. And they don't need to work with the entire everybody else. They just need to work as a regional unit and fucking cause havoc. Fucking South Carolina could fucking slow the U.S. military down for fucking 4 months. I bet you, without a problem. I bet you it'd be tough. They'd lose a lot of people, but like 4 months in, American fucking soldiers would be like, "Fuck, this sucks." And that's
Yeah.
South Carolina. Like,
Well,
they
yeah,
let-
how many
You're-
satellites do the Taliban have, right? I mean, it's not
it's
like
expensive to field a militia.
You're assuming, right,
Not-
that
not
all
for
of
the
South
militia.
Carolina would
Not for the
rise up.
militia, it's cheap shit. Why do you think the Viet Cong was able to fight a battle for fucking 20 years, being literally poor as anybody else in the world?
All your
Ammo's
examples are
cheap,
like
dog.
wars, not civil
Ammo's
wars.
cheap.
also the South Vietnamese army was larger too. That's another thing that people forget.
Well,
But
And they
even
were on our
larger battles are
side.
just like wars.
hey,
Yeah.
really quick, Be Weird, love you. Paradigm Shift, love you. Wick, love you. Not trying to get mad. I do need to. I hope I'm not coming off as
No, get mad, man. It's
no,
good
no,
no, no,
content.
no,
I
no.
don't care.
No,
no,
I'm
no,
on
no,
my
no.
better. I'm being a better debater. This
Oh,
is
yeah?
that's the arc. That's
Well,
the arc.
you
Being
got a long
better
way to
You
go,
want to
brother.
be a better debater. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Emotions are fine. You should try using them more often. Empathy is where most people end up being crossed when it comes to a debate.
I don't know. In actual politics, I don't think that's true. Maybe in
Yeah,
Thank you.
politics,
communities,
but like
Whoa, wait.
maybe. And I don't care. I love this. And if this ever became something that became monetarily like cool, like feasible for me, awesome. But like I'm only doing this to hone my political acumen. I don't give it.
You're doing
like,
great.
so I don't. I'm out here just trying to get better and actually hone my points. I don't care about that.
Look, you can
More or less Paradigm.
look. Just as an aside, this has nothing to do with the debate, but Paradigm's right here. Being emotional is part and parcel to persuasion. You people want to identify with you. If they identify with you, they're more likely to identify with your point. Being persuasive, right, does involve getting mad when you're mad. It involves being upset when you're upset. It involves charismatic leaders aren't boring, droning, anything like that.
100%
One of
agree with
the
you.
almost all character, like I can't think of a charismatic leader who relied on facts and logic. They all appeal to emotion. Every single one.
Ben Shapiro, the
He's
king.
not a character. Like,
Yeah,
he's not really-
absolutely. He is a political hero.
No,
Oh,
hold
Tommy
on.
Conley, thank
Does
you for
it-
the
does
gift
it-
subs. 3 tier 1 gift subs. Anyway,
I want to push back against that in a
has it
second, but go
appeared
ahead.
Has it appeared that I don't get emotional? When
no,
talking
I'm
about
just
it? Like,
saying. You said
I'm
I'm
like,
trying to be less emotional, and I was just
no,
saying. this.
I said I want to be a better debater.
Like, this is an
and I
aside
didn't want
thing.
I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want it to come off as like I was like not trying to fight their actual points, and I wanted to get back to that. That's all I was doing. So
The vibes
I
are good.
apologize.
The vibes are good.
Yeah,
vibes are great, man.
I don't
I'm
agree.
sorry,
So
it might be the fact that you can't see my eyes.
I don't agree that getting emotional is good, especially not. You can be expressive and you can try to make your point emphatically.
You can be
but-
over emotional, and that's bad.
No,
I
but
agree
yeah,
with
but no,
that.
but like emotion is not, when you're engaged in emotion, you're no longer engaged in the course of rationality. The only
I don't believe that's true.
Wanna
Yeah, well, no, emotion could, like, if you're making a point that you're emotional about, you could be right or you could be wrong. You could be rational, you could be irrational. But whether or not your point is rational or irrational is not related to how emotional you are when you're giving the point. And I think, honestly, and yeah, I don't know. I just don't agree that like getting emotional is a good thing. I don't think that you're getting emotional, Todd. But I'm just saying, like, don't like the idea of
just
just
wanna-
getting
I just-
emotional.
I
This
think-
is an
I don't
aside.
think emotional. No, I know.
Yeah,
it's-
we'll make
it's about
another
match-
panel. We'll make
Yeah.
another
Side.
panel on this.
Okay.
another
I'm
day.
gonna
Yeah.
segue it back.
To the
This is
point.
what a town hall meeting would look after one of those houses
Yeah,
got blown up,
exactly.
and
No, I-
everybody's
dude,
arguing with one another or
I-
saying what we're
you
gonna
don't have
do,
to-
and somebody's gonna take the fucking stage and use that energy for their own dumbass personal political
No.
gains because that's fucking
You're-
what people
you
do in
weird-
America, and it's going to like splinter these
Okay.
communities
been
and
doing
render
that
them
for a
unable to
year.
Okay,
form these
stop.
militias.
Everyone
Gotcha.
stop. We're again, I'm recentering this conversation. It's an interesting discussion, but we could have this discussion another day. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Thank you for the super chaps, and thank you for the bits. We're on a hype train. Let's wick out together. And because we have reached the threshold, Doobie has some problems, and he's gonna come in.
God damn it.
Address these problems.
Those are some super
this?
chaps.
Hi,
Hello.
Doobie.
Hi.
I do. Man.
Howdy.
I think you're all stupid. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Dude.
Nice.
I don't think you're stupid. I
Which
just-
I
Thanks,
expected.
thanks,
You're thinking
Doobie.
about this- You're thinking about this the wrong way, I think so. I don't think it's reasonable to say that they would like pick out one gun owner at a time, 10 people, and raid their house and take out like one gun owner's house. That's ridiculous, right? What they'd probably do is have some kind of buyback program. They'd inch this along over time, right? So just like we do with the bump stocks, and then like different ammo magazines or whatever the fuck, and then eventually they'll say, hey, now we've given you guys you have a period. If you don't turn it in this period, it's now illegal to have this thing, right? So if you have this thing in your home, on your person, in the back of your car, it's now illegal, right? And then all they need to do is wait for one of you gun nut freaks to shoot a cop or to shoot a security guard or whoever the fuck is checking your bag and saying, hey, you shouldn't have this illegal gun. All you need is one of you, like baboons, to say, "Oh God, no, it's my gun! You can't take my gun! You can't take my toy away!" Shoot a cop in the face, and then suddenly you're a domestic terrorist, and suddenly the militia that you're part of is a domestic terrorist group, and oh shit, now we can go and round up all these fucking domestic terrorists, right? And if you guys fight back, you're gonna be shooting police officers who are trying to enforce the law. That's gonna be spun in the media, and oh God, now we have these fucking gun nut crazy people in the woods murdering police officers. Most people are not gonna want to be part of that, even if they like. Right? They're not going to want to risk their families, risk
Yes.
their lives, etc.
Back to blue or
to-
Second
to-
Amendment?
To protect
sides
your
would have
your
this moral
your
conflict,
desire
right?
your desire to have your fucking toys.
Doobie, you're right. This is why I said, like, Wick's analogy with turning up the water with the frog, I think is really relevant here. I agree with you that if you start eating away at the Second Amendment, you could get to a point where enough of the U.S. populace is disarmed to where it doesn't matter anymore. That's why it's so important to, like, not even start to let it get
Keep
to that
doing it.
point, right? Like, yeah, keep it as it is now politically as much as
No,
we
to
can.
keep eating it away.
No, don't keep eating away, because then it will get to the point where they'll take away all the
There's
guns.
no good reason for like the
Doobie.
average civilian to have like a handgun, right? Or
Doobie.
What are you talking about? There's no good reason.
Okay,
and there's no good
Really
reason
quick,
for this to be the case.
as much as I want to go down that road, can we? That's not the point. Unless we want to do that, and we're gonna go completely off the tyranny shit. That's fine. But that's a
how's
whole
this
fucking other-
tyrannical? Right? How's I mean, do you think all laws are tyrannical? Like, is that your position?
No.
Because I feel like it's reasonable to say, hey, these things are
be-
dangerous to our country. People are murdered thousands of people are being murdered every year because people are allowed to have these toys, and because people get impulsive, they get drunk, whatever the fuck it is, and they end up shooting themselves or other people. So we're going to say, hey, actually,
Really
this is
quick.
too dangerous for people to have, right? So that's not tyranny. That's a government taking care of its people and making sure that its people aren't hurting themselves.
Okay, one. So the question is a tyrannical government. So yeah, I guess if you again want to talk about this government that is not completely tyrannical yet, then yeah, we can talk about that.
What do you mean by
But,
tyrannical?
I was talking about like a U.S. or somebody comes in, becomes like a dictator, starts removes
So
the freedom of
some-
speech,
okay,
removes
so
the Second
some, like,
Amendment.
So the
removes the
Nazis are
Fourth
reborn,
Amendment.
and yeah,
Um,
that's not. But I think the realistic way this could happen in the United States isn't that, right? It's not like some dictator popping up
Okay.
overnight and converting half the population to like Nazi drones, right? What seems more reasonable is something like happened in Australia. Right, where there's some big event or multiple big events, and eventually people just get tired of kids dying, get tired of people being
Yes.
murdered on the fucking streets, get tired of people shooting themselves, and say, hey, actually, we don't want these fucking guns in our neighborhoods anymore. That's
People
way
would
more.
not-
That's more
nope.
realistic.
People would not comply with that. Is my point. People would.
They'd be breaking the
I
law.
lost my gun in the lake. I lost my gun in the river. I don't know what gun you're talking about. Nobody knows how many guns
Okay, and then what
anybody has, or
happens?
Doobie,
people lie.
American gun
Hold on,
culture.
Doobie, do
Wait.
you know how
Hey,
many
one at a
guns
time.
people
there
One
are?
at a
lie.
time.
People
One
lie.
at a time.
Okay, can we just run out? So someone says, actually, officer, I don't have that gun anymore. Right? And the officer says, okay, cool. And then later he's out shooting in his fucking backyard or in the desert somewhere and he gets caught with a gun. Well, shit, suddenly you got an illegal firearm and you're going to fucking prison because you've lied to the police. You put our country at risk. You put the community at risk. So you're going to jail because you have an illegal firearm. So yeah, lie to the cops if you want to, but the moment you get fucking caught, you're going to
Okay.
prison.
All right, but I think the bar that you've gotten to is guns are illegal in the United States, and I think enough people would find that to be a violation of constitutional, like
You can change
very
the
fucking.
Constitution.
I understand, but until
Well,
you
that's
do,
what I'm advocating for.
okay.
I'm
well,
not advocating for
again,
doing this before the Constitution. Obviously, you
well,
can't
guess what?
take away
If you
people's guns
do it
before you
by
change
the
the
letter of the
Constitution.
law and you do it in a
Let me
lawful way,
ask the rest of
and
the panel right now because I'm
I
curious.
guess it is a different story. But okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So I understand that the specific topic was whether or not regulated militias would be effective against the U.S. military. But do we want to extend it to whether or not we should be having the Second Amendment at all? Do we want to extend it to that? I'll let you all decide.
It's fine.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna do that.
even if we were to stay on the
Does
original
anyone
topic,
not want that? Let me know, please. Don't be shy. Okay. Paradigm doesn't want
Well,
that.
I mean,
to go
like,
that way.
I feel like I can just keep hammering that point home, but we can get off on the
you
more
can't
muddy.
hammer shit right now, actually. So, Wick, even if we were to stay on the original topic, right? So, if you guys are going to argue that actually, militias in the United States would actually be a problem to the U.S. military and could actually do some real damage to the government, to our communities, etc., and to people who are opposed. That's just more reason to get the guns out of these fucking crazy people's hands. I don't want an ISIS-style group popping up in the United States and taking over the fucking country or swaths of the country, right? So if your argument is, oh god, actually these militia groups are extremely dangerous, well shit, we should probably get rid of them.
Having the possibility for being dangerous or being able to, cause a lot of damage is not the same as being dangerous.
Currently. Right, but the moment you try to take the toys away, you're
now
going to murder
saying,
people.
So go.
What
okay,
you're saying
go,
is the moment
so
you try to take
taking
their
all
fucking
those,
toys away, is they're going to murder people. They're going to murder cops. They're going to murder soldiers.
So
they're going to
you're
murder.
taking-
They're going to murder politicians who try to take their toys away.
Okay, so
Try to take their
when they
property
go-
away.
When they
Toys.
go to a modern day Black Panther, militia, and they start blasting these, African American gun owners.
What do the Black
do you not
Panthers have to do with anything? What do
Well,
you mean? Do you think that
hold
police
on.
are just going to show up and shoot people at random? That's not what I'm
you
talking
don't
about.
you don't think a lot of people are going to have a moral confliction with the shit that's going on there?
No,
Then
who
I
just
would have to
pass a
say,
law?
brought up?
do we not live in America right now?
Yeah, like what's happening?
What are,
Take it
shooting
away,
Black
Paradigm.
Panthers
Panthers.
at
I
random?
mean, he laid
not
out the
talking
carpet
about
for you.
there-
I'm not talking
I'm
about
s-
shooting
is
the police
there a
showing up and shooting
disconnect?
people at random. I'm saying, hey, if it's illegal now to have these firearms, and these groups saying, hey, if you take our firearms, we're going to fucking murder you, right? People are probably going to say, hey, these groups are dangerous. We shouldn't have these groups of firearms because they're fucking dangerous.
You're not
hear just
you're not
before
going
you
to
respond,
constitutionally.
before you
You're not
respond,
going to get a constitutional
before
amendment
you
to take people's guns
respond,
away.
before you respond to that point, I am curious, right? Because Paradigm looked like he had something to say on the Black Panthers content. And I think I know what he's
Do
going to
it.
say. I think I know where he's going to go, but I'm going to let him go there. Go ahead.
Why you doing this? Why you setting the stage for this, man? Yeah, everybody knows where I'm gonna go because it's like, if you think it wouldn't happen to a modern day Black Panther Party, then what do you think happened to the original one? Like, I'm just really
in there.
trying.
That's not
I'm
why
really
they-
trying to like make you recognize that like the only reason why we even have a law about protesting with guns at the Capitol is because we were like, no, we don't want that group doing that shit right now.
I know the history.
So wait,
So-
isn't that an argument in favor of
Please
us
don't-
then? If we're
Yes,
opposed to those
dude.
laws?
They weren't
Because
coming in there.
They're racist laws, right? They were founded on racist intentions. They were trying to disarm black people.
No.
We should get rid of those laws.
No.
and what
Yes.
happened? And what happened?
Yes, they were. Yeah, these fucking racists try to take away guns from black people. That's what happened. Fuck the racists. Put the guns back in the hands of black people, right?
Yes, that's my point.
What currently exists as a dynamic in this country? Those laws still exist.
Let's repeal them. Hey, come with me.
Let's repeal.
Let's join the NRA with me. Let's go repeal them.
What trying to say is it seems that the only people who respond that they're going to murder people are these crazy, sadly, right-wing militias, because they already took those rights away from other people, and it didn't cause stir that you're looking at.
I agree. Gun control proponents are deeply racist. I agree with you.
Yeah, they are. And also, all my point with that is that there would be a lot of fucking hubbub about fucking anybody going in and shooting several fucking black people just for the fact of owning guns when we just saw a summer of fucking rioting over a much darker, like grayer fucking contention,
Son,
like something
you
that
know they did that.
Well, how do you get to them just shooting black people for owning guns? I'm saying, hey, if this is illegal, and they say, hey, actually, black people, if you want to use black people, I don't know why you went straight to black people, but if you want to use black people, or you say, hey, black people, it's illegal to own these guns now. You got to. And those black people say, hey, no, actually, cops, we're not going to turn these guns over. And then they resist. Yeah, there could be a gunfight that happens. But that isn't them just shooting black people at random like you're trying to portray it. That's these black people who are criminals now holding illegal firearms and willing to use violence to keep their illegal firearms. So they should be shot.
That's what you're talking about, a hypothetical where the United States has completely banned firearms.
Not even completely. We could just say certain styles, right? So if we banned rifles or handguns, I'd really like to ban handguns. If we did that, right? Do you think that these scenarios wouldn't play out? You wouldn't have people like yourself or others who are obsessed with their fucking toys, who like would say, hey, cops, if you try to take my gun away, I'm gonna shoot you. You honestly think that wouldn't happen?
I actually want to
I do
give
think
an
that would
example.
happen. I would
Yeah,
I think that would happen on a
want to give an actual
I think that would happen on a
plausible
wide
scenario.
scale.
I want to hear Be Weird.
Pretty
I want to hear Be
plausible
Weird.
scenario.
I want to hear Be Weird. Be Weird. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
I gave an example earlier of how this could actually play out, which would support Todd's argument, which is, let's say president gets assassinated and it's a sort of weird ascension of power, some new person who takes over the arms of the executive and uses that military might, and people recognize this. Do you think that people in the Second Amendment community are going to be bonding across the political aisle when this happens? Or do you think people are going to fall back into their political camps? That's the key problem. You keep using these words like community, but community only stretches so far. And when the problem is urban and rural, it's very hard to create those like battle lines. Those very like supply lines are going to be incredibly difficult to manage. Like, I think that's kind of the key problem here.
Yeah, what's
You
more
don't
like
have
this, you'd have like a
be
balkanization
horribly
where they're
messy.
like different factions of like fucking little militias and warlords murdering each other for like their different ideological positions.
Yeah.
Like they're not gonna say,
just
oh
plenty.
god, we all like guns,
And
so let's work
again,
together.
Balkanization.
Another point to this is it works as a deterrent. Like, obviously, that if we did enact these laws and somehow you did constitutionally amend it and make it so that fucking basically all firearms or every one that would be useful within a modern combat would be banned, like it would be horribly, horribly messy. So we don't do it. That's why it's a good deterrence. It's like a nuclear program. Like, God forbid we ever have to launch those fucking nukes. But like, yeah, if we do, it's going to be horrible and devastating. Like a lot of bad shit's going to happen. But I guess you're right.
If we take the toys away, they're going to kill people.
Yes, you're right.
So we shouldn't.
I can see in America that it's 4 countries, Texas, California, you got the legislative bloc in the Northeast and then the Midwest states, and I can see those battle lines appearing. That's like one scenario.
So
this is so larpy. I can't see it.
It's like a fantasy, maybe, but like I don't know. Otherwise, it's one and done.
It's pretty.
The military have way too much power.
It's pretty larpy. But one more question I had, and I thought of it. I mean, it's not really the government, right? But like, wouldn't a community being armed? Yes, I think it would protect itself. It would be able to protect itself better from a government kind of coming into and taking their shit and fucking them up, which is why every dictator takes away the guns first. But doesn't that also? I know there's but there's some examples, I think, of communities using firearms to defend themselves against other communities, right? I mean, isn't that
Sure.
isn't
But
that
no,
fucking
can
useful?
you give me
Isn't that?
can you give me an example in the modern, like I'm talking the last
Yes.
50, 60 years,
Yes.
of a community defending itself successfully against the U.S.
Yes.
government,
Against
America.
against the U.S. government?
the U.S. military?
Yeah, I don't think the U.S. military has like
The
crossed the line.
FBI, the wake, like the FBI, ATF, any
We have
government
not.
institutional
of those.
police.
I mean,
I don't
under
think
under
there's
a
any
theory of
suggestion.
under a theory of deterrence. I mean, I guess we don't know fully like how much it has been deterred in certain respects. But no, I can't think of a single example. I mean, I can't think of I can't think of examples of communities defending themselves against other communities that are attacking them. I can point examples to
so
that.
basically what Lactoid is actually pointing to is the idea that the way to fix racism in the United States is you arm the racists, then you arm the non-racists, and you have them shoot each other in the streets.
No, if you arm a community, if you arm a community, it's absolutely. If you
name them specifically, what
yes,
communities?
so the Korean community during the LA riots, they used firearms to defend themselves against other communities that were coming in and destroying their shit. Right? Whenever you put guns in the
rioters.
It was rioters made up of surrounding communities. It wasn't the Koreans that were destroying their own. It wasn't the Koreans that were destroying their own shit.
Hold on, there were Koreans. During the LA riots, there were Koreans who were raiding other Korean shops.
They were a statistical. They were like a statistical irrelevancy, right? It was the Korean community defending.
Small group, but to say that a community is attacking the Koreans makes it seem like some kind of race war. It wasn't that. There were riots happening. These people were attacking every fucking community.
Okay, then the community. Yeah, sure.
Shops. And yes, some of these shops were owned by Koreans who had
No.
guns and shot people.
No. This is a complete rejection of the history of the LA riots, right? The Korean community specifically, because America is very segregated, had like an incredibly segregated, isolated community, right? They were an insular community, and the police, yes, it was absolutely true, and the police defended the white communities, right, in LA, but they weren't defending the Koreans. They left the Koreans to themselves, and the Koreans had to defend themselves, right? This is absolutely true. This is absolutely true, Doobie. They defended themselves. This is an example of, again, when you arm communities, like it makes it much more difficult for other communities to come in and attack them, even if those communities are armed as well. Because again, deterrence. Even if you have a gun, you're gonna defend your own property. You're gonna defend your own community more. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna be more incentivized to go and attack another community if you know they also have guns and they also have the ability to defend themselves, which is again what you saw.
Okay, I think that your telling of this event is like ahistorical.
I read the whole Wikipedia, Doobie, okay?
So the police didn't back off and protect the white communities, right? That's not true. They backed out entirely because they didn't have the gear necessary to protect any communities there, right?
They protected the white communities.
No, they didn't. The reality was that the places where the riot was happening were primarily populated by minority people. Right, so they didn't retreat to the white communities. Just that the riots weren't happening in the white communities; they were happening in the black and brown communities primarily. No, it's not true that they only protected the white communities.
Okay.
Now, secondly, say that the Koreans were isolated when they were in fucking South LA, surrounded by black and brown people. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. They weren't isolated. They lived in the area like everybody else, right? So when shops are being torn apart by rioters and looters and shit, yeah, a lot of those shops in chunks were Korean shops.
Was there a Koreatown?
Some of those people shot the rioters, shot the looters.
What was there a Koreatown?
What you don't hear is that there were black and brown business owners on the other side of town who also tried to protect their business with guns.
Yes, I would like them to be armed as well.
This wasn't a specific community.
Was there a Koreatown?
What this was business owners who valued their property over the lives of rioters. That's all.
Okay. Okay, was there a Koreatown?
Yes, there is a Koreatown.
Yeah. Was Koreatown attacked during the LA riots disproportionately?
No.
Okay. I guess this is an empirical question. I encourage everyone to do your own research. Koreatown was absolutely attacked, and they defended themselves.
I'm not familiar enough with the LA riots to say which side is correct here. So, yes, do the research on your own. Don't listen to streamers for research, gang.
Doobie just said when I brought up dictators taking away guns like from people they wanted to oppress. Doobie said based. I want to point that out. I'm not sure it was ironic. I don't know if that was. Okay. Again.
Well, the reality is, I think some people should be oppressed, right? So if you're suggesting that these militia groups are dangerous, right? And that if you try to take their toys away, they're gonna overthrow the government and murder people. Then yeah, these people shouldn't have their weapons. They should be oppressed, right? We shouldn't allow them to be running around with rifles and body armor. So
Oh
if that's
wait,
oppression
no.
for you,
No,
then yeah,
no,
Wait,
I'm
Doobie,
saying the
Doobie,
Stop,
dictators.
Doobie, I want,
I want to give
can,
Paradigm some
yeah, can
space
I,
here.
can
Go ahead.
I,
Go ahead.
because
Very
they're
fine,
gonna
I'm
clip
here.
the shit out of this.
Engage.
Okay, Doobie,
Engage.
I want to add on to that point because it's funny that you made the quip about I want people to be oppressed, but like that's kind of intrinsically how this society works with guns. We say we don't want them in the hands of dangerous people. We say that all the time. It's about the person behind the gun, not the gun itself. Well, then, if you can agree that this person shouldn't have a gun, isn't that infringing upon his Second Amendment right? But we all agree this person is dangerous. So if you're getting groups of these people together where their sole intention is based on the Second Amendment, and if you come take our guns, we're going to kill you, I don't think you want them to have guns because that doesn't serve your purpose of defending your Second Amendment right. It's for everybody, not just for some random gun nuts to go around shooting police officers, shooting random people, whatnot. So while people can use these things for defense of their property, of their livelihoods, of themselves, at the same point you are giving credence to if everybody should have it, then nobody should have it because it's going to get into the hands of these dangerous people whether we want them to or not. If you don't have a gun and nobody has a gun, you don't need guns. I don't think we're going to want to need guns in the year 5000. I hope we're not still shooting people in the year like 2100. I hope we can just like kind of clear this entire like country of them, but that's oppressing people. I have no choice. You've given me no choice. Y'all have said yourselves, yo, if somebody comes to take my gun, I'm clapping you. I kind of don't want you to have a gun.
exactly.
For what? For what?
I
For
said that
what?
if you did it in an unconstitutional manner.
No, that's ridiculous. So you're telling me
What
that
do you mean it's
hold on, you're
ridiculous?
telling me
That's
that
a
if
pretty
we
good
pass a
bar to
law,
hold.
if
It's
the
a pretty
majority
good
of the
bar to hold.
population, hold on, if we manage to pass a constitutional amendment, right, to get rid of the Second Amendment, and then we pass like democratically voted to say, hey, you can't have your guns anymore, Mr. Half-Baked, you would be like,
Can-
oh, okay, cool, here are my guns.
Yet, if they went through the process, I'm sorry, Doobie, you may not have been watching.
You said
earlier,
they
but
had lied to the
I
cops when I was
said-
here. You said you lied to the cops, so you don't have the gun anymore.
I said
So
that's
would
what
you
a
or would
lot
you
of
not turn
people
your car?
would do.
Would
I
you
said
do
that's
it?
what a lot
Would you
of
turn
people
over
would
your guns
do.
or not?
I said people would say X.
Would you
but
turn over your guns or not?
if they did it in a constitutional manner, I don't think I have a choice. As somebody who lives in America, I would have to move somewhere that allowed me to, keep.
You'd
my,
move out of
keep
the
my firearms.
country to keep your fucking toys?
Yeah, if the United States became so like our cultural ethos degraded so far that the Second Amendment was no longer a part of them and the right to keep and bear arms, yeah, I would find it. I'd probably move somewhere that allowed me to keep them.
Okay, so
think
here's
you
what
keep
Doobie's
going
gonna
with that.
say. Here's what Doobie's gonna say. He's gonna say, "Wow, is that your only attachment to this country?" Because that's
I
funny
was gonna
because
say
Yeah,
that, actually.
exactly.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's what I was
people
gonna
who have
say.
a lot of rights taken away.
That's
right
not
now,
what
and
he
like,
said.
That's not what I said.
That's not
Hold
what he
on.
said at all.
I said if our culture or the American ethos had evolved from its initial state so much, that would involve a lot of other things. You'd have to start doing a lot of other things before you just fucking somehow constitutionally ban firearms in the United States. It's so ludicrous that we didn't even think about it as an idea until you hopped in
You
here,
guys were in
Doobie,
here
at, like,
talking
an
about a
hour and 30
fascist
minutes.
dictator rising up and
I wasn't
overthrowing the government
trying to.
overnight. And this is fucking ludicrous to you?
That's
Like,
what that.
come on. No, please.
No,
So
we're
be
having a
honest
different
with me.
conversation.
Be honest
No,
with
we're
me.
having a
Wait,
different
one second.
conversation, Doobie.
Please.
Sorry.
I want you to fully bake your take right now, okay? So if all
Let's
we
do it.
did, right, was remove gun rights, right? And say, hey, Half-Baked, you can no longer have firearms in the United States. You turn them over then, right? If that was all that happened.
Yo, Pixie, thank you for the raid. Bake your take. Pixie, hey gang, we're having an
Thank you.
interesting discussion here.
Thanks.
We're talking about the Second Amendment and whether or not it would be sufficient to stop a tyrannical government. We're also getting a little, here and there into is the Second Amendment important? Should we even have it? But mostly, I'm trying to keep us on that first bit.
Yeah, fuck you, Pixie. I'm joking. man. I'm
Welcome,
sorry, I love
welcome.
you.
I heard you got again. You should just stop reading all your chats. To be clear, yeah, don't trust your chatters. They're lesser. ignored.
Okay, it's baked. Please. That's all we've done. You know, you can no longer have guns. Everything else is the same. What do you say?
Could be. Like this document,
Just answer the fucking
it's
question.
pretty fucking solid, and it's maintained. It's like
The Constitution
relative.
has changed dozens of times over the centuries.
No, the answer is no.
It is
Yeah,
not.
so you would
It
leave
has
the
not
country,
devolved
right?
much from its initial ethos. And what I said was,
Okay,
if
Mr.
it
Take,
did,
you would leave
that
the country
would.
then.
Yeah,
If
in
all
that
we did,
situation, I
if
would.
all we did was remove
Wait,
gun
no,
rights,
if
you
they
would leave the
just
country.
remove gun rights, no. If that
So
somehow
why'd you have so much
magically
trouble answering
happened,
that
if
question?
that somehow magically happened, no, I wouldn't.
And you would turn over your guns at that point, right?
If tomorrow, constitutionally, you as an American could not, it just repeals the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Repeals it. We just repeal the Second
Democratically,
Amendment.
they went through the whole thing.
Yeah,
Do you turn over all your guns?
Yes, I have to turn over all
No.
my guns.
Okay,
No, but
beautiful.
yeah. My answer is no. Okay, my guns are not
Then I
only
move.
my guns are not only an
Okay.
extension of myself; they're also an extension of my manhood. And I'm not
Okay.
going to like
That's the
to
problem.
forcibly
Hold on, hold on,
feminize
wait, wait,
myself
hold on. I would
under
like
your
to- no,
tyrannical Hitlerian
I'm gonna let him
bullshit.
finish. I'm gonna let him
Sorry,
finish. I'm gonna let him finish, but I would like to answer.
Yeah, Lactoid, finish
so-
your rant and then
Yeah,
Paradigm.
finish your rant. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if the government passes a law that says we're gonna like infringe on your foundational rights, we're gonna fuck you up, we're gonna come take your shit, that's critically important
Like
to.
taxes?
So yeah, so to some extent, there's a reason why I want to like get rid of
You
taxes.
shoot
Now,
people when they try to take your tax.
Don't
money?
distract him. Doobie, stop. Just stop distracting him. I want to hear right in
And
your
then
rant
argument, you
somehow
gotta-
before you finish,
afraid
and then
of
we're
what
gonna
you're
let
gonna hear.
Paradigm go. But I want you to answer this. How is having a gun an extension of your manhood? If
it's
I
how you project power, right?
Okay.
No one can come to my house and like fuck with me. No one can come attack me if someone tries to come stab me, right?
You're
Like
not trolling. Lactoid, you're not trolling, right?
He knows.
so I am dead. So hold on. So I am.
Lactoid is being
You're a
honest.
strong.
I'm dead serious. Look, when I swore an oath as an attorney to the Constitution, okay, it was to the Constitution in its current shape. If they removed the First and Second Amendments, if they removed other amendments, and we turned into like some Hitlerian hellhole, no, I wouldn't respect that.
in its current state, dude.
do
In its
everything in my
current
power
state,
to
the
change.
Constitution allows itself to be changed, right?
Right. And so yeah, so if it changed on like critical elements that I think are like foundational to freedom, if it changed in the Bill of Rights to a beyond a point,
I guess
I'm
it's a
saying
different
fuck it. It's a different country at that
Yeah,
point.
I want to hear from
country.
Paradigm.
It's a
I want to hear from Paradigm. Go ahead, Paradigm. You said you wanted to go at him. Go at him.
Yes. I can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
you can
sir.
hear me. Okay. I'm a big fan of like when I participate on these panels, like listening. I don't got no games on in the background. It's just got faces. It get weird after a bit, but I use my ADHD. I flick around. But one thing that I really do good at is memory retention. I don't know why. Maybe it's trauma. It's something I got to work out. But it's like I'm really good at hearing things. You both have conditions that are tied to the Second Amendment and your understanding of the principle of yourselves, that if it were to be gone, it would cause significant harm to your personhood, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
It would. Okay.
It would violate my rights.
Personhood?
Okay.
Yeah. I guess.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I think of it as
okay.
an unalienable right. So yes.
So you said and this is what you said. Now I'm going to hone in here. Todd, you said that if society degraded long enough that this was the point that it would be at. What
I guess.
type of system would you have to live in for America to degrade far enough that we would get to that point? What is the term for that? The erosion, the degradation, like the erosion of rights. That delay is killing me, bro.
He's bacon.
Bad. He's bacon.
My bad, dog. I can pop
I'm getting
out.
baked.
I do apologize, but I really don't have anything I can do at the moment. I can pop out and pop.
The
pop back
audio is
in.
fine. Just answer the
Beautiful.
question, please. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Can you reword it? My bad, dude. You
Like,
got me.
what would it take
fucking-
for the-
Now I'm looking at.
What's the society that you would be building after this? Like, if this would actually get to a critical case.
I don't
The
think that was the
question we're
No,
all
question.
hold
kind
on.
of dancing
No,
around
that
is,
wasn't the question. The question,
sorry,
as I
Steve.
understood it, in Paradigm, please, you're here, so you could just correct me if I'm wrong. But is what kind of system would have to be in place for things to disagree? For example, what sort of institutional things would have to happen? What sort of politics would have to be put into play? What sort of steps would the government have to take, etc.?
That is
Headline.
100% correct.
Thank
I
you.
just the amount that would have to change and to it would just be like a crazy. I just think it's way bigger than just what Doobie put as the hypothetical, where it's just like, okay, overnight, guns are gone. I'm sorry. Wait, what?
No,
What's going?
I'm rooting for you. You keep going. Just like you're describing something, and I want you to. I wonder if you know what you're describing.
I think you guys are misunderstanding what America is. Like, there's
Oh, wait.
these ethos that these documents are built on that I identify with, and if somehow, I don't want to say degradation, and you keep saying like degrade, like it's more of like that would be an evolution in America's history, but I think it would become America wouldn't be what I identify with. I would do everything in my fucking power to fight to keep these ethos as core to our principles as possible. But the moment that that's gone, we're not talking about the same America that I signed a fucking document and put my right hand up for and thought a lot of times like, hey, dude, you might have to go and take a fucking bullet for X. Like, I joined during the Afghanistan war. Like,
I get
dude,
what you're saying.
Brainwash the fuck
like,
out of you.
I get what you're
I
saying. I want
don't-
to any
I
response to
wouldn't say
that
so, but
from anyone else first of all.
I would like to try to steelman that, I guess.
No,
we're
we have enough Steelman. He's here to Steelman. He can Steelman
Okay.
himself.
Steal
Lactoid's his
himself?
friend.
like,
I
Well,
want yeah.
I like the idea that America is this culture that has a certain level of self-reliance of trying to evolve itself, but I just don't see that it's going to be moving in the same direction. I just don't think that there's going to be a unifying culture. If it does get to a critical point, the 2A community will form its
right.
own
Here.
You're right.
own little
You would need
community,
you would need a mass unification to get a constitutional amendment.
Yeah, I want quite to a question of the people
You
who
know
think
how-
this is crazy.
How hard it is to fucking get a constitutional amendment.
Right.
Go ahead,
The question to the people who think this is crazy, right? Yeah, I think it's perfect. If the Second Amendment goes away, this is not the America that we currently have loyalty to. In the same way that if the 13th Amendment went away, I think a lot of you would also be kind of fucking mad and wouldn't have loyalty to the country if they went that far. Because now not only is the 13th Amendment gone, but we live in a culture that got rid of it. And if we live in a culture that got rid of it, fuck the culture.
Any
Wick,
response?
Where did they
Wick,
go?
Wick, Doobie, one of y'all take that one. That's. I'm sorry, and I know there's an entertainment factor to this. Wick trying to get subs, which you should sub, because like,
Good content.
these shows don't fucking exist no more. So whatever, man. Like, you do your thing. You do you, right? We ain't here for the bullshit.
I'm being dead serious.
I don't want to. The reason why I want them to answer that is because, and I'm being just straight up honest with you, real, like, man to man, if we was face to face, I say this to you, that's too easy. That's too easy.
You
The
think it's too
response to that
easy
is like,
that if I lost the First Amendment and the Second Amendment and the Fourth Amendment and the fucking 13th Amendment, you don't think it would be fucking too easy? Or okay, I'll remove the 13th. I'll take the 13th away. But you take those three away, just for like that specific thing, yeah. And then I think everybody would be under the same assumption. If the 13th Amendment was repealed, we'd all probably not find allegiance.
I'm gonna
to
just say
that
what's on
country
everybody's
either.
mind because Doobie want to say it. I guess that's kind of his your shtick. But why you keep bringing up the 13th Amendment? That's really like I'm
you're black.
wondering.
Because
Yeah, right,
no, because that's an amendment that you that you fucking liberals.
It's why he went to the cops shooting down a bunch of black people random earlier. He's just.
I brought up Koreans in the LA riot. Okay, this
I
is
was
no.
talking about you.
How is
Okay,
it
okay.
wrong to try
Well,
to
I was the one that brought up the
identify
13th Amendment.
and try to
Yeah,
relate
well, that time wasn't
a
you. Okay.
point to somebody.
Okay.
Hold on, Paradigm. Do you think I'm doing that in a malicious or
No,
like?
it's a
Wait,
funny
hold on.
coincidence. And
No.
that's not. You're taking it too far. You're thinking too deep. You're thinking too deep. It's for the clip.
man.
It's for the clip,
No.
bro. It's for the clip. That's it.
No,
Nobody
man,
thinks
come
I'm
on.
serious
I told you
about
I
that.
don't give
It's
a
a
fuck about this, and
reasonable.
you're gonna body me like that?
I said it was too easy.
bodying.
Did I
Oh,
not
shit.
say that?
Look, I wasn't
Did
gonna
I-
go there.
You've been
Right.
bodied.
Right. I didn't. I'm messing with you. We're being boys. We're being funny.
I think
Like,
you're a little bit
relax.
racist, but you're white, so it's expected.
So I want to engage with the point though.
Yes,
that
please.
Lifeblood
Can we
made,
go back to
right?
it?
We can see that like there are certain amendments, right, that don't affect me. They don't have really a lot, and so if they went away, okay, right, like
Yeah.
fair. To you, the Second Amendment is very important, but to me and to millions of other Americans, it might not be that important. Now, to be clear, I like the Second Amendment. Guns are fun. They're a fun toy to have, right? I enjoy going to the
Toy.
shooting range or going into the my rural backyard and shooting at bottles, right? Pow, pow, pow. It's fun, right? But I would not give up my citizenship. I would not forsake my country if, through democratic means, the country decided that they were going to adjust, repeal, or replace this amendment.
What about the
I would not-
13th? What about the 13th
Right?
Amendment? Would you do then?
If
Even
there
though
was a-
it wouldn't affect you that much, right? But let's say they repealed the 13th Amendment,
No,
right?
I understand. That's a fundamentally different thing. I think these are fundamentally different things. Not every amendment is built the same,
I agree with that.
right? And so,
Yeah,
like I said, you,
very true.
I understand that to you, the Second Amendment is like guns are kind of like an extension of your penis, right? But for me, it's just not the case, right? I got enough guns. How I'm
use
built
guns to hide
natural.
us.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Having the ability to
So-
defend myself, my family, and my country against a tyrannical government are all. Yeah, I guess that's
But
a
yeah,
That's what I meant by
that.
manhood. By the way,
If
that's what I
if
meant by
what
that.
You mean by manhood, Wick? Then yeah, I guess
The
sure.
Second
Yeah.
Amendment
I'll fucking
won't
whip
do
that
that. This
dick
is the
out and
argument.
slap it
This is
on
the
the
argument
table.
we're having, Todd.
Yes.
This is the argument we're having. My point here, right, is that the Second Amendment is not sufficient and would not stop a tyrannical government. They would destroy you.
You need so much more. You need
I'll point you
communitarian
to a
resistance.
dozen examples. I just also linked a bunch of shit in the chat that talks about how the American military is not necessarily just, logistically ready, but even like ideologically ready to fight this war. And they're from super duper right wing outlets like Vox and foreignpolicy.com. So I mean those those super big fucking
Think
right
about
wing
what you're
militia
saying.
types.
One of the writers is Stephen Marsh. That is one of my sources. It's a left-wing Canadian writer who wrote The Next Civil War, and he would say that, like, the American military has overwhelming power and influence and would absolutely be able to take this apart. But the problem is still going to end up being like power lines, like who's the civilian in charge of the military, and that's probably like the best case argument I can see for this. Generally, the U.S. you need more than just the Second Amendment. You need a culture of resistance that's built off of a community that has shared values, and Second Amendment is a very thin pool to draw from for a lot of people.
I want
I
to.
want to give a chance to Lactoid, but also Doobie wanted to say something. So go ahead, Lactoid, real quick, and then I want to get to Doobie.
Well, I just need to say I have to jump off for I got another show
Oh
coming
yeah.
up.
Oh, I
Right.
lost track
Actually,
of
I
the
do too.
time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
so
in that case, okay. Thanks for coming. This has been a very heated debate. It's been very interesting discussion. I want to thank all my guests for appearing. Doobie, thanks for being willing to jump in and allowing me to exploit you for gifts, gift subs and bits and super chats. That was based of you. Gang, what do we got coming up? And then I'll give all these people a brief. We'll start with you two, right? We'll start with Lactoid. So Tuesday's a call-in show. Wednesday, we're going to have Shark Zero. We're going to have Kidology. We're going to have Double Shine and a bunch of others. We're going to be talking about sensitivity readers, okay, and how they're making massive amounts of changes to works such as Willy Wonka, James and the Giant Peach, The Witches, and a bunch of his books. And is that censorship? Should that be allowed? What should we do about it? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it neutral? Let's talk about it. But Lactoid, go ahead. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for the whole panel. Great talk. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube and Twitter. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And gang, we're not ending after this. We're just moving to the next section, to the open section. Doobie, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm coming for your guns. Okay, I'm gonna vote for everybody who wants to take your guns away forever. That's it.
Paradigm, go
Okay,
ahead.
bye.
What's your thoughts here?
This was fun. I thought it wasn't gonna be. I thought it was gonna be kind of boring, but y'all put a smile on my face, a genuine smile on my face, and that don't happen too often. So appreciate you for that. Thank you for hosting me, and I hope to be back on one day.
What's up?
Hey, I'm streaming on my end, by the way, so
Yeah, I am too.
don't be racist.
Don't be racist. Oh no, or at least don't be racist and be racist in accordance with TOS, right?
It's a tall order
Isn't
for
being
some people.
racist isn't being racist just a state of being?
Yeah, be racist against white people. You'll be okay.
True.
Like any self-respecting leftist.
Twitch is pretty fond of racism against the whites.
Yeah, that's why
Love
Hassan
it.
got banned for saying cracker.
Aren't you streaming right now?
Yeah.
I'm not calling anyone it. You can say the word cracker. Like, what, you can't say you can't eat like
Okay.
cracker.
Twitch mods, I did not say it. Don't. It's...
You can
Technically
say
speaking-
it.
Technically speaking, you can say any racial slur to include the N-word, according to TOS, no matter what skin color you are. And so long as you're not specifically targeting a person with it, which is what the TOS is. Now, for cracker, they use that appropriately. For the N-word, they don't. They just ban people that don't have the right skin tone. But for cracker, they follow the TOS pretty clearly.
Well, there's just a lot of history behind that word. It's different. Okay.
Wow, I was just seriously talking about this with my boyfriend. This is like exact thing.
Do they
Okay,
want to say the
speaking
N-word?
of-
That's-
What?
Speaking of the N-word, I just saw a tweet
Again,
of
we're
a
two of
woman
us are
who was an interpreter, a white woman who was an interpreter at a rap concert.
Mm-hmm.
And the question is, of course, you know that word appears in many of the songs. Does she sign out that word or not?
Oh no, I don't know.
I mean, okay, so if there's a difference between an A and a hard R, there has to be a difference between
Well-
signing the word. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, I would equate it to subtitles, and I think most subtitles will usually censor it. Like on YouTube, they will.
I think
Plus,
the
there's also-
consensus was in the thread was that her job, her job is to be an interpreter for the band, and
Just
so
the
they-
messenger.
right. Also,
sorry?
you kind of have to.
Yeah, just
you
the
also have to think
messenger.
about the fact. You also have to think about the fact that, like, when you're signing or any form of interpretation, but signing as well, you're in like a stream of consciousness, right? Because like you're saying what they're saying right after it, and like whilst also trying to maintain your brain into hearing what they're currently saying. Now, obviously, with rap, you know the song, so you know the lyrics ahead of time, but even still, there's still a bit of like a stream of consciousness going there where like it would be more difficult to self-censor in that instance, right?
I would what would you call that? Divert to the signing community, because if there's a sign for it, I'm sure they've already had this conversation internally. So
I
I'd
mean, I don't really
say-
care what the sign community has to say about it, but fair enough.
Well, I mean, they
I
go over
mean,
the
okay,
ethics of it. I'm sure.
Okay, sign
Yeah, I'm
community's
sure they've
one thing,
talked
but-
about it before. I'm sure, you know what I mean, which means they
I mean, it's a
probably have had these
job.
discussions. Yeah.
Yeah, the signing community is one thing, but the interpretation community, right? If it's your job to interpret, whether it's to interpret by sign language or into like another spoken language. Like there's surely that conversation's been had in terms of how accurately you have to
Right.
render that translation.
I remember watching something from like the Daily Show like a while ago that was about like Trump and how they can translate the words that they say, and they usually just kind of like say it in a way that kind of gets the point across, but isn't directly, verbatim per se, because it doesn't,
I-
translate directly. So maybe that's kind of like
Yeah,
what
I think
the
there was that question about the what was it that he said about like
grab her by the pussy thing.
no, the countries, the shithole countries.
Oh yeah, it was around.
There was some conversation as to whether, you could say that on cable news. Could you say it on network news? That sort of thing. I think they didn't say it on network news, but they did on like CNN and Fox and whatever. Well, Fox probably just ignored it.
I think that
but,
censoring of just random like curse words is kind of silly, to be honest.
Right,
just
but
doing
the
finger quotes if
FCC
you
has
couldn't
rules.
tell. Yeah, puritanical rules, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. FCC rules do get ignored sometimes. They get broken in certain occasions. I think if it's late enough at night, they can handle it, or maybe they can say it, but there has to be bleeped. But the bleep can be so short that you can easily tell what's being said.
Right.
Like there's a lot of rules for that.
Did you ever watch the doc? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I find a lot of these conversations to be somewhat silly to me because it's like, I just can't imagine people wanting the nanny state to like censor their television for them. Like it's just dumb conservative hangups from the 1950s. And now like, for like racial reasons, people are, on the left are like kind of taking up that arms. And I'm just like, dude, can you just not watch what your kids watch? Like, you know what I mean? Like
That's
if
a
a
tall
company
order
wants
for
to,
some.
I'm just
find
saying,
myself
like
wanting
don't let your kids watch TV at 2:00 in the morning randomly. Like, pay attention to what the fuck your kids are doing, and like get the government out of this. This is stupid.
I find myself wanting to show like clips from shows or news programs or whatever. This is the first year I've been doing this for 35 years. This is the first year I've had kids under the age of high school. So now I've got like middle school kids, and there's times when there's even elementary school kids in there. And there are things that I want to show because they're critical to what we're talking about, and I can't because I don't know what kind of language is going to pop up in the middle of the scene, like a scene from The Wire or something,
Yeah, they probably
Great
shouldn't
TV
show
show.
scenes from The Wire to elementary students.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're
exactly,
one of the few teachers in the world that understand that there are like appropriate and inappropriate things to show to kids.
It's such a
Right.
good show, though. Like, don't we want them getting involved in good shows when they're young, so they know what's a good show
Hey,
and what's a
Wait,
bad
Lockjoy,
show?
Hey, non-child having motherfucker. When you have kids, you can show them The fucking Wire when they're 7 years old. But like, until then, you know what I mean? Fuck off.
I do think that if you were to like have two control groups, like one group that watched The Wire as a kid, I agree. Like the violence is probably bad, but the writing is so good, they'd have more of an appreciation for art and culture. I think it'd be worth it.
It's Homeric, really. It's like epic.
I went to a Christian school, and one time they were showing a scene from like, what's the one? It's not Sophie's Choice. It's the other one. With like Liam Neeson.
It's got Liam Neeson's in it.
Yeah,
It's my boy Liam Neeson's.
It's about like World War II, and he's like trying to get as many people out. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. The point is,
Schindler's List.
Yes, Schindler's List. Thank you. They were, I guess there's like a sex scene in there at some point, and they wanted to show
the origin story of George Soros. Got it.
Yeah, okay. And they wanted to show one particular part, and they were like scene skipping, and they had it up in front of like literally the entire school in like basically our church. We had to go to like church every Thursday or whatever for like an hour during school time, which was annoying. And they fucking like just switched directly into like the scene that is like immediately just titties out. And it's just so funny because it was a Christian school in church.
Christian
Yeah.
boomers don't know how to use
Yeah,
technology.
that was a risky play. I
Sign
don't
me
know
up.
why they thought of that. That's such a bad
Sign me
idea.
up. Sign me up for things that don't surprise me at all.
Like there's some too that are inappropriate for entirely different reasons. Like there was a scene, maybe it was My Life. I can't remember the name of the movie, but there was a scene where they're marching the Jews like off to the concentration camps, and one of the German girls, she's like maybe 5, is in the street waving at them, saying "Bye Jews" over and over again, and
Wow.
it's one of those scenes that like is like incredibly horrific. But at the same time, if you don't understand like the full import of what you're watching because you're too young or something like that, it will like it's comedic. It's a sort
Isn't
of
there
black
like a
comedy, I guess.
Louis C.K. bit about that?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
I'm
yeah,
pretty sure there's
it's-
a Louis C.K. bit. I might be wrong. Forgive me if I'm wrong about them and him just being overly dramatic about "Hey, Jews," and it's like I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, I do seem to remember something like that, and that's also like, yeah, it was hilarious. But if if you're just teaching that subject for the first time and you're trying to, show the import of what's happening, yeah, for sure, that's it's he might have been talking about that movie when he was doing that bit. I can't remember, but yeah, it's one of those things where you really want to show it because it sort of contrasts how people can like be witnessing an event and not understanding the event that they're witnessing, which is one of the things I was trying to get across with a particular lesson I was teaching once. But I just couldn't show. I just felt like I could for sure I could show that to a high school class, but I couldn't show that to like younger kids.
Mhm.
Prime Guys is late to his own fucking panel. This is
That
ridiculous.
happens sometimes.
He's
Yeah.
having some issues. It happens.
Fucking-
Does he run a tight ship and time wise?
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody
No,
has those days.
he does not.
No, he doesn't. And usually everybody else is late. That's kind of a role reversal here. He turns it on and then there's like 3 people. Maybe he's just like flipping the script on us.
Speak of the devil.
Debated.
Hello all. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been having like a whole list of technical issues like just this weekend.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And it just, yeah, not great. And I was hoping it wouldn't show up today, but it did. All right, so off we go. Can someone talk about anything while I get this set up?
Yeah. Hey, Prime, I wanted to ask you the same question I was asking the people on the panel. I just saw a thread.
Oh God.
About this was a video that was taken at a rap concert, and there was a white woman who was doing the interpreting, like sign language interpretation, and the question was, because the N-word came up in the song and she had to sign it because that was her job, and the question was that okay?
Oh, sign it as, oh, okay.
Yeah, but because
So a white
keep in mind
woman-
it's her job. Like she's on stage, like signing everything that's being said.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see an issue. I mean, if that's the
That's what I
job,
said.
then-
I was like, it's a stream of consciousnn. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to literally interpret to an audience, and on top of that, like, I don't know. I can't see these people being, I don't know.
So funny.
Let me back up. It's just so ridiculous. It's so childish to be like mad about, like, to be offended about some sign language interpreter at a concert I almost guarantee you weren't at. Like the people that are mad are, I'm sure at the concert there was like 1 or 2 mad people. Fuck them.
I want to ask.
I don't care.
I want to
Like
ask.
somebody clipped like just that moment. Like they weren't showing the whole concert. They were just clipping that moment of her signing the N-word.
I want to see the consistency.
I
here
also
real
want to
quick.
know: is there a dedicated sign for that word, or did she just have to?
Well,
spell
I
it
mean,
out?
it's a profession. I'm sure that they have already figured out these ethical questions at this point. We could look it up.
Well, I think that's an ethical question. What if it's not like sign language? What if it's like a different spoken language? If like you're translating a rap song for somebody and you're white, can you say if they use whatever language and word they use, can you say it now at that point?
I think you would just say it in English. Like that's one of those words.
Yeah, I don't imagine there's a translation, so you probably would just have to say it.
I don't. Is there? I mean, I don't know.
There's plenty of bad,
sure there's
horrible
other
terms
slurs.
for black people. And other. In fact, I just
True.
learned one the other day, which is fun. But yeah.
Can I hear it? I'm looking for new material.
Oh, okay.
Is there okay? Here's another one. Was there an obligation for them to hire a black person to do that job? Like,
what?
Was there something
No.
wrong with hiring a white girl to sign at a rap concert?
I feel like this is exactly how we got a fake sign language interpreter at the Nelson Mandela funeral. All right, because people are like, "Oh fuck, it's a Boer, it's a white fucking South African. Where can we find the black guy that can do this?" Someone's like, "I can do it," raising their hand with no
At the
ability to
funeral
do
for,
it.
Mandela, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was amazing. That was an amazing moment in time. I always forget it, but when I'm reminded of it, it's like, oh yeah, that thing happened.
Yeah. That was amazing.
We finally figured out why that happened.
Oh, why? Oh yeah. But he was
Right, just because you can't have a white guy, interpreting death to the Boers, without you can't have that.
Like if you saw I remember watching it live at the time, and man, this guy was emphatic on whatever he was doing. He was super emphatic with his motions. Right?
You got to admire the performance. Like that's the performance.
Yeah,
And then for a while,
he just kept going.
Then for a while, he insisted that he was just using a different kind of sign language that no one else was familiar with.
Gonna utilize VTubers.
Yeah.
That was wow. It was
Yeah, I'd
beautiful.
love to do that.
Oh, just VTubers? Then it's just going to be Chud Logic fucking doing interpretations and translations.
Based.
Wait, so can I ask you guys a semi-related question? It's not related at all. It's just it involves black people. So the Scott Adams, the guy who made the Dilbert comic strips.
Yep.
There's some controversy with him because he's
canceled.
Yeah, he's canceled. Like he's been fired from or removed from a ton of publications. Because there was some Rasmussen poll that came out where black people were asked. Well, it wasn't just black people, but the black people that responded to this poll. I think almost half of them said it's either not okay to be white or that it's or they disagree with the statement it's okay to be white. Either it's not okay or they're not sure if it's okay, right? So he responded to this by saying, well, hey, if this is the case, then these people are racist, and if half of black people think this way, then maybe white people should just avoid black people entirely. And now, he's been canceled, and
He said a lot more than that.
Yeah, he said more than that.
That was the gist of it, right?
That wasn't just the gist of it. No,
hold on. What were the other things that I'm missing? Because I haven't watched the entire thing yet.
Yeah, he was like, well, black people are more violent, and you should avoid. That
he said black people are a hate group.
Yeah, black people are a hate
Not
group.
Dilbert, no.
Wait, hold on. But if
I
you had
actually really like
who
Dilbert.
answered this
I'm
question
a big
were a
fan of
hate group.
Dilbert.
Are you still a big fan of
Echo,
Dilbert?
Echo, come on, you've done this before. Turn off your camera in Discord. Turn it on in StreamYards.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. And Doobie too. What the fuck?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah. Scott Adams, has made it kind of clear where he lands, over a long time. It's a shame because I actually really like Dilbert. I've read a lot of that comic. I've gone on my way, gone to his website and just
Oh wait,
read
1
through.
second. Prime, you're apparently muted on the stream.
Fuck.
Yeah, just so you guys know, Prime was agreeing with everything I said.
It's true. We all heard it.
He also said,
Mm,
so I don't think it makes any sense as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. That's a little
Yeah.
bit much.
I was a bit disappointed in him for
Wait, what was the
saying
last thing? I
that.
didn't hear it.
He said, so I don't think it makes any sense as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. There's no longer a rational impulse. So I'm going to back off being helpful to Black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off.
That actually sounds
That's the
okay.
only
To
reason
me,
to
that
do it.
sounds reasonable, actually.
And he didn't say this about the
Oh,
24% of black people who answered this way. He said this about black people generally. That they're a hate group.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is that you cannot disagree with this, and at the same time be
hello.
a proponent
Should
be a
listening.
proponent of like black identitarian politics, critical race theory, etc. Because it's the exact same logical conclusion, which is disparate outcomes that I don't like speak to the category as a whole. So if you think that what he said is terrible, then you have to be against critical race theory. You have to be against Black Lives Matter. You have to be against any form of like black liberation, etc. Which is kind of telling that when you get the right wing reactionary, if you will, to borrow a Marxian term, response, it's like, holy shit, that sounds so bad. But it's like, literally, that's what you tell white people all the time is. So, like, how can you actually be against this if you are a proponent of any of those other things?
Yup.
Like,
And
I'm
also,
against it because I'm against those identitarian politics, and I'm an individualist and a libertarian, and I'm an actual liberal. But like to the progressives and the socialists and the communists and the race Marxists and the critical theorists and all of those ilk on the left, how can you disagree with any of these things when it's just the same logic and rationale that you used in describing interactions with white people?
Yeah, so this is one of the rare times that Scott's correct, but also Prime, you never added me to
I'm
the
always
quiz game,
right.
so I don't have the StreamYard.
Oh, I added the wrong. Oh, for fuck's sake, stupid.
Yeah, I have a new account, so if you guys want to be my friend, you need to add me on this account. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you get
Oh
hacked or
no!
something?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I was definitely hacked. Yeah, for sure.
Oh no!
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I can't
I
tell if
clicked,
that's a joke or not.
I clicked.
I gotta
another-
unfriend the other one maybe. So like, cause they both named the same thing.
I thought the new one was like a troll, but I thought I would accept it anyway. And
Thank you. No, I
Well,
actually just
did
lost
you
my
send
account.
me one?
Who else are we waiting for? Oh
I'll be right
yeah.
back.
Oh, he's probably gonna be a little bit late. That's probably what it is.
He's already a little bit late.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Well, I don't know. This whole stream's been fucked so far, so
Wait, so
Is
Prime, you
there
disagree
this-
with what Scott said?
I
Thank you for
didn't
having
agree.
me
I
on.
didn't agree with fucking anything that Scott said. I didn't even listen to it, but like I'm sure I
fair.
don't agree.
Hey Prime, have you noticed I don't look like a smudge
Hypocrisy,
anymore?
thy name is Prime Kais.
All right, what, Aiko?
Have you noticed I don't look like a smudge anymore? Like my camera
Did you
actually
previously?
works.
I thought you looked fine before.
Oh,
I thought your
okay,
camera
all
quality
right.
was okay.
He prefers the smudge.
He prefers the switch.
Yeah. Now you can see my pores.
We're gonna give our last guest a few more minutes, as is
In that
customary
case.
here. And
Is it Connor for real? I love.
yeah, Connor's the best. I love him so much.
Yeah, I love-
Connor,
I love
Connor's
making
one of my
Connor mad.
he's one of my favorite left wingers in Twitch politics. I love him.
True.
Okay.
He's one of the, he's like fucking Sprout. He claims to be like right wing all the time, but he's actually just a lefty. Very sad.
Well, no, he's kind of the what I call modern conservatives. A lot of them I like to call them family values consequentialists. Like that's what he
Yeah,
is,
that's right.
right? Like his moral system, his ethical system, everything is the same as a leftist, right? Same philosophy that undergirds what it is. But he just has different values than like cultural values than like a lot of left wing people have, right? And so he comes off having some like cultural right wing values, but the ones that he has are kind of like center right, and like economically and government policy wise, he comes off very neolib. And so you see him kind of as like an enlightened centrist or maybe a right winger on certain topics, but ultimately like his foundation is left wing.
You talk like
Sure.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Oh,
I
this guy?
sound like Ben Shapiro.
in that he's correct on almost everything he
Your
says.
cadences or your the way you're making up random terms for
Massive
people.
fucking insult.
I think
Ben
I like
Shapiro-
Ben Shapiro. I
Ben
don't know why
Shapiro's
people hate him.
awful.
He's
Why
amazing.
doesn't that
Shapiro's
surprise
a
me?
Zionist, so
A
he's
lawyer.
automatically
He
bad.
he destroyed
He never
Piers
voiced-
Morgan. He destroyed Piers.
That's not
Morgan.
hard.
Every,
Piers
a lot
Morgan's
of
an
people
idiot.
have destroyed Piers
Piers
Morgan.
Okay, but he
Morgan's
did
an
it first.
Moron.
He did it first.
Did
He's
you
a
ever hear?
trail-
Piers
he's a
Shapiro will
trailblazer.
occasionally concede when the right is off its rocker. Not usually, but
Hi, Cal.
occasionally. he
Mute
does
yourself
it.
in StreamYards. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The
Go
voice
ahead,
of
go ahead,
doom.
Ico. Go ahead,
I'm
Ico.
being extra boomer today.
We all are. It's all right.
Yeah, it has not.
We're gonna
we've
see-
not been
we're gonna
winning
see-
today.
We're gonna see banned Christian school titties here soon from iCal Rich as he accidentally
actually-
switches to the
right,
wrong
yeah.
screen.
I don't even have the correct mic set up.
For
right
my
now. It's
fourth
broken.
grade curriculum.
Well, it's not broken. I just don't know how to get it to work. Actually.
Yeah. But I don't know.
So if black people hate white people, why shouldn't white people avoid them? Okay.
Well, no,
if black people
a
do
portion
we?
of black people. That wasn't the survey.
No,
It was not the result.
no. Let's ignore that already, right? Like this. Well, we all know, like this, like, is it okay to be white? Thing isn't about. Is it literally okay for a person to be white? It's like, are white people
all know
allowed
that.
to exist? That isn't the question. We all fucking know that. I mean, like the ones who can do critical thinking here, the ones who can understand how that phrase has been used. No, that's not the way it's what that means. And that being said, I'm not sure that everyone has
What does
everyone
it
who
mean?
answered that question in that Rasmussen poll, like, was thinking it about it the way I do. But yeah, that's not.
Wait, but Prime,
it's
if
not-
you guys are teaching people that
I mean-
whiteness is like this fucking evil concept,
We
then
aren't
why would-
teaching whiteness. is
You
evil.
do teach that. So why wouldn't they think it's not okay to be white? And further,
mean,
I'm curious
who
as
is
to whether or not,
teaching
if we had a
whiteness is-
poll.
Okay.
You said this before, that whiteness as a concept is like bad, right? It's inherently
Oh.
exclusionary.
Well, it's just
Oh,
the power.
oh, sorry.
So if that's what you're teaching people,
No. That's two different things. Okay, all right. So what I was talking about is like the white.
Correct.
Race.
I hate
White-
blackness.
Yeah,
Blackness
that's
as a
okay,
concept
yeah.
is fucking evil.
Yeah. Fine, that's cool, right? You're adorable, like having a temper tantrum. But like the whiteness in terms of like relating
I'm just
it
making
to
fun
the,
of you.
Of course you are. I know. I get it. Like the white patriarchy, right? Like that is the problem. Like the whiteness in terms of like the power structure, not the individuals, right? So like what that represents, not like a skin color or the fact a person might have come from fucking England. Like those are different things.
Well, hold on,
I hope
do-
you understand that.
Do you think there'd be like an issue if somebody said, I'm fine with Jews, I just don't like Jewishness? Like, would there be like an issue with that?
right?
Yeah.
What is
like if you don't like
Jewishness?
if you
Yeah,
don't like
hold on.
Judaism,
Yeah, no,
if
people
it's Judaism,
people
then
do
yeah,
legitimately say
I don't have a
this.
problem with that.
I
Yeah.
think people
There's
who,
plenty of
if
people
anybody says that, they're immediately sus on my
No,
radar.
no,
Or
not
further,
exactly
like,
that.
so
Hold
we
on.
can we
To-
can be more.
but
we
what
can
they'll
be more-
say-
right, if
So
if
I do
the-
want to.
Oh God.
I do
What
want
they'll
to
say
defend
is that they're
Prime
fine
Guys.
with
I do want to
Jewishness,
defend
but they're
Prime
not
Guys
fine
just a
with
little bit.
like
do it,
things
Scott.
that the Israeli
Don't do it.
government does, and they try to make
No,
that
no.
distinction.
I'm not talking
No,
about
no.
Israel.
Listen, I really
Or
do
they'll
want to
say they're
defend
not
Prime
fine
Guys.
with
No,
Zionism or something.
I do really want to defend Prime Guys a little bit, right? Because he is correct, right? In the it's okay to be white. Like I do think that plenty of people recognize that as like some form of dog whistle or a 4chan meme. It wouldn't be any different than if we pooled white people and said, do you agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter? And then all of a sudden we'd be like, look, we don't like white people. Like we shouldn't deal with white people because they can't even agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter, which is something they do constantly, and nobody gets canceled for it. Even though, because the political powers within the left-wing perspective in terms of being authoritarian towards the existence of whites. Nevertheless, if you were to poll a bunch of white people and ask them, do they agree with the phrase Black Lives Matter? Plenty of them, myself included, would say, fuck the phrase Black Lives Matter. It doesn't mean that I think Black lives don't matter. I just don't like your race Marxism.
They
right?
say,
And
they
so
say
they
all
would
lives
see
matter,
the same
though.
thing.
They followed up immediately with no, all
Yeah.
lives matter, as opposed
Yeah,
to
but it's
here.
a poll, right? It's a poll. So like you don't get like an other response that then gets tracked in the data. It's just,
Okay, but
do
the-
you agree with this phrase?
Okay, but the thing is that it doesn't make any sense because Black Lives Matter was never negating the fact that all other lives matter. They were saying that our lives matter too. Like, stop treating us like we're animals. Stop treating us like this. It was never about like oh, nobody else matters but us. That's
But
just the way
neither is it's okay to be white.
Okay.
So the reason that meme came about is because there was this casual anti-white racism, which still exists, which is terrible.
Mhm.
So they wanted to get the reaction from someone making a simple statement. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be a white person. And the overreaction to that phrase being put on in like colleges and whatnot is
Yeah.
what built up the dog whistle, right? It's a
It was
fact
it
that
was
they
a,
reacted
it was
the
a
way they did.
meme. It was a
Wait.
meme to say, I bet we can get the media to flip out and freak out about a simple statement that had no actual backing behind it, right? So there wasn't like a political philosophy behind it's okay to be white. It was literally just, I bet if we put up signs, they'll call it like hate speech. And then the media and the ADL and the SPLC all came out and said, look at this hate speech from Nazis saying it's okay to be white, even though it was designed to trigger them, proving that they are the crazy
but to
race
be
Marxists
fair,
that they
then
are.
as these things usually go with these memes, right? Like, and I agree with what you said. Like, I don't disagree with
Mhm.
anything you just said. But
Just
then
like the
it
OK sign.
became what they said it like what they purported it to be, right? Like it became that,
really.
the way that. No, absolutely. I've seen it plenty of times. I've seen exactly how they've used it in those fucking marches, right? In those Nazi or whatever the fuck marches, they've used that. Yeah, absolutely. It became that. So like
It's used by
I
white
hear you. I
people
hear you. The
who
towards
rightfully
was
believe
just
they're
like
being discriminated against
like a
being white.
troll thing. You're definitely
Yeah,
right
I mean,
there.
it's a troll,
But
right?
afterwards,
Like, I think Nazis might use it as a troll. I think a lot of people use
yeah,
it as a troll, right? Like, I think, but just like the left uses Black Lives Matter as a troll, it's a troll of a
sure,
fucking
whatever.
statement, right? Like,
Whatever.
it's not devoid of any like caring for Black people, right? It's
Mm.
designed to be an
Do you know what
innocuous
trolling
statement
is?
that
What do you
can't
mean?
that
it's
you
not a troll.
can't disagree with. It's a troll against right wingers that says,
No.
accept our ideology. By the way, we have a
the only
phrase that
troll-
makes you a
the only-
racist
the only
if you
troll that
disagree
comes
with
out
it.
of that statement is from right wingers who think it's funny to be like, BLM. Like that's the old. None of us left wingers are
okay.
like, oh, we're getting one over on the right wingers. Like,
No, let's be
give me a
real.
break.
Come on. So if
It is.
this were
You're
to
full of
happen,
shit, and
right?
you
So
know it.
like Scott said, right? If the poll was, do you agree with the statement Black Lives Matter? And only half white people in the United States said yes, right? And a big portion of them said no outright. This would absolutely be framed as racist white America lashing back at black people.
Nina Turner would have a 27 fucking tweet thread and no one would be upset except for right wingers, and we'd all get laughed at for being upset about her tweet, right?
Okay, you guys are giving these people like
on.
charity that you wouldn't extend to the other side at all. The headline would be 20-something% white people say Black lives don't matter.
Yes, that it would be the headline.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm unfamiliar with the poll a little bit, so I'm a little kind of confused with what we're talking about, to be honest.
It's
I'll post
Rasmussen.
it in the chat for you guys.
Yeah,
I saw
an
one
article.
I forget where it was, but there was one school that had a poll of like the poll was like, how wrong is it to like sexually assault somebody? And it was a scale of like 1 to 10. And yeah. So they did like different kinds of like sexual assault, right? And so like, people would say, okay, like penetrative is over here, like the
Well,
9.
wait, can I just clarify? Like, when you say scale, because like the way you phrase it, it's sort of like a binary, and you're saying it's a scale of 1 to 10, as in like whatever 1 strongly disagree and 10 strongly agree that it's
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, how okay is this to like get like attitudes like, if she says no, keep pursuing. Like that was one line.
I'm on the fence about that's a 5 on the fence.
Sure. Well, sure. What I'm saying is there was the poll that had all these questions.
Some things don't work in a Likert scale, but they'll intentionally use one section as reporting to make it seem worse.
Right. And so anybody who put at least a 1 on the 1 to 10 scale of how bad it was said like this percentage of people are somewhat okay with sexual assault, because technically they didn't put a 0. Which I thought was hilarious. So you can absolutely manipulate polls to say whatever you want them to say.
I mean, yeah, fair, but I would still, even if they use that tactic to sort of manipulate it, like I would still find that concerning, even if it's like whatever, somewhat okay. Obviously I don't know how the question was framed and how they go.
I think the question was like how wrong is it? I think that's how it was phrased. Like how bad is it? And they had like different kinds.
Well, the thing that's also important about a lot of these is like I remember there was this poll and it was like teaching history in class, and it was something like 60, Michigan State poll finds that like 60% of Republicans don't want to teach history in class. And I was like, that seems fucking weird, right? And so I go and I look at the poll, and there's a primer that they don't report that happens right before that question, which is talking about critical race theory as history. And so they prime you to say that critical race history is history, right? And then they ask you whether or not that should be taught in school. And then they separate it and report that like 60 some percent of Republicans report that they don't want to teach history in school. But they primed them with a question before that seemed to insinuate that like history means critical race theory. And so it's like you can do all kinds of things, like slightly changing the question. One that's really interesting is we've seen like a drastic change in like the way that people respond to Gallup polls over time about like creationism and evolution. And like what's funny is that you see the number, it's doing a trend, which is less people believe in creationism, but you see the graph like spike from year to year, and it's slight variations of the question change like 10 to 20% of the respondents from year to year, because because like whether or not they add in an element of like whether it's mostly in humans or whether it's mostly in plants drastically changes whether or not people believe in evolution or creationism. And so I mean, like, there's a lot of ways that you can get weird numbers from polls.
Scott,
All right,
what are you calling critical?
Let's
Okay.
move forward. So hopefully our final guest will be here soon. Hey everyone, this is the last stream of this month, and it's not been going great. So we're trying our best. Thanks for being here, sticking with us. If you have, if not, well, we've got a great group of guys here. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. So I'm going to introduce all of our guests. If you've, I don't know, for some reason like this stream, maybe watch me fumble around, and trying to accomplish the basic things here, then hit the follow button if you haven't done so before, and consider supporting this channel by subbing, because that's what supports us and allows this to happen. Like my ongoing humiliation today. So let's go with our
No,
friend.
you're doing fine.
We'll see. Like we've just gotten started. There's plenty of
Yeah, still
room.
time.
There's still time. Lactoid, our great friend Lactoid, is here. Thanks for stopping by. As always, one of our most reliable guests. Thanks for being here, bud.
Thank you so much, Prime. Thank you for having me on. Really excited to get into these. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, this next we have Scott. Our friend Scott is back with us, and harassing me as usual at the start of the panel. How are you, friend?
Harassment? I'm not harassing you. I'm just jibing amongst friends. All right. I want to say, so I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me everywhere, pretty much Fabian Liberty, Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, though it's Liberty_Fabian. But if you search Fabian Liberty, you'll find me, even though there is another account with like the same bio and image that has no tweets. That is the actual Fabian Liberty, but that one's not me. It's the one with all the tweets. I just want to say, yeah, I appreciate coming back. I love this. It's a great way to start the week, debating in panels, get the blood flowing. It's you should always check out Prime Kai's Reverie on Monday. But the main reason that I like this show, it's certainly not Prime Kai's, right? Like, who the fuck could love this Marxian guy? As we've established, I'm just a little bit racist. So how could I like Prime Kai's? Well, the reason I like Prime Kai's Reverie is because these topics are always fucking dope. And I appreciate the work you put into topics. When everyone else is trying to talk about whatever the fucking drama is, or whatever the fucking regular topic that everyone's talking about because somebody made a tweet. I'm sure there's going to be some panel later on today with the topic that Doobie brought up with Dilbert and things like that, because we got to talk about the hot thing to get the clicks and the views. I appreciate that we actually debate politics here. And so thank you.
Thank you. The kind words actually mean a lot. Thanks so much. We try our best here. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, usually Swiss pie. Corey. So I'm sure you'll be able to top whatever Scott said.
Actually, I'm just gonna plagiarize Scott. I echo pretty much a lot of the same sentiments that Scott just went through. Super grateful to be here. And yeah, this is something that I always look forward to start my week. And just like Scott said, in my mind, like the best topics that you clearly put a lot of effort into. And so yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. you can find me on twitch.tv, Corey Campbell84. And on the topic of, like Scott said, of getting the blood flowing, I do workout streams. I cover science and news. You can also find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, always excited to be here and looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you. Let's go to Ginger, who we haven't had here in a little bit, but who is back here with us again. Her camera is the one we should be worried about, but like it's on point now. We can see her in full motion. So everything's
good.
great,
I'm
and
not
you're not blown
pixelated
out
anymore.
Yeah, you're not blown out either. Just your skin. Everything is going great.
You can see me.
So thank you for being here, Ginger.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me. I am Ginger Ramoth. You can find me at Ginger Ramoth on pretty much everything. Also, I do panels, I do cosplay, I do gaming. I have a new segment where we do every 2 weeks we do a group Among Us game for female streamers, where we just have a ball. So if that's interesting to you, just go ahead and follow.
What have you cosplayed recently?
The last cosplay I did was either Pikachu or the Joker.
Oh, okay.
The
I was
classics.
I was gonna in my head I was saying over and over again, don't say Velma, don't say Velma.
Oh, it's been a minute since I've done a Velma.
Well, I don't know. I don't like it. The sexy Velma thing that's happening. No, sorry. My my Velma is a very ordinary looking girl. It was amazing and smart. I appreciate her for all her other amazing attributes.
She was always wearing a mini skirt, though.
My chatter just reminded
no
me
one-
that the last one I did was a Slytherin.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like did that? I mean, but she wasn't. She clearly wasn't sexualized. She wasn't Daphne, right? Like she wasn't. I don't know. I guess Daphne wasn't super sexualized either. But still, I don't know. Like let's keep it. Let's keep it tight. Let's go to. Let's go to I don't know. This is going great. Let's go.
Word choice, Prime. Word choice.
I leave it alone. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Nina or
Nina, yes. It's
Nina.
spelled silly because I had to do that a while back in the day. But yeah, you can find me at Nina, Neina. It is pronounced Nina. Everyone, I feel like it doesn't seem that complicated, but everyone struggles with this, so don't feel bad. Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. This is my first time on the show, so hello, everybody. Wanted to say a little shout out to Doobie. I have seen you in your interview you did with Vosh, because you run a political server, right? So it's an honor to meet you here. And hopefully I don't get clowned on too much because I'm the leftist, I feel like, here, seeing your guys' opinions. But I'm mostly known for arguing in the John Zerka panel, or on the John Zerka podcast and in the Discord. So yeah, I'm excited to have somebody yell at me because I love yelling at people.
Only
I'll
honored
be
to
the-
meet Doobie. I think.
Yeah, I'll be the
Like,
first
only-
to meet
yeah,
to yell at you.
only-
I'm honored to meet Doobie. What the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Oh,
What a
great Lord, who
distinguished
has
peace
interviewed
lab, okay?
Vosh. You have the scent
Who
of
is-
Vosh
who is
still
an
upon you.
avatar. Honored to meet you, Doobie, with your frog avatar.
Oh, great!
Super honored.
Oh, great man with the horse semen that he uses to
Yeah.
style his hair.
Yeah, I heard he
Thank
likes,
you for
horse
being
color.
close to Vosh. You know,
Yeah, like
No, I
it
thought
is
you
an
did
honor
really
to
good
meet someone
managing
closely
the community.
associated with Vosh.
Bosch
Thank you.
smeared his musk on him.
No, I thought he did a good job getting a good group of people together. So I would just appreciate that.
No, you're
I'm
you're
honored to
fine.
meet you, too.
Okay. Well, no, that I'll agree. I'll agree with that part. I'll give that the second part. Nina, thank you for being here. Nina reached out to us. She rated us previously. Like another. Was that not you?
What? No.
Maybe it wasn't you. Okay, never mind. I don't know.
It would
I guess-
honor you like
Wow,
a tribe.
slandering my name already.
This is not going well. I'm struggling. But this is a person who like DM'd me, and I was like, all right, come on. I guess
We've
that's how it
talked
went.
before,
Just
and I
wanted
like
to
how you
meet
pretended you
Doobie.
didn't know who I was.
She knew Doobie comes on the panels. I gotta get.
All right. Okay, we're making our way through. We're making this continuing the struggle session. Aiko, thanks for being around here.
Yeah, no problem. If I can hit the right buttons, I think I'll be okay. The rest of the panel. Yeah. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, Joker, before he gets the green hair, naturally has red hair, at least like in most of the iterations like that I'm familiar with. So it makes sense for Ginger to like, to be cosplaying Joker. I don't know if this was the before or the after version of Joker, but
It was
my name's
It's Tim Burton's version of the Joker that I did.
okay. Did you go with the green hair?
Yes, I did.
Yep. So I'm Mike How Rich. You can find me this way on Twitter. I can finally say, without Prime making fun of me, that well, maybe he will anyway. That I am finally trying to figure out. Well, I was trying to figure out OBS. He's got me going into Streamlabs. Apparently, OBS, is I'm too boomer for that. So he told me to go to Streamlabs.
Yeah, well, we're excited to see our friend finally jump into streaming, so we can all check him out as soon as he works out the technical difficulties, right? But we all have, apparently, so like no worries there. But yeah, thanks so much, friend. And last, and as we've already just discussed, least, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie, thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm Doobie. Hi.
All right, I appreciate that. When Doobie gives me some sort of like emotional energy, he usually gives me nothing during his intro. So if this is the way to do it, then I'll take it. All right, so we'll just get started. Hopefully, our last individual will be joining us sometime soon. Topic 1: HR departments are beginning to use software algorithms to decide who to fire. HR software has been previously used to gather and interpret a large set of data points that could help with hiring employees and assigning them to projects. Now it appears that same software will be used for letting people go. Do you think there is anything wrong with this development? Is it problematic to reduce such an important decision to data points rather than an in-depth view of each employee? As of now, it seems that software is only assisting HR departments. But would your answer change if AI tools took over the job completely? What if the AI could be proven to make decisions that were more fair? So yeah, a little story I saw over the weekend and decided to share with you all. And it's a growing trend. The article that I shared of these guys talks about how like 300, 90% like the top 300 companies, like they'll be using software to decide who to let go, and I think it follows that at some point someone's going to get the bright idea of just letting a computer do it completely, right? Like hands free, get rid of this for me. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that? We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Opening statement.
Yeah, so the opposition to this smells a little of the age-old complaints about self-serve gas stations and cars over horse wagons. I think ultimately, if companies want to automate certain positions, I have no problem with that at all. In fact, AI might actually make things even more fair, quote unquote, right? You would have, if you have bots deciding firings entirely off of objective metrics, well, then you don't have to worry about the human biases that we hear about so much. That's not going to be a factor here, at least not to the same extent. I do get some of the apprehension, but if you want to deal with a more human employer, I mean, you should know what you're getting yourself into if you're applying to Google, right? You probably shouldn't be applying to a large tech corporation. They're not particularly known for having very human employment policies anyway. So that's my opening statement.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Scott.
Yeah, so I'm going to disagree a little bit. Like, I agree with you that it is a labor-saving device, right? And a labor-saving device is always good for everyone because it, will allow us to fire HR people, have less people working in HR, which means that with less people working in HR, it means the products will be cheaper, the business can make more money, and because of this, the economy grows. As the economy grows, that means new jobs open up into the market for creative destruction. It's good for everyone. The problem, right, with this idea of like, oh, will an AI bot be more fair? There's a lot of problems with using AI. And the biggest one is that AI is not AGI, right? It doesn't have generalized intelligence. So whatever you program as an input, you're going to get as an output, right? And so whatever biases you have, you will program into the bot. And then there will be other things, unintended consequences and things that you miss. So I want to give an example. My mother used to work for the Social Security Administration, right? She handled cases as they came in. And she really struggled with that job, mostly because she cared about her job. Most of the people that did really well, got promoted, got praise, and things like that were individuals that would go through a large amount of caseload very quickly. Well, how do you go through a large amount of caseload in Social Security Administration? You deny people when they don't have enough paperwork. You tell them to fuck off and apply again, and you move on to the next case. Whereas my mother would find someone that was obviously mentally ill and had a lot of problems, but but was too poor to get doctor's appointments. She would work with doctors. She would try and dig up documents. She would do everything she could to ensure that these people could get Social Security because they weren't able to work. And that took a lot of work, which meant her metrics were lower because she got less things done. So if an AI were to look at caseload and things like that, it might miss that if it's not programmed appropriately. You're also going to get disparate outcomes upon all kinds of measures that won't necessarily agree with people's sensibilities. If you want the most hardworking doctors, it's mostly going to be Asians and Indian Americans. And then that's going to be racist, even though that's just what you put into the system. So there's a human element that is going to be missing, and there's a problem that it's AGI, and there are things that aren't going to be captured. And the real controversy is when that occurs. Nevertheless, utilizing AI to go through massive amounts of data to get an accurate picture upon the metrics that you want to get an accurate picture of is a labor saving device that is both good for the company and good for everyone. If the company chooses to purely use AI to hire and fire people, I doubt it's going to be able to compete against companies that are smarter and use a combination of the two. And I doubt people that refuse this, like stupid fucking Luddites, and make people sift through paperwork are going to waste money on bloated HR departments that can't keep up with other companies.
I didn't. I'm assuming you called mine. I didn't hear that, or maybe something's off with me.
Corey, sorry, I
Okay.
muted,
That's
I
okay.
muted myself.
So yeah, I think so. I guess I'm plagiarizing a little bit from Scott because I think he touched upon a topic that I will elaborate on more about, at least attempt to. Where so I'm certainly not an expert on AI, but as a scientist, I at least know something about data. And Scott touched upon it in terms of whatever AI that you implement. As far as I know, pretty much it needs some sort of data to be trained. And generally speaking, garbage in, garbage out. My real concern is actually taking a step back in terms of if an employer wants to use an AI to determine who to keep, who to retain or fire, they want to collect data. And I think this will, let's say, likely incentivize employee tracking software, which people hate, and they understandably hate. And there's not a lot of data, but all the data that I've seen emerging pretty much says that employee tracking software, nobody likes it, and it just leads to pretty much people trying to game the employee tracking software, leads to lower worker satisfaction, lower productivity, and so there's some sort of middle ground, but generally speaking, I err on the side of not using AI to make these decisions because I don't think we have, let's say, good ways to collect data, and also people, employees, or either people personally, they don't want to have their data collected. And I'm just going to add this in there. I'll use the somewhat on a tangential topic. This is sort of a personal crusade of mine. Let's say open concept offices. This is something that's been, I'd say, widely adopted under the guise of, it improves productivity, and it's great for collaboration. And we have data now, at least the data is pretty robust. Of all I've seen, that it leads to, again, lower worker satisfaction, lower productivity, and I would say just like these open concept. No one wants to work for your shitty open concept office, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. I like that extra dig they got there. All right, let's.
Sounds personal.
It
Yeah,
is
right?
because it has bled into open concept labs, and I don't want to listen to your shitty music either while I'm working.
Fair enough. Okay, interesting. Let's go to Ginger.
Okay, so I honestly um, don't really have a hard opinion on the matter. I think it makes more sense to have an AI that fires people than it does to have an AI that hires people. Um, Firing is pretty mutual on like all ends. as far as why they get fired. They're not the productivity, their work ethic, things like that that get entered into the data. However, that's kind of impossible to do for somebody that's being hired. Um, I feel like there's a lot more to the process of hiring than there is to firing, um, and there's a lot more that is kind of based on gut instinct versus like data. Mm,
Thank you,
that's quick response.
Nina.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on a few things that we've already said. I definitely agree with Scott, unfortunately, on that machine learning bias also does translate to, reflecting human bias. So it's not like we're looking at a pure thing. We're looking at AI, of course. Like I think we've all heard of like the Microsoft bot that was turned into like a Nazi, basically. It's not like it's a perfect system by any means, and it does tend to translate into our personal biases. I mean, like for examples like going with the aspect of hiring versus firing, that I thought that was a really interesting thing to touch on was that when it comes to hiring practices, a lot more times like AI is formed off of like what they see. So if there's like a lot of like for example, like 27% of CEOs in the United States are like women. So then most of the time the AI is going to learn and be like, oh, well, CEOs are men then. And then they're only going to advertise those positions towards like men in that way. And obviously that doesn't really make sense because you're not getting the best person to the job just by that. Um, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it is really a huge issue with discrimination when it comes to AI statistics because we cannot factor in things that you can't quantify. For example, people with disabilities, like maybe the AI will think like, oh, well, it might cost more for wheelchair ramps, so let's just not hire anyone with wheelchairs. Or obviously, mental disabilities are a lot more complicated, but the idea that AIs cannot quantify these things, I think, is always going to cause a really big issue in both hiring and firing, along with a lot of other issues that comes to AI. But I don't want to stick on my opening too long, so I'm going to go and pass it off.
Look at how these women are accomplishing what the men did in like a third of the time. Amazing. Let's go to
I gave
Aiko.
them the framework. All right. They just had to agree with me.
Yeah, you see my notes, bitch.
I feel like you're just encouraging Doobie to give one of his like famously short intros like for every segment now.
Giga
Hi,
Chad.
I'm Doobie, and go to the next. Yeah. I just want to say that a lot of this has to do with the complexity of the AI, and my first and foremost my concern is actually with the employer more than with the worker, because I feel like if you're not making your firing decisions on the basis that will best help the company, then you're hurting all of the other workers that are working for that company as well. And that's my main concern. Like when you're looking at systems that are automated, let's take the very most simplistic one I can think of right now, which is when Elon Musk took over Twitter. One of the things he asked for was a list of the number of lines of codes that various different programmers used, and if the number of codes was too small for somebody, then they made it to the top of the firing list. Now, an AI would be more complicated than this, and would hopefully its complexity would like make more sense and would result in productivity. But this is an example of what Fabian was talking about in terms of automated systems not understanding context, and then like really hurting the bottom line. It could be that the people who wrote fewer lines of code were writing code that was a lot more efficient and was able to get like things done, but that wasn't the basis upon which those people were being fired. I'm old enough to remember when computers first started entering the education space, and by using the web to aggregate like test answers and scores and things like that, we were able to grade a lot faster, but it didn't necessarily make it easier to grade. And I can go into it later as to why that was, but all of it had to do with the level of complexity that was involved in the automation. And then not just how complex it is, because things can be unnecessarily complex, but also how it's complex.
Thank you so much. And yeah, just from a person who's done coding, done IT, like you could just, I mean, if it's just the number of lines, then I can just like hit the return key, right, and break up the code to like be a ridiculous number of lines. It'll look like a fucking mess. It'll still work, but like I don't know if that's what you want. Um,
Just like I said, you're going to game the system if we're
yeah,
tracking that.
exactly. Right. Great work, Elon. Let's. Oh my, so stupid. Counterpoints is here. Our friend Connor. Shout out to my friend Connor. Looking good. I like the haircut. Right. Looking smooth. Right.
Can
Kind
you
of
hear
like
me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. Glad to have you here, friend. Feel free to introduce yourself and then opening statement.
Yeah, so my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. It's mostly Warhammer 40K content, but I am, of course, running the Heated Hippie, which is a Friday night panel show. So obviously, I want to get folks over there. So if you want to see people yell at each other the same way that you see them yell at the Reverie Roundtable, come check us out on Friday nights between 9 p.m. and 11 EST. In reference to the topic, and then also I just want to say I'm very happy to be here. We're going to try to make this monthly, the last Monday of every month. I'm going to be here and basically I'll be late just because I'm in the wage cage, but blah, blah, blah. In reference to the topic, I don't want to agree with everybody else about like all the nuances of the shit. So I guess I'm just going to troll and I'm going to say whatever gets these like fucking HR reps to fire themselves, I am down for. Whatever AI like exposes all the fucking administrators who think that they have important jobs, but realistically they just sit on ass all day and drink coffee and don't do shit. I hope the AI exposes that and gets all these people fucking shit canned. I hope that it's a self-eating monster where the people who are implementing the tool in order to take care of take out the wages who aren't carrying their weight. I hope the wages show that they are far and above carrying the fucking company, and then this tool just eats all the fucking administrators who are importing it in the first place in order to fuck over wages. So that's my sincere hope for HR-based HR. And then what I would cite as actual kind of serious backup for my perspective is the fact that if you look at like insurance, or if you look at the medical industry, or if you look at teachers or any of that kind of shit, the pay and all of that kind of shit has been going up and up and up. But like if you look at the growth in the field, it's oftentimes not the front end people who are actually doing the performance work, it's administrators. So if we can shit can unnecessary administrators, I would be super happy about that. And with that, I will shut the fuck up.
All right, thank you so much. And last, and actually, I'm really looking forward to this. Doobie being a boss, right? An employer, right? Part of the enemy. I'm really curious as what your thoughts are on all this.
Yeah, I think AI can be really useful for HR departments, especially. And I know that Corey earlier said he hates this, but if you're gonna have people working at home primarily, and since the pandemic, lots of people working at home, either full time or part time, or they do like 1 day in, 4 days out, or whatever the fuck it is, right? I think at some point, you're gonna need to make sure that these people are working, right? And you can do that in one of two ways, right? So you can track their output, right? You can track their productivity, make sure that they're filling out the reports they're supposed to, filling out the paperwork they're supposed to, sending the emails they're supposed to, etc. Or you track their mouse movements. So you track how many actions they're taking per minute or whatever the fuck while they're supposed to be at their PC. And AI can gather all that information, then make determinations as to who's gaming the system, who's actually trying to be productive, who's actually doing the work, and who's just hanging out at home watching YouTube videos. And every so often they'll send out an email to make it look like they're busy, right? Which definitely happens. I've done it, right? I'm the employer and I do that shit all the time. Hey, I'm in a meeting. Actually, I'm just hanging out on Twitch, right? So
You
I
fucking
do
asshole.
it.
This
I
is a
do it.
meeting.
I'm sure my producers do it. I'm sure my fucking secretaries do it. I know it happens, right? Shit happens. So at my level, right, which I'm not over 100 employees yet, I don't think it's reasonable to have it making decisions as to, like firing people, but giving suggestions, giving feedback for like performance, analyzing people's workflows, etc. That all makes total sense to me. Of course, you're going to need to deal with hate, the bias, right? That could happen depending on how this thing is programmed. But at the level of like, if I had 100,000 employees, right, all over the fucking world, I can absolutely see it become the case that hey, actually it's way more efficient, way more productive to just have it suggest people for firing, right? And even carry out the firings if their metrics are bad enough, right? So if they're being totally unproductive, no work shown for the time that we're paying them, then yeah, those decisions, make it on your own AI. Send out the fucking firing letter, whatever the fuck it is. But for people who aren't at that level, maybe give suggestions. Say, hey, this person looks like they might be at risk. You should talk to them, right? You should have a meeting, see what's going on. Maybe there's a life event happening, whatever the fuck it is, right? So AI I don't think it's like as simple as saying, hey, this is all bad and we should just avoid it. I think there's definitely a use case here, and even for large companies like Google, I think it'd be reasonable for them to use these programs at that level, especially. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, well, I'm done, but give me a second.
I'm not sure if you mean like a sec- like-
Yeah, I was done. I was done with
Yeah,
the
he said he was
opening,
done.
But I'm
Oh,
stepping
he's
away for
done.
like a
Okay,
minute.
okay,
I'll
go
be right
ahead.
back.
Everyone,
Still
I'll
listening.
Opens the panel.
Here's one pushback I have against the people saying, look, the bias is going to be programmed into the AI. I understand that's a risk, but isn't that an easier risk to control for if you're, isn't monitoring maybe like the whole point of this is a labor saver, right? So you have to monitor fewer people because the AI is going to do this. So isn't it easier to monitor the smaller group of people to try to control for bias as opposed to control for like with Google, especially, the article mentioned Google is doing this, or they deny it, but they're probably doing it. Is the question like for them with the amount of HR they would need, there'd be a lot more risk of bias, right?
Well, my company has like 100 people, and there's only like one HR person, and they do perfectly fine. There's
Right, with 100 people, sure, but for like Google, or Facebook,
yeah,
Meta.
I know Counterpoints is here, and so I know you've done some stuff in insurance, right? And so when we look at like car insurance companies, I think Counterpoints, we've talked about this a little bit before. Geico, for example, is like famous for being like this. Geico is famous for like having programs track your mouse movement, like how many seconds it takes you to get from like one screen to the next screen, etc. And because of this, Geico is able to run a really, really tight ship, and it also stresses their employees the fuck out, right? But because they're able to, what they do is they burn people out. But the thing is that in this market, what ends up happening is there are some people that thrive really well under pressure, and they actually do great at Geico. The type of people there are certain types of people that love that type of work environment where it's highly meritocratic and it's based off of like arbitrary fucking measurements from like computers. And like they do
fucking hate. Yeah.
And then there's some people that are like, fuck that, I will never work for Geico. And then there are some people that are like, look, I'll work for Geico for a couple of years to get it on my resume. And Geico, because they save so much money with this product, with the way that they do this, also gives out industry standard training. Like if you want to move to another insurance company, like having worked at Geico before and like not been fired and worked there for a couple of years means that you're probably got way better training than somebody at Nationwide or anything like that. And like it looks really good on your resume because it says this person is a hard worker with a high output. And so like the thing is that like some companies will adopt this and other companies will not. And then there'll be varying degrees to which it's adopted. And it's a good thing that that's in the market. I don't give a fuck if certain companies adopt it and it works out poorly for them, then it proves that it was a bad idea for them.
Yeah. Okay. So what you just said is exactly what I would kind of be hoping, where like fucking stupid ass middle managers and higher managers would be like looking at like click through rate or how you switch to screens instead of like claims settled or customers dealt with or policies sold or something like that. Because that's actually so I work for a fucking megacorp. I hate it, but they're the best of the megacorps basically. And so there are different brands for different reasons. Some of them are tracking your clicks and some of them are like take care of the people because that's our brand. So what I'm actually borderline hoping is that like the maniacal hyper manager people who miss the trees for the forest or the forest for the trees, I hope they focus on all the wrong things and destroy companies. Because basically like this like creative destruction or whatever would just like highlight the better things in the market anyways. At least that would be my hope. I think
it makes the AI better, right?
Yeah,
like that's the other thing too.
it would be like the perfect tool to disrupt like absolute micromanagers, which I would love.
Can I kind of piggyback off that as in, like an idea? Would you be because you obviously hate the idea of like micromanaging assholes that are like up top
Mhm.
probably doing like 3 emails a day and like doing absolutely nothing else but then bitching at your productivity. Would you
Mhm.
be open to the idea, or like could AI maybe be used if you're gonna do it at your company, you have to be the first one to do it and you have to show everybody what they're gonna see from you?
I would love that, but of
Because I
course,
think
like,
that's based as fuck.
yeah, but you know for a fact that's not how it's gonna get
Exactly. So I think if
implemented.
they're
Yeah,
gonna
like,
try and
it's
implement
gonna
that, then
be
maybe we should have to
yeah.
do that way.
But see that's like my funny thing is like I think what would happen. This is actually how it rolls in my head. Like I during my training at Megacorp Incorporated, you know, there was like this like really smart guy like out of Harvard or Yale. He was hanging out. Slumming it with you know, the new hires and all that kind of stuff, trying to see like the next new idea that was going to come from the fucking schmoes in order to make the business more effective. And I gave him an idea, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's really cool." But what I realized through talking to this guy is like this guy basically his job, he was handed like 300 grand a year, probably going to be shit canned in 2 years, but he has to find a reason or find the ability to save the money more than his salary. And if
Right.
he doesn't find that, he's fucked. And so the fact that people like that exist at all is frustrating for me. But then if this is like the ultimate tool that screws over that class of people, I would love to have like creative disruption has like screwed over the proles so many times throughout history. I would love to have like creative destruction screw over the management class. I would God, that gives me a mind boner.
It seems like you just want companies to fail,
I think
though.
you just hate your
No,
job.
I don't want companies to fail. I want
okay.
micromanagers to I want micromanagers at the wrong companies to destroy their fucking companies, and then I want them to fail. And I want them as a class of people
Yeah,
to get
but
fucked over.
some
Well, then the
micromanaging is
company
like
would fail.
necessary though.
Sure.
Like
I
so
agree.
like what so when you say micromanage, because I mentioned like tracking mouse movements and whatnot, right?
Mhm.
So with people like working at home more, you have lots of people who will do nothing most of the day, right? They go from like being productive employees to doing the bare minimum to skate by, without like raising any red flags. Or if they do raise a red flag, they do it like once a week, so it's not like a huge issue, right?
Mhm.
Or they'll take overtime, right, to finish the work they should have done during the day when they were hanging out playing YouTube and jerking off, right? So I feel like
Wait,
Wait,
is
no.
that what you're
Is that what
like
you?
is that what the software is telling you?
So
That's how you do the
no,
mouse movements.
yeah. So the
Exactly, right?
but for
So
instance,
so I
it's
think
about the metrics you put in. Sorry, I'll let you finish, but I have like a direct
go for
response.
it.
Well,
No,
okay, so my direct response is, yeah, there's probably people who are like that. But if you have somebody who's like mouse movements are like every 3 seconds and they're frenetically clicking between shit and they're fucking, you know, going from this app to that app to that app, and then they produce let's talk about like claims adjusters for a second. And they settle 5 claims that day to the satisfaction of the customer and to the satisfaction of the company. And what is it? And like nobody's complaining on the customer side and nobody's complaining on the like the I don't know, the fucking company side. And then you have somebody who's doing a third of the work, but like from mouse clicks and all that kind of shit. But they have the same output and less or the same amount of complaints and all that kind of shit. That wouldn't be a red flag for me to say, oh, hey, productive person who's as equally productive, I need you to move your mouse more during the day because the AI is tracking you. I would be asking that person, it's like, hey, you just did the same amount of shit for half the effort. How did you do that? And then figure out how to like ramp up efficiency. But that's going to be
no, that's
on the
you took the
middle
wrong
managers who are going to
lesson from that
decide
though.
what variables to track.
So you took the wrong lesson from that, right? So the lesson
I
that I
did
would have
not.
taken from that is the person from this hypothetical is that the person who was clicking all over the place and working 24/7, but only pushing out the same amount of like productivity as the person who was like hanging out most of the day. That the person who's being really, you know, who's like working harder probably doesn't really know how to use the system. Is probably struggling somewhere, so they're having
Yep.
to work twice as hard at the same thing, right? So I'd reach
AI
out to
would
them
have
and be like,
told you that.
hey,
Yeah.
yeah, hey, it looks like you're spending this amount of time on this screen, or you're refreshing the page this much, or you're saving and then going back and making changes. Do you know how to do this, right? Is there like an issue here that you don't understand? Can we train you better? Like what is it, right? That's what I'd get from that, right? So you reduce the stress on that person, make sure they know how to use everything so that they don't have to go that busy to get the same amount of work done. Then you still go to the other guy who's hanging out most of the day and say, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Like what yeah, you're doing something, you're not breaking anything yet, but you're also not working most of the day that we're paying you. We're paying you to work 8 hours a day. You're working like 4.
Mm.
Like so you want to like start
Of
thinking
course.
I want to.
what
Sorry, you go first, and then I have a
Well,
rebuttal.
yeah, I'm gonna attempt to rebut as well. So, again, I'm gonna bring in my personal crusade against open office spaces. Like, there's a reason why. Okay, there's multiple reasons why people don't like open office spaces. One of them is like a lack of privacy, where people do want privacy. Like there's obviously a time and place for collaboration and interact with your coworkers. People generally don't want that sensation of someone breathing down your neck. And there's a reason why, again, all the emerging evidence that I've seen, employees don't like these employee tracking softwares. Where if you're like, there's a way to implement employee tracking software, where it's like, yeah, there's some sort of compromise. But when you're like tracking mouse clicks, when you're tracking like how much you're tabbing between windows, like you're breathing down the person's neck. And as far
no,
as I could tell, nobody likes that. And there's a reason why.
No,
Also,
so
because it makes it
but
harder for
like
them to slack off actually.
so
But
so
when we're tracking it, let me get just Scott. I'm sorry, just really quick. Let me give you an
you're
example.
good.
Because so I run an insurance. Big,
you're breaking up, I
where,
think.
You're breaking
Yeah.
up.
His
Can you hear me?
workers are
Hello,
unplugging his
hello?
cords.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hello,
right.
can you guys hear me?
You're not
Yeah,
being
we're
as
getting out. Go ahead.
productive. It's not
Okay.
registering yet.
So I run an
Be
insurance company,
faster.
right? Not like a carrier, but like a wholesaler, right? And one of the things that we do is we have teams of underwriters who go through, and like they need to make changes on policies, right? And we're dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars in coverage, and we're dealing with like endorsements that are extremely important. They need to make sure that these things are put on correctly. Put on the day that they're meant to be effective, sent out within a certain amount of time period between that date and the day that it was sent in, and between that date and the end of the policy, etc. It's extremely important that all this is like on the fucking dot, right? With new people coming in, and even with old people, right? Because there's some stuff that you don't deal with all the time, right? So like if you don't deal with like midterm cancellations a lot, and one shows up on your desk, and you don't actually know what you're doing, but you try to go through the process anyway. I've had situations where a person, like an underwriting assistant, will spend fucking 3 hours working on something that really takes 10 minutes because they don't know how to do it and they don't want to ask, right? So we say, oh, look at they're spending this much time on this page. This is what they're doing. Or they're making a change and they're refreshing, going back, removing the change, trying this other way, trying this other thing. It's tracking not just like the mouse movements, but the actions on the page, right? So it seems like this person doesn't actually know how to do this endorsement, and they're wasting a lot of time building up a backlog of other shit they got to do because they don't know how to do this thing and they're not reaching out for help, right? So all that means is, say, I need to reach out to them, like, hey, what's going on? Like, do you need help with this? You need training? Can I help you with it? Right? And then you do that, and then going forward, their job's easier. I don't need to worry about them wasting all this time burning away money, right? Because that's what they're doing when they're spending so much time on something like that. And we move forward, right? So it's not like we're breathing over we're breathing over their throats. Sorry, their necks, to make sure that they know what they're doing doing it properly, and they're doing it as smoothly as possible, right? So they're not stressing out,
Talking like a
building a
boss.
backlog.
But yeah,
So Doobie, I think you point out and highlight the ways that AI can be utilized to gain knowledge quicker in a cheaper way, which is awesome, right? Like counterpoints, you brought up this idea of like, productivity versus time on screen, and you're kind of like going back and forth on that, which is cool. By the way, it's a simple problem that can be solved once people realize that it's a problem and then program it into the AI to look at the ratio of output versus the amount of time, et cetera. And you can come up with a new metric and you can find those people that are struggling. I think the topic though is dealing with the idea of a large corporation, right, that has 100,000 employees, that doesn't want to investigate and then fires 10,000 people based off of a very cold, AI program that may not be sophisticated, that doesn't reach a certain level of fairness. And I think people are upset by the idea that it's not fair that they were fired because some machine told them they were doing a bad job, even though they believe that they were doing a good job or might actually be doing a good job, but the machine just had the wrong inputs. And I do think that what I would say, right, about the actual topic here, right, is like that there are responsible ways to use AI, and then there are ways that are just stupid, But the thing is that it is a cost benefit analysis within the market. It is a good idea that companies fire 10,000 people for their company if it's going to cost them 10, 20, 100, 200 times in order to pay humans to investigate who should be fired and who shouldn't. It might actually be beneficial to both them, the market, and everybody involved. And then other smaller companies that are more human can handle those people that are better talents that might outcompete them in another way. And you find that balance between those because of honestly, because of Hayek's knowledge problem, because you can't centrally plan these things because there are millions and billions of interactions in the market, and that knowledge is played out in the market.
Okay. If anybody else wants to rebut, go ahead, but I have a rebuttal to that shit.
You know what, counterpoints, go, and then we'll go.
Yeah. So basically, like, I want our jobs to be eliminated. By the way, I find it shocking and frankly upsetting that we have like 3 pseudo professionals who probably make a decent amount of cash, and they're all fucking insurance industry. I want to fucking seppuku myself right now because I work in this goddamn industry. And by the way, it's because basically, if I Doobie, please don't judge me too harshly. But the way that I view this industry is basically it's a giant fucking money laundering scheme where what they do is they get a bunch of motherfuckers to pool their resources together, invest it into the market. Of course, there are like, quality investors, but at the end of the day, it is the market. So it seems like there's a decent amount of gambling. And then if they get good returns, then the house wins and they get to make a shitload of money while paying out the minimum of claims. And then also if they lose, they pass on the cost to the consumer anyways. So that's like where for me, the house always wins. It's like working at a fucking casino, which is part of the reason why they pay everybody so well. So it's actually disgusting. But just to get back to like make this in general, so it's not about my personal disgust for the insurance market. Basically, what I think would happen with the advent of AI is people like the untalented middle managers would focus on the wrong things and they would destroy their companies, whereas the talented people would focus on the right things. So I think Scott pointed out, I'll shut up in a second, I swear. Scott pointed out that like this is something that would self-correct, where dumb managers would fuck up and destroy their companies, and then smart managers would dial in the fucking variables. That way you're not destroying your companies. And I think that would be good for the market overall. Whereas I think a lot of the people who are avoiding AI, they're doing so out of a fear that they'll be the ones on the chopping block. Fuck me. This
Yeah, I
fucking
gotta
video game is
say,
hard and I keep getting my ass pounded.
yeah, I'm glad
That
to
was
get
a
my
great
rebuttal.
rebuttal where you
I'd like to
agreed with
pound
me
your
in the
ass
end.
after that bullshit.
I appreciate that rebuttal.
I think people feel
Those are the
upward all
rebuttals
the
I
time.
love the most.
Look, Scott,
My butthole.
Connor.
Yeah.
Look, I don't appreciate you bad mouthing the insurance industry.
Disparaging the
Okay,
industry.
how dare you? That's yes, it's like a big casino, but that's how I make my money. So fuck you. It's
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
It's actually not. I don't see it. I see the total. You see it's like some like grimy fucking back alley thing where we're like stealing from people. I see it as one of the most beautiful industries that exists on the planet. Okay.
Doobie, you're losing my favor very fast.
Look,
Yeah.
we
Such an
have
honor, Doobie.
tens of
Such an
thousands,
honor.
hundreds of thousands, millions of people pulling their resources together, right, and saying, "Hey, if shit happens, right, if my fucking life falls apart, Allstate's going to be there.
It's
State
a
Farm's gonna be
community,
there."
right?
Yeah, it's just
So we
it's
should
literally a
have to
community
commit to it and
pulling
make
money
socialism.
together.
It's your
and
friendly
agreeing
neighborhood church.
agreeing through a contract, by the way, to take care of each other, to make sure that if their house burns down, they're not going to be on the street, right? They're going to have some money to put together that they wouldn't have otherwise. They pay-
Unless you miss one payment. Then you-
Unless there's an
yeah.
exception.
I've
which
had
we
people play.
understand.
Well, then
2
fucking
payments,
hold on.
actually.
Wait. Then read your fucking policy. If you're gonna sign a contract as a grown-up adult,
Right?
Oh,
not know what the
classic.
exclusions are, then the fuck you fucked up. Right.
Or-
However, there is such a thing as errors and omissions insurance. If that happens and your insurance agent didn't tell you about something or lied to you about something, sue your fucking insurance agent. Right. Go after.
How are you gonna do that if you don't have any money?
Yeah,
You know,
I was
right,
about to say.
right.
No,
File a
wait,
claim-
that's
file a
easy.
claim- File a claim with the errors and omissions policy. You can absolutely go after that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Oh, and also, I want to point out real quick.
Yeah,
so
it's easy. Easy.
Well, so having no money and suing people is so fucking easy because there's hordes of just plaintiffs attorneys who are just chomping at the bit. Please let us sue for you. We'll take only 1/3. You get 2/3. Please, please, please let us sue for you.
Yup.
So
Okay,
yeah,
but
you don't
this
need
is
anything
okay.
to sue somebody.
Yeah,
You
you
guys
don't
are
need any money.
sidetracking
What?
and
You
yeah,
really?
you are
That's
sidetracking me and
I'm
you are
dead serious.
disgusting me. No, yeah,
You know it,
exactly.
Connor.
Because
You know
what
it's good.
happens? No, what happens? What happens? What happens? So let's say that we created like a public option, which I know disgusts you, or the just like all Americans pooled their resources together in order to just pay out insurance as it was happening. We eliminated the suit. Everybody negotiated in good faith. All that kind of bullshit.
socialized.
Then you wouldn't see all these fucking costs piled on. And I get fucking disgusted when I see fucking insurance lawyers driving fucking Maseratis and Ferraris down the fucking block. And I get disgusted when I see
Galactoid.
fucking high-level insurance
Maserati.
fucking executives
What's
driving
wrong with
Maseratis and
insurance
fucking
lawyers?
Ferraris.
When
Because
they
those
when
are
they find
fucking
ways,
those are dollars that could have been paid out on claims that
well,
they
they
chose
shouldn't have
not
been.
to by nickel and
Not
diming
No,
the
no, no.
customer.
not that
Insurance
they
lawyers
chose not.
defend.
Stop. No,
Bullshit.
please. I need to say that. Please.
Bullshit.
Please.
Yeah.
It's
They
not that they chose
defend.
not to. It's that the contract that was signed had an exclusion that the client wasn't aware about or didn't give a fuck about. You don't know. I can't tell you how many fucking
Bullshit.
times, right? How many
Uh-huh.
fucking times I've had some rich asshole, right, who doesn't want to pay the extra $2,000 for another $2 million of coverage. Some shit happens. His house falls apart, and suddenly he's pissed off because he doesn't have the coverage that he didn't pay for. Well, shit, I told you about it. You didn't want it. Fuck you, right? So
Doobie,
that's
you
typical.
know,
And
you
then
and
That's the
they
I,
sue,
majority of your
and then they
claims.
sue, and then they
you,
lose a lawsuit, and then we move on, right? So
you and
those
I,
lawyers, please
That's
stop.
not
Those
easy.
lawyers, right? So the community that's paying, pulling the money to through this contract, right? To ensure that if shit goes bad, life doesn't fall apart, right? If my house burns down, I'm gonna have somewhere to sleep at night. If my car fucking blows up, I'm gonna have a way to get a new car. These
Doobie,
people, right? Please, if the company keeps paying out on bad claims, pays out on fucking every sob story that comes through, right? All the more, all their premiums go up. Everybody
Doobie,
pays more when the insurance
There's
company
so
pays out on
much
bad
fraud.
claims.
Yeah.
Doobie. You okay? So if you want to come back on, we can't pay every fucking sob story. I agree with you. Groundwater, right? No fucking insurance companies cover it. Nobody fucking knows about it. Everybody gets fucked on groundwater. It is what it is. Okay. But that being said, you and I both know that, like, if you're good faith, you tell everybody everything, you try to walk them through everything, and they just fucking don't listen to you. Awesome. But you and I both know that this industry is filled with fucking agents who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow. They've never
Absolutely.
seen a fucking a claim paid out in their entire fucking life, so they have no idea how the claims process works. You and I both know that there's adjusters who don't know their fucking ass from their elbow, and you
Absolutely.
also know that there's adjusters who are burnt the fuck out. They have crazy fucking claims loads, and as a result of having fucking crazy claims loads and companies that don't care and companies that don't give a fuck, they basically cut a check for the customer and then don't explain how the claims process works or what they're legally entitled to, and then basically walks away. And plenty of customers, I would say like 10 to 30%, depending on who you're fucking working with, they walk away with a third of what they're actually legally entitled to, but because they have no idea what the fuck they're doing, they get fucked.
They're
And
adults.
those
It's their
dollary dues
responsibility
end
to look
up
at the
with
fucking
other fucking
contract that
people.
they signed and understand what they're entitled to and what they're not entitled to.
Okay,
What do you-
okay,
This-
I fall
I-
under
yeah.
the belief.
Oh, okay,
Last
great.
rebuttal, I promise. I will let us move on. But last rebuttal, I live in the United States of America, where easily a third of the population is sub 80 IQ. I do not agree with everybody's an adult shit.
I love
Okay,
I love how we're a family, but like if you don't like read this policy, I'm gonna fuck you over. Just like family, just like
Hold
mama
on,
did,
hold on,
right?
hold on.
Like
That's
Yeah,
how my
yeah,
that's how my
yeah.
family
So
works.
we have-
I don't
And
know.
when I
If you're
think
a family
of
member,
and when I think of insurance, I think of Hurricane Katrina. That's the thing that I remember, and all those claimants
Well,
who paid on
groundwater's not
time.
covered.
Who paid on and I mean surging water's not covered. Who paid
Yeah.
on time and they got fucked over. But guys, this is not on insurance. I don't know how I
True.
we're here.
Sorry.
Yeah, you guys went
we
off
can
the
do that
rails
as
with
another panel.
insurance is
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah,
okay?
we should. Like, oh my
Appreciate
god,
yourself.
and it can all be against Doobie. I love it. We're gonna make it happen. All right, so we can go to Scott, but like, guys, let's focus on AI. I want to be able to bring
AI,
everyone
yeah.
else in because this is what we're here to
Sorry.
discuss.
Aiko had his
Um,
hand up for a while.
Oh,
Go Aiko first. It's fine.
all right, yeah.
Okay, I just want to say, I mean, there is an AI answer to the conversation that we just heard. Because if you do have people who are not paying out the claims because, not necessarily because they're dishonest, because I can see that creeping into the AI, but AIs do not get tired. Like they can pay out exactly what's due. They can like do the math and like make sure that these things work, and they can have like another AI or another section of the AI like can do the auditing against it. So so I think there is a place for automation of services where if like a rote exercise that happens over and over again like fatigues employees and causes them to make big mistakes, like an AI can be a solution for that.
Okay, I real quick rebuttal, Scott. I know you want to go. But basically, like one, the things that you have to track are almost untrackable. Basically, it's drywall damage, water damage behind walls, what kind of insulation you use, all that kind of shit. I can't picture a computer program that would be able to capture that without like physically being in the room. And so I don't think that's necessarily true. It could probably compute averages and find aberrations in the formula, but it couldn't pay out. And then also the companies are not incentivized to. So if you were to design like a perfect AI system that makes the perfect payment all the fucking time, you're the one losing money because everybody else is doing the shady shit. So actually, so while I'm complaining a lot about this industry, I'm actually really happy because I probably work for one of the least shady fucking groups out there. But even in the least shady groups, you still see shit that makes your fucking stomach churn. So
That's true.
Yeah, I think
So
ironically it's not ironic. It's just true that the shadiest groups are going to be the brokers and the small companies, typically,
true.
because they hire on people who don't know what the fuck they're doing, basically.
Yeah. And they're
so
just trying to
And
get a
then,
check.
then a lot of
I
lots
want
of
to I
lots
want
of
to
people
I
just
want to
don't know that they can go after your E&O if you fuck up.
Ginger wanted to say something.
I want to bridge this gap, right? Between this insurance conversation and back to the topic on AI.
Fabian, can
And
we
I
have
think
Ginger say what she wants to say?
I mean,
Oh,
sure, after me.
yeah.
Or when you host a panel, you can
Damn.
tell me to stop talking.
Well, you just seem like you're changing
But anyways,
subjects, so I wanted to keep it on track a little bit.
Don't worry about it. We
I
got
mean,
Okay, all right.
Prime Guy's tried to steer
Scott.
the ship before, like you know what I mean. Fuck,
Oh, okay.
I let ICAL
Yeah.
go. Relax.
Yeah. Scott
So,
and then,
anyways,
yeah.
bridging this conversation, I think what you guys are discussing, and the reason why, not just because so many people have worked in the insurance industry, but the reason why the insurance industry is such a great conversation here is because what you're describing is what is profit made of. And profit in a company is made of two things, right? The universal time preference, which is that people want things now at a higher rate, more so than they want the exact same thing later. So the capitalist gives the means of production or the capital investment that is necessary to produce things now. Right. And then because we don't live in an evenly rotating economy, they give you they're rewarded with profit for allocation of resources. And that's based upon knowledge, right? And insurance is such a fucky game because the entire industry is based upon trying to predict knowledge in the future of so many fucking variables. And yet what we're talking about with AI is we're talking about knowledge. We're talking about how do we gain more information so that we can more appropriately allocate resources in a more effective way, so that we can gain more profit, which thus grows the economy, increases new jobs, creates new jobs, creative destruction, and all of that. And so I think we really need to recognize that AI is an incredibly powerful tool for that knowledge, and I think all of us agree that the way it can be programmed and the way that it can be utilized can fuck us over. But that knowledge should be something that is celebrated and worked towards and not recoiled from like a fucking Luddite.
True.
I mean, the problem is that there'd have to be somebody that like continuously checks on the AI to make sure that the AI is functioning
Don't worry,
properly.
Doobie will.
You could have an AI.
Well, no, I
check on
agree.
AI, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Like if you just
In-
let it
infinite
run
AI.
rampant, it's going to be useless fucking knowledge. Like you're going to have to constantly update it, figure out what it's doing, give it new inputs, find problems, etc. But who utilizes that technology to the best of their ability are going to be the people that succeed in the market. Like
Well, I
period.
mean, the problem is wouldn't the AI just eventually fire that person that's
So
Yeah, it's not a
Interesting point.
Terminator movie.
Oh, okay, hold on. So the AI, this is something that I see all the time, and I've heard this complaint when it comes to driving as well. I think people really overestimate how good humans are when it comes to making these decisions as opposed to AI, right? Well, who's going to monitor the AI? Well, to be honest with you, an AI could probably monitor that AI better than a human could, right? In the same way that people think,
No.
oh, what if I think so, right? When people say like, what if the AI makes a mistake and I crash my car? Well, sure, as it is right now, there might be certain circumstances that we want a human driver, but you can get it to the point where an AI car is going to be superior, where any human input is going to actually throw the system off. Where once you get a human involved, you're going to fuck up the system, right? Because you're going to have a human make a mistake, because humans make fuck tons of mistakes all the time. And an AI, if it's tasked with something that it's very specifically programmed for, doesn't make mistakes at nearly that same rate.
So
That's
Theoretically,
completely
can't.
false. It's
Yeah.
completely false because we're not talking about artificial general intelligence, right? We're talking about something that is programmed with the inputs that we give it, and cultures change, economies change, individual decisions change, all of these things change. So there will always need to be, until we invent the fucking god AGI that takes over the goddamn world, if that's even possible, there will always
Kinda.
need to be a human that looks for unintended consequences and then tests out programs in other places and tries to improve upon it. Because even if you just leave it alone, someone else will be improving their AI in another company
No,
as
that's-
culture and as things change, that will make it better than yours.
No. What I'm saying is, like,
Can I-
what
can I
if
just
you
say I think-
designed an AI, like a generalized AI or whatever, that was like could improve the AI at a better rate than a human could?
Okay, but eventually you're gonna
Now you're
have
talking
to
about
have
AGI.
somebody. Yeah, but eventually you're gonna have somebody checking on one of the AIs, regardless of how many AIs you
Why?
have. Like, are you serious?
Why should I trust a human over a robot?
Because you're talking about, like, well, why can't we just create an AI that has deductive and inductive reasoning skills? And the moment we do that, whoever that company is takes over the fucking world, right? Like,
Well-
that's not a simple fix.
We're close.
Or we're not. It depends. on
No,
who you
and
ask.
we're
I
and
don't
we're
think we're
not.
either.
I got to rebut this shit, because basically we were talking maybe like 5 years ago about how nobody should be a truck driver because basically like automated driving is on the way and shit. And as far as I know, basically like I know a whole bunch. What happened is a glut in the market where a whole bunch of people stopped being truck drivers because they thought it was going to be a dead industry, and as a result of basically a whole bunch of new drivers not coming up, now there's like a fucking huge logistics fucking hole. And on top of that, people are capitalizing on it, and they're making fucking like surgeon salaries and shit because basically
Based.
people counted on computers taking over the market, and they fucking haven't.
Yeah.
So like
so they
I think, like,
miscalculated on the time, but it could still happen, right? It
okay,
likely
but we're
will
still
still
talking
happen.
about like millions of dollars of fucking like maybe billions of dollars of logistics damage caused by this expectation that AI was going to destroy everything. So basically, like my advice to any young people who are looking at an industry, if you see a salary and you see a skill set that looks good to you, do it until the fucking AI destroys your fucking job. Because if you listen to all these fucking Nostradamus motherfuckers, you're not going to do shit.
No, I actually agree with part of what you said, which was like timing this shit, I think, is incredibly difficult. And so many times people say, well, this will replace us when it actually doesn't. Sometimes it does, right? Sometimes an industry does get replaced, but sometimes it doesn't, right? I think I think trucking is a perfect example that you brought up, where the apprehension of like becoming part of the trucking industry because of all the optimistic talk about self-driving vehicles. I don't know if that was the only cause, but that intuitively would have contributed to it. But that being said, right? Self-driving vehicles compared to where they were only 5 years ago to where they are now, right? They're tremendous. Like, they've made tremendous progress, and if they make the same progress 5 years in the future, or maybe it'll take 10, maybe it'll take 20. I don't know exactly how many years it'll take, but I think it's coming. And I think it's reasonable to think it's coming, and like once it does, those
I
jobs
think
aren't
what
going
you're
to exist
arguing
anymore.
is two different things. You're arguing two different things, though, right? So you're arguing that AI could eventually get to a point, right? Self-driving cars,
Yeah.
that they can take over that job from humans, right? I think so too. That eventually, I see your hand, Ginger. I think eventually that will certainly be the case. It's just a matter of R&D. It's a matter of time and investment. And we'll look back, right, at this moment in time, the way we look back at when cars first emerged, right? And the amount of accidents that happened there, it was crazy, right? And we had like no safety mechanisms. It's a different time. You wouldn't even recognize
Currently
it.
46,000 a year.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, what's a few
right.
dead toddlers
But,
amongst friends, right?
but so there's that, right? And I agree with that. But then you also said at some point we'll have an AI or AGI, right? That will be able to run other AIs. And I think that's where like most people will give you pushback. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think this is impossible. That like the idea that programs one day like end their own job, right?
Yeah, but this
But
is a Tool song, right? Like, let's not get too far away from the topic where we all fucking, eat mushrooms and talk about the AGI taking over.
I can't wait.
but I mean, I'm just saying that I'm
Right.
just trying to separate those things.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, but I think the real separation between those two things is just a matter of time, right? So the only thing I'm pushing back against here was, well, we're always going to need a person to look after this stuff. I don't think so. I think as time goes on, is the programs right now that they're using to fire people good enough to not have human input? Probably not. But I think it's like wishful thinking to think like just assume, well, we're always going to have a person watch over this. I don't see why.
Let's
that's
look at Ginger, then Aiko.
Okay, so the way that you're saying is that you think that once like they have like the AI capability of a car running all by itself and doing everything by itself, that they won't have like a manual override option.
They might, but they're not going to use it, right? There's no reason to use it at that point.
But the idea that it's there is comforting. So the idea that there's a possibility for there's somebody looking over the AI is not far-fetched, is not a stupid idea. Because eventually you're going to have to make sure that there's something there backing it up.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
don't
it could be
know.
Terminator Doomsday, and I'm not
Right?
memeing.
It could be
I'm not.
something as simple as what I said earlier, where the AI makes suggestions, right, for either promotion or firing or retraining or whatever it is. And then a human looks it over, right? And if there are problems with the suggestions being put forward, you can adjust the data in the AI or whatever the fuck to make sure that it's not, there's no like bias built into the machine, right?
That's right. You didn't fire enough black people. All right, so Aiko, then Corey.
So I think the problem isn't whether or not you should have like a person who can like check the work or make sure that the AI is not doing anything wrong. I think the question is, I think what we're all getting around is the point at which we arrive at the singularity, the point at which AI is so complex that humans really aren't capable of understanding what it's doing. Doesn't mean that it's like intelligent in the way that a human is. It just means that there's a level of complexity that sort of like runs beyond us. And at that point, I don't even know that we would understand the feedback that we're getting from a sufficiently complex AI. And so to be able to correct it at that point, I mean, I'm not sure that we can. That's
well, I mean, at
already
that
there.
point, why wouldn't you just like upload yourself into the machine and watch people from their webcams? I'd watch Connor all day.
Okay.
Well, no,
Yeah.
we're already there with facial recognition
No,
software.
no.
Right?
So-
Like,
so-
AI helps write that software.
Right. What I was trying to get at, like Aiko, kind of, I guess what I'm poorly explaining is, if I'm running a company, every expense matters and every option for profit matters. And I have a algorithm that fires people based on lack of productivity, right? And then I develop an algorithm to monitor that algorithm, and it more or less functions correctly. Why would I hire somebody to learn the prerequisites to manage the AI when I don't have to? If it doesn't become profitable for me to have that kind of safe switch anymore,
Because of
there's no
Skynet,
reason why I
Did
would.
you forget how
kills us
humans
all.
work? Like, I don't understand. Like, you're not even gonna factor in like there's no way an AI can quantify like the other like things that people do in the office. Like, it's so weird to me that we're talking about an HR, specifically human resources AI, and none of you guys want to talk about like the things that you cannot quantify. It just seems odd to me.
You can quantify
Well, no,
anything.
I did, but the
Mental
problem
illness?
isn't. Well,
Yes,
the
of course you
problem
can
is
quantify
it's
that.
not-
them immediately.
How are you
It's not-
quantifying that?
Put it
Do
on
you
a
have it or you don't, or
Nina,
what?
Something's gonna pop up.
Yeah,
Nina,
you can
the-
like
the
measure
question-
certain reactions and certain stimuli that the machine
Nina,
like receives.
That's so invasive.
In fact, I bet a
Nina.
machine could probably diagnose somebody with mental illness better than any average human could. Probably.
Nina, that
Why
it
would they
doesn't
have that then?
matter.
Probably.
Nina, it doesn't matter
not a-
if there's a human element that's lost in the process. What matters is the human element that's lost by firing the HR people more valuable than the accuracy of the information as opposed to the salary of those HR people?
Yes, because have you
So
ever heard
I
of
can
ADA?
lose-
Have you ever heard of ADA?
Well, yeah, I don't give a fuck about U.S. laws. I fire all the disabled
Okay,
people. I
but
don't
it's
care. But
people.
like,
It pays out $400,000 in lawsuits, my dude. Like, if you don't have that
That's
one
because
person.
there's the laws,
right.
right?
So again, the
Oh, so you want to get rid of
question
the
here-
laws? Like, are you that
Well,
libertarian?
well,
with this
actually,
shit?
I want to point out one
But-
thing though. You could
but
actually
no,
use
no,
this to
no, no,
dodge
no, no.
liability, right?
Newsflash.
No, you can't.
You're running
You're
away.
still discriminating.
No, the robot is
you're-
not me.
you're-
It
listen,
doesn't
you're-
matter.
Jesus Christ! Back to what I'm fucking saying. That you're just.
Oh my god, like
pivoting
you're
away from
complaining about
both of you.
somebody talking too much.
I'm not complaining about someone talking too much. I'm complaining about someone pivoting. Right. The problem. You're wrong, and the reason you're wrong is because
Wrong or right
the
pivoting?
human element doesn't matter if the
In HR.
AI is sophisticated enough in order to fire someone with a $70,000 salary. They can lose $40,000 in terms of information that may have been gained
And you're telling me that
by
exists?
the Yes, it's entirely possible, right? Just think about it for a moment. If you have one HR person, right? And let's say they're more accurate because of the human element that you're describing. The question is, are they more accurate enough that it justifies their salary? Because I can lose $40,000 in bad
Right.
decisions if I don't have to pay an HR person $60,000 or $70,000.
You can also lose
That's a net
$400,000
gain.
in a lawsuit, like from like them saying that you have discriminatory AI practices.
Okay, this is irrelevant, right? Like,
No,
that's-
it's not.
The
If you're
premiums
talking
on
about
that
how
are
much
not gonna be
money you can
$400,000
get
a
from
year.
the HR person, you know that their job is to protect the company, right?
Okay, presumably.
No, not. I
And
mean,
they're supposed
you
to
could
protect
say it that way, sure, but you know that's what the HR's job is, to make
Disabled
sure that there isn't like grounds for like lawsuits on like disability and like harassment, like sexual harassment, stuff like that. Like you think an AI can deal with that?
Well, hold on. They do
Eventually, yeah.
And the HR people.
How?
The HR people fuck
What do
up
you
all
mean
the time.
how?
What do you mean? Well, how
the
would an
amount
AI
of
deal with a
fucking
sexual
lawsuits.
harassment claim?
The amount of sexual
Listen,
harassment claims that came from HR managers that I
Denied.
dealt with, right? I'm telling
Okay.
you, like they are like a source of liability in of themselves.
That's true. That's true.
Okay, first of all,
What,
from the very
those
onset,
claims? That's a really stupid point. It
No,
doesn't matter.
They're people. They're
From the
people
very
that are
onset,
sending
we're not
dick pics to
talking-
their employees, right?
no, you're
Okay, so let's
fucking-
just fire
you're-
all the
you're
people
getting
and have all the robots
distracted.
work. What are you talking about?
You're getting
Yes.
distracted. Like, I don't think you're following what's occurring here, right? Like,
Well,
nobody
that
is
guy's talking
talking
something
about
different.
nobody is talking about sexual harassment claims and not having employees to deal with those issues. What
That's
we're
what
talking
HR
about is the
does.
step. Okay, yes, but you're overgeneralizing here and like not talking on the topic.
Bro, you've been
right?
talking about
What we're
insurance for
talking-
like an hour, dude.
Dude, like that was Doobie and counterpoints mostly. Relax. Like what I'm saying, the only time I talked about insurance was to bring it back to the AI conversation. What
Alright,
I'm
so we
talking
just-
about is the topic is about firing people, right? So what you can do is you can reduce staff in that process, right? Like we're not saying that an AI can do everything, though eventually it probably could. But that doesn't mean, and you're saying, but there's a human element, right? That there is information that would be missing. And all that I am saying is that the cost benefit analysis can be to where the AI becomes worth the cost, because a software company sold me something for $1 million for 10 years. And I was if I'm able to purchase that software solution, and even if I lose some money, it doesn't matter if I don't have to hire people that cost more than the money lost, because that's a net gain for me.
Well, you know, hiring employees is significantly more expensive, right? Than
No,
just
okay, but
retaining
hold on.
employees.
Nina,
Okay,
you're
apparently
missing
you
the
can't
point.
engage
This
with
is
the topic, so
exactly
never mind.
what I want, though. No, Nina, you're missing the point. This is exactly what I want. I want Scott and Fabian Liberty and fucking Lactoid to be like, yeah, fuck it, fire all the HR people. Who gives a shit? Fucking set up the AI in order to deny the first sexual harassment claim, and then if they file it again, then we'll fucking look at it.
Well, you're wanting to watch the world
And then-
burn. I get it. You should be wearing the
No,
Joker
not the
costume.
world burn, just the insurance industry. So, yeah. So, anyway, but no,
Let's
this
go
is
to-
exactly.
Wait, do
what
we
I
want to
want,
read
though.
the
Let's
prompt
go
again? If you
to-
guys think I'm off base here, like what the fuck?
No,
Let's
you're not
go to
off
Corey.
base at
Let's
all.
go
Not
to
you,
Corey.
sorry.
No problem. Yeah, Corey. Let's see what he's got to say.
Well, yeah, I might just derail it further or like go down the same path. But so Doobie, I would ask you if you cared like so. Would you be in? I don't know. Maybe it's already the case. But on the computer that you use, do you have employee tracking software that let's say is basically with someone looking at you
Fuck
and
no,
tracking?
but I own the company.
Yeah, well, so that's so I'm curious. So would you be in favor of like having employee tracking software on your computer, and then like
Of course
well, that's sort of my larger point.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't like it. I also wouldn't like
Well, exactly. I'm totally in favor of employee tracking software and AI when it's universally applied. There's a reason why, again, going back to my Crusade Games open concept offices. It's like, yeah, it's for the non-managerial employees, and then the managers get the offices. Because again, like just like my concern is like
work your way up so you're no longer a pleb, and then you don't have the AI tracking
not
software.
everyone can be a manager, as far as I'm not an expert and whatever.
Get
whatever.
good, you fucking losers.
But yeah, exactly. But so yes, as long as it's universally applied and everyone is subjected to the AI and the algorithm and the employee tracking software, then I'm all in favor. And then to Counterpoint's point, then we watch the world burn, and then we see what happens.
Yeah, Corey. So this has kind of been my point. Like, I know this is like a Twitch panel, so we do deal with like hypotheticals and all that kind of stuff. But like you, me, and everybody who's worked a job for more than like 20 hours knows that the bosses are not going to have that shit on their fucking computer. And if they do, they're going to have the report go to one of their boys. That way, if they're fucking jerking off during lunch, like, you know, nobody finds out about it. So that's my thing. Is like,
Look,
we
when
can
you
come
run
up
shit,
with,
you jerk off whenever you want to. Okay.
That's kind of.
But you also have different metrics. Like part of your job as the CEO is to schmooze with other corporate types. Like how do you
can quantify
get an
that.
AI
That is
to determine whether or not
quantifiable.
you're schmoozing enough? You know,
that's quantifiable. With enough
What
enough implants on
How
your
many of you guys
your
just
schmooze
fell for
hours.
crypto scams? You have not had enough martinis this week, so sorry. You've
Yeah,
lost your job.
insufficient martinis for schmooze hour. Get your shit together.
Right.
Middle management did not make enough TikToks about how awesome our company's cafeteria is. You're fired.
I think as to the liability question though, like ultimately the fewer people you have in the workplace, like the less liability you're going to have. People are just beacons of liability, right? They walk in, they're going to slip, they're going to trip on the, you know, the things that people trip on will surprise you. It's incredible, right? They'll trip on something and they'll fall and they'll break something, and then you're sued, right? They'll get pissed off because somebody made an off-color comment. They'll sue. They're angry because they got fired because they didn't show up for 3 weeks, and they fucking sue because actually this isn't because I didn't show up for 3 weeks. It's because I'm a woman, or because of, you know, XYZ, right? Like there's all these,
women can't
walk.
all
had that woman example
all,
loaded up and
I
ready.
do. These are just. I'm just giving you.
So, hold on.
Why are you so against your own
I'm giving you
To
the
be-
examples of like things that I have litigated, right? These crazy cases where, and then here's a reality. Like as
Most
you know,
people settle.
yes, 98% of cases settle. So people know I can make the dumbest fucking case, and the insurance company's going to
Lactoid.
settle for some amount, right? Because I'm going to get something out of
Lactoid.
it. So if you just get rid of people, liability goes like fucking way down. You're going to make so much more money. Just
Lactoid.
never get sued.
But
Maybe Minecraft yourself then.
fair to Nina, right? To be fair to Nina, right? She didn't show up to work for 3 weeks because she kept getting sexually harassed, and you fired all the HR people that were going to deal with her
Right.
complaints. All right. So that's
Ah.
your fucking fault
It's
for
my
bringing in
fault.
the
Now
AI
you're
in the
open to
first goddamn
liability.
place. All right.
And
So
what,
you know,
and what
Sure, the
Scott
AI
said-
would accept
And- and-
hold on. No. And what
No, I would have
Scott
gotten
said
fired
earlier-
before that came.
Okay, when the example that Scott fucking said, where it's like, oh, well, is it cheaper or whatever? Well, you know, it's cheaper when you fire a fucking $50,000 a year fucking HR employee and the software costs 80 grand. But then I'm pretty sure your calculation recalculates when you fucking get a $500,000 suit every
Exactly.
3 years
No.
because you trust the
100%.
fucking AI to make all your
No,
decisions.
I'm telling you, like,
and then you tune it in.
the liability that would come from like these rare examples where you actually have like
fuck me.
a
Sorry.
person not like looking at this. That the total amount of dollars there is a drop in the bucket compared to all the liability that you'll be avoiding by just having people at the workplace. In the same way that like you're gonna have a fuck ton less liability when you're not having human drivers, because the car accidents are such a major portion of fucking claims and lawsuits. And what is the basis? Somebody fucked up. Somebody didn't stop when they were supposed to. At a
Why
stop
do
sign.
you want this, Mr. Lawyer? Isn't this
That's
your
what I'm
fucking
saying.
friend?
This is how you know I'm honest. I am advocating for
I just think you kinda
me
hate yourself.
losing all my
hate
income, right?
myself.
That's how
This
you
is
know.
fucking right on the money.
See, you are railing against the insurance agency because you know it's fucked up. I'm railing against lawsuits, which we kind of associate with the insurance agency because I think it's fucked up, right? If we can
Yeah.
solve liability, then like hopefully I can make myself obsolete and I can go do something more
Okay,
productive
so-
than like
okay,
argue with somebody who's tripped on a rug It's fucking stupid.
All right, so my
Well,
my
you love
counter
arguing.
argument for AI can do everything fucking argument is basically like there are I agree with Nina that there are intangibles, basically like human intangibles, that you're not going to be able to calculate and that aren't going to be like you can put fucking ADHD on like the 1 out of 10 fucking disability scale, and then you can put Down syndrome on the 7 out of 10, but now you're kind of being a fucking asshole. And basically I think you're going to get sued more than that, like, disability scaling system is going to help you.
But
And then when it
We
comes
should just
to
not hire those people.
Right?
You get tax credits
then
for
you're
that for
creating
ADA
new
stuff.
problem.
So
Then you're
most no,
creating new problems.
most of
Not
the
everything is money.
most of
I
the
know we're
disability
everyone's
lawsuits.
capitalist, but not everything is money.
Counterpoints. Like that's acknowledged. Though I don't think that Scott or Lactoid would disagree with what you just said. Like
Scott said
there's
fire all the disabled people.
well,
He
oh
said
no,
fuck them.
I thought that was Doobie.
Well, it was both of them.
I
I'm
didn't
pretty sure.
say
they're,
it. Yeah.
they're both terrible people, so take your pick.
Yeah.
But like
True.
like I think that
Never
there's
meet your
levels to
heroes.
this, right? So
Right?
that's what Scott was trying to say before, right?
Wow,
That's why
that's
he made
fucked
the differentiation between artificial
Yes, you are.
intelligence and artificial generalized intelligence, right? Like there are
Well, I said in the
human
beginning,
intangibles.
you need humans. Like,
Yeah. At the we don't have a level of AI that can handle the intangibles that Nina was trying to get to, right? Like, and it's not coming anytime soon. Like anytime soon. Like our level of AI is just so primitive, right? Like in a lot of unfortunate ways. So like, yes, we can acknowledge that you can't do that. At this point, we still need humans to back it up, right? Like it's a pretty mundane point, right? Like at this point, software
I
isn't
mean,
good enough to run itself.
according to Lactoid, all we have to do is just to create an AI to create AIs to where they're smart enough to do that. So
But I think that would be the
I think
GI
he wants
reference.
the annihilation of the entire human race and just have it be like robots.
Yeah, dude.
No,
Haven't you seen
Or
fucking
that
Terminator?
Kamala
What the
Rain
fuck?
short story.
No, I think employers shouldn't have to put up with these fucking workers anymore, suing them and taking all their money. It's bullshit.
Yes.
So nobody
it's
should
the
be employed.
employers who are
Yeah.
suffering right now.
100%
It is the
unemployment.
bosses. Yes,
Unironically,
It's
yeah.
anti-work, but not the way you
Oh
don't
my
want, right?
God.
Well, maybe it should be that.
I
though.
made,
No, I'll
made
entertain that.
150K instead of 300. Wop wop. Like
I'll
fucking hell.
entertain that for a second. Yeah, maybe nobody should be employed, or like, isn't that like the goal? Like, wasn't
Yeah,
that the
gay
future
luxury
that
space
when we
communism.
thought of like
Yeah.
automation and robots, is that they would take over the work, right? That we live in a beautiful socialist society in space,
Yeah, gay luxury
where
Wall-E.
like
You had
all
me at the
the
first
stuff-
That's
part.
Wall-E.
all the work was taken for us, and there was that Disney movie, right, with the little robot. I forget what it's
Wall-E.
called.
Yeah, I
Right?
just said
Wall-E.
Wall-E.
Yeah, Wall-E.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Wall-E. Yeah,
Yeah, and
then like
everybody
they
was
just take
fat
everything
and
for
had
us. That's the future we're
osteoporosis
trying to
and
get to.
cardiovascular issues and shit, and they were just on blood thinners for eternity. Yeah.
Well, no, they didn't
Yeah.
have osteoporosis because I think it had like no
So-
bones, which was just a
We'll
a
also
ball
have like the
reclining.
virtual reality
Yes,
like
so
hookup,
another
right?
problem.
Like
They just
like,
had porosis.
Well, Prime.
Yeah.
So Prime. So this
No
is
osteo.
this is my take on this, right? So, and I think ultimately it's going to happen. I think if you get fully automated where you move beyond scarcity, I think just looking at like a supply and demand graph, I think the answer is obvious, right? I mean, economics is going to end as a practice.
you can't. Post scarcity is impossible.
So if it's I'm saying if it happens, right?
By your
If you move
definition.
if you move to
Literally
that
not
point,
possible.
End of history shit. Listen,
It doesn't matter what machine you can do, right? Like it doesn't, like you cannot get to post scarcity, because even if you could solve every fucking material problem, humans exist, and the scarce resource is human ingenuity.
According to
AI could figure out how to
Wait,
do
wait,
that
hold on.
fucking better. Dude,
Well,
AI is creating people that are more entertaining than the people that like
It does
go
even
on
even if
streams.
even if they do it better, a human has an idea, and that is a scarce resource, so long as they maintain that idea within their head and do not share that idea. So
Hold on,
human
we-
innovation
Mhm.
is still a scarce resource because there's only one of you.
But how am I?
cannot
what-
get to post
hold on,
scarcity.
we're letting the
I'm not
girls
gonna-
we're letting the girls get away with something right now. So Nina, you said never meet your heroes to Ginger.
Oh, I thought you were talking
Who
about
is your-
them.
No, to Doobie,
your
to
fucking
Doobie.
hero-
No,
who's
I
your
was talking
fucking
about
hero?
Doobie because I was such a fan of Doobie, and now he's letting me down.
Okay, no,
Look,
that's
you're
good.
just not there yet. Okay, so this happens
No,
with everybody
you're
I meet.
capital.
They get really worked up. They get really sad that I don't agree with them. They're fucked up worldviews. Then eventually you'll start agreeing with me, and you realize that I was correct all along.
Yes.
Not
And
that.
actually,
It's
and
just-
You're a
actually meeting me was
business
the best thing that
owner.
ever happened to you.
Yeah.
Eventually, you realize that it's mostly just a troll and he's full of shit.
It's racist.
He's a centrist fascist.
Frog racist. It's
Centrist
mostly that I can
fascist.
hate your
Yeah, I
VTuber.
was talking about.
He's center
Ico.
on the compass, but way up.
Ico.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people keep talking about how AI can't get to the point where it can catch up to a human or understand humans, and I understand that. I think that's true, but I think we'll get to the point. I think things are bifurcating, because I think we'll also get to the point where AIs are too complicated for us, and neither one of us is understanding each other. And I'll give you an example. Everyone's heard that story, or maybe not everyone's. I think most of us have probably heard the story about that interview with Chat GPS or
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, where it started like hitting on the questioner, and it started asking all these questions that were like very inappropriate, and it had even been programmed to stop a particular line of questioning if it was told to stop that line of questioning. And
then they outwitted the line of questioning. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah,
so
it
much.
absolutely did. And then when they asked the Google engineers like what happened, they all said, "Well, I don't know." And this is not the first story. Like
Are you talking about
for
Replica
years,
or
I've been reading
ChatGPT?
stories about programmers saying that they don't understand why the AI that they programmed did a thing that they did. You had these unintended consequences that were happening as a result of the programming because it was able to start programming itself. And because of that, that's what I mean when I talk about singularity. I'm not talking about the sci-fi concept of an ultra intelligent like being that arises like a ghost in the machine sort of thing. I just mean a level of complexity within AI that then sort of goes beyond the understanding of its programmers or anybody that could fix it. So when we say, oh, well, we need a human being who can check this, we're going to reach a point at which we can't check it anymore just because we don't understand the thing that we've built. And building another AI that we also don't understand to check that AI may not be a sufficient answer to that.
Okay, so if that occurs,
Wait.
right?
Infinite AI,
If
then you build an AI to control the AI.
If that occurs,
like the
right,
Russian
if
dolls.
that occurs,
right.
If that occurs in a AI that's designed to fire people and it works, why do I give a fuck if
What do you
there's a
mean
company
works?
that
That's the
manages
question,
it?
yeah.
Like, well, it beats out other companies in the market in terms of its efficiency
By-
at getting rid of employees
Okay, so
that
then I
are
have
that are
to-
net cost
I have to
or
ask
not
you
as
the-
efficient as others.
You guys sound like my dad right now. Where like I asked him once, like he is like super into machine learning, and I asked him about the ethics of it, and he was just like, "What?" Like I feel like you're kind of forgetting the human factor. What is the point of AI if it is not helping us as humans? Like I know
That's literally
obviously
what I just
Lachwood
said.
wants to genocide all humans or whatever, but the rest of
No,
you,
no.
I think, normal people. Like honestly,
Nina,
what is the
that's
point
what
of
I
an
just
AI
said.
Yeah,
if we're
he's
just saying
helping-
about
he's
companies
helping the
making money?
Genocide
Who gives a
all
shit if it's a
humans?
company's making money for like one person? Do you just fantasize of being that
does.
one person, Scott? Like I don't
No,
understand.
If your company is more, if your company is making more profit because it has more accurate information, then it's delivering a better product and engaging in growth in the market and creating wealth that benefits everybody. So that
How
is
does it
to the
benefit
betterment
everybody
of
if
humanity.
two people are working at it?
Because it's
Benefits
serving,
all the people
it's
working
serving customers.
You think they pay taxes, motherfucker? Like what are you talking about?
And
Don't
the
bring
What are you
taxes.
talking
Don't-
about?
don't bring up
I
taxes.
think.
Can
we
I
should-
respond to the
I think
allegations
we
of
should-
genocide?
I think we should tax. I think when we get start eliminating a bunch of employees, we should start creating a special tax for AI, right? So and that tax can be used for the general fund of humans, and then that'll work out. But go ahead,
We get it. You
Counterpoint.
stand in the way of progress.
so-
like,
Okay, so I was gonna. All right, so I'm kind of memeing, kind of not. But like the fucking, there's two memes that popped into my head when you're like, wait, Fabian, you only give a shit about market efficiency, and you don't care about like morality or like human improvement or any of that kind of shit. One of them is like the astronaut,
false.
like on the moon with a fucking meteor smashing the Earth, and it's like, oh no, the economy. And then, and then the other one is it's like a business guy, and he's buying an oil drum, and his suit is in tatters, and he's talking to a child, and he's like, he's like, well, for a really beautiful window, we had a perfect market, and we got a lot of value for our shareholders, and it's like the world is all crumbled and fallen to pieces and shit. And so
So do you have an argument or just memes?
yeah, I don't think that the market
He said they were
actually
memes.
provides for every
Mhm.
negative externality. I think that you have to have different values besides profit and fucking market efficiency. Like, believe it or not, like human beings are not hyper specialist creatures that only care about two fucking variables. And I want Reagan fucking laissez-faire capitalism to fucking die. I want to crucify it in the fucking public
go.
square.
So do you have an argument other than people should have values that you think aren't captured by the argument? So
Every
you think
I
there's
would say
negative
I would say
externalities.
every
What's the negative
time I would say
externality that you're proposing
I think he's asking
exists
if
in
you
this
have any
scenario?
humanitarian values besides just like profit.
separate from your fucking ANCAP shit. And Fabian, you're
So
talking
separate from
me like you're
separate from my
trying to
political philosophy, do I have any values? Yeah, I have personal values separate from my political philosophy, but I'm the only one here that actually gives a fuck about ethics. Like, fuck off.
Yes, you're the only
Make an
person out
argument.
of 9 human beings that give a fuck about ethics and
Spoken
yes,
like an
morality.
I get I get in trouble on this fucking panel every goddamn week because I bring up ethics and we're like, we're not talking about ethics right now. So make a
Okay.
fucking argument instead of just saying
By
memes.
who? Nobody here's
Okay,
doing that.
so well, no, I wanted to say the memes, and then no, my when it's funny that you're trying to back me into make a positive argument about your entire fucking world philosophy, besides the fact that I don't think it takes into externalities. Whereas when everybody brings up like negative externalities that are like very obvious and like a logical inference of like you can't rob or steal or whatever, you're like, well, you're violating like a fundamental principle, therefore it doesn't make sense. Like that's your whole argument structure. So like what the fuck?
Okay,
Like
I'm glad that you're talking about like
black
I'm
pot.
glad that you're trying to like succinctly describe what I've said in the past in a memey way, but you've still yet to make a fucking argument.
Well, I think we're way off topic at this point. So what do you want me to
Yeah,
make an argument about?
it doesn't not really we are done
Okay,
with
well I'll
this
just take that
topic.
dub that you're just engaging in
think-
fucking memes.
Yeah,
ANCAPs don't consider
guys,
negative
guys,
externality.
we got it at the end of this one. At the end of this one, okay? We're going to the next one. Going to the next one.
Okay, real quick. I do not support genocide. Keep going.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, he just supports
Oh, this one.
people being jobless.
Oh, Nina, you're definitely gonna agree with me on this one. I'm gonna earn you back. Okay.
Let's
doubt it.
okay. Let's jump into it, guys. If you've been enjoying this conversation, and it's been a been a fun one, I think. Hit that follow button. In case you haven't done so before, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, so you know when I'm live and have all these great people here, right? And then you can come in when I first start the stream, and then be privy to a lot of fucking technical issues. It'll be great. But guys, thanks so much. And if you've enjoyed the content, consider subbing to this channel so we can keep doing this. Like, we can't do it without your support. So shout out to the people who are supporting. Consider subbing to this channel, gifting bits or gifting subs to keep us around and let me guide these people to have this kind of fun. I hear someone typing. So
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Download NVIDIA Broadcast. It'll make your sound better.
I just
and
didn't
it'll
realize it was that
eliminate
loud.
the keyboard sound.
NVIDIA Broadcast. I've heard of that before. They're like a
It's
fucking
free.
mansplaining over here. Counterpoints.
It's free software. Well, I explained it to a man as well, and he's black, so I'm not racist. Or maybe I'm racist because I explained it to a black man. Never mind. You're right. I'm sexist and racist.
Fuck.
My bad.
Yeah, well, it makes
You have
think
to
a
listen.
woman and a black man don't know
Oh,
what they're doing. Okay.
Because they don't.
I have my noise thing on my stream, but I forgot I don't have it on Discord, so that's my bad.
Yeah, that's no problem. But yeah, counterpoints. You got to use smaller words for me. You know that. All right. So let's move on. Thanks all. And yeah, thank you someone for following. Gonzo Stash. That's a fun name. That's a really fun name. Okay. So next topic. Topic 2. In Massachusetts, a bill has been proposed which would allow prisoners to shorten their sentences by donating organs. There has been a lot of backlash against the idea, as some feel like this puts coercive pressure on incarcerated people. But this would indeed help deal with the backlog of those desperately waiting for organs. Are you in favor of this bill? Whether you agree with the specific wording of this bill, are you in favor of the principle? should prisons specifically ban such a practice so that even if a prisoner decides to do this on their own, they'd be denied? Or should we let prisoners have the ultimate decision on this bodily decision? So yeah, this was a fascinating one. I just stumbled upon this yesterday, and wow, we've talked about the idea of like selling organs on this panel a few times actually, because it's one of my favorite topics, honestly. And this has all kinds of like interesting like intersections. And I'm curious if the battle lines aren't as clear as they usually are here because of the very the specifics of this topic. So I'm excited to jump in. Let's start with our friend Lacto.
In reading it, I think I'm leaning towards supporting it actually as it is. But in principle, I mean, obviously there's some improvements, but on principle, my theory of justice here holds three values paramount, which is restoration, rehabilitation, and deterrence. We want to make the victim of a crime as whole as possible, and we want to minimize the risk of a crime to the public if the person's already done it. Having prisoners work off debt to their victim makes sense for all of these goals. Selling organs, while may not be effective for rehabilitation or deterrence, could be effective towards restitution. If prisoners wanted to sell their organs to willing buyers to obtain the money to help pay off the victims that they victimized, I would be all right with that, right? Their body, their choice. You're giving people a choice about their own body where otherwise there wouldn't be one. This isn't wrong, and I can't think of any example where it could be wrong. The one caveat I will put is, although I am in favor of forcing prisoners to work, I am not in favor of forcing them to donate organs, given the risk of innocence and also the risk of death.
I'll have to say that for for the panel. But thank you for that, Lactoid. Let's go to Scott, please.
So, as a real libertarian over here, right? I only care about two things in justice. All right, that is restoration and restitution. Right? If someone, in principle, this is a great bill. Right? It allows people to sell their organs in an open market voluntarily, which isn't something you need even do. Especially if someone murdered someone, you can harvest their organs. It doesn't fucking matter. They can't argue for human rights. They have no human rights because until they pay restitution, which would include their life. That being said, if someone, let's say, robbed someone or did something bad, if you were to force them to do this, then you might accidentally kill them, and therefore you would become the criminal, right? Because you forced them to do something that ended in a loss of life, and you would be the one forced to pay restitution. So in principle, I kind of like the idea. The problem is the bill itself and the corporate state entities that are working with it. WellPath, which is formerly Correct Care Solutions, is a horrible fucking corporation run by fucking monsters that are shielded by the state by working under a pseudo-monopolistic entity, and they're not engaged in the market. Jorge Dominicus is someone that has spent his entire life working with NGOs and different political affiliations, using regulatory capture to be able to gain tons of money from your tax dollars. This company is constantly being sued for their mistreatment of prisoners. Now, of course, it's WellPath now, but let's be honest, it's the same fucking company as CCS. Also, who's one of the co-chair people is Patrick Kennedy. You have fucking Ted Kennedy's fucking kid, sitting on the fucking board, working all of his fucking connections to make sure that they don't face litigation and crime and things like that. And then the former CEO of this company recently was just sent to jail for 3 years for mail fraud and for blackmailing people and giving out like dole outs so that like sheriff's departments wouldn't investigate the evil shit they're doing. So like the company that stands to benefit from this is fucking horrible. So nobody should support that bill until we have like an open market. But in principle, yeah, if someone murders somebody, I don't give a fuck. Harvest their organs against their will. If someone robs somebody, they absolutely should be able to have the option to sell a kidney so that they can pay restitution to the victims that they did, because it's the only logical way that they can re-enter society and argue for the non-aggression principle.
Thank you, Scott. Corey.
Yeah. So, I would say So I think this question or prompt presumes that I agree with the current like U.S. justice / like prison system, which I don't, but I will take it as is. And I'm gonna like in typical, I guess, Corey fashion, I'm gonna sidestep a little bit in terms of like this article alludes to the organ shortage, and that one way to address the organ shortage is like through the bill like this. And I would say to solve or like, at least to ameliorate some of the organ shortage, we should stop overly respecting the dead. If you die, we should harvest your organs. I don't care what your wishes are after you die. So all that to say, based off how this bill is described in the article, I'm against it, and I think it's coercive. And also add to the fact, I think Lactoid alluded to it, there is some percentage of people in prison that are innocent. I don't know what that is, but I'm hoping it's a very small percentage. And I don't want an innocent person to have to sell their organ to get out of prison. But basically, to solve the overarching real problem of the organ shortage, we should just harvest your organs when you're dead.
Let's go to Ginger.
Well, I'd say that the issue with it is the incentive is too high, and it pushes people to do something that they necessarily wouldn't do otherwise. Um, there's a like Corey said, there's a lot of people in prison. Not obviously not the majority, but there's a lot of people in prison who are there because the law sucks, um, and not to mention, um, it seems like a way to kind of um, diminish them even more than they already are. Now, I do believe in them being, punished for their crimes as far as being in jail. But maybe we could incentivize, like, um, instead of a lighter sentence, maybe some extra things in prison, like a smaller incentive, like maybe give them more outside time, or and like make it level up to where, or maybe they give them a lot of money for their goods inside jail or something like that, but not freedom. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous, and it's too incentivizing. Like, who does it not work for then?
I can't wait till we get to the open panel. This is gonna be a
Yeah.
fun one. This is gonna be a really fun one, I think. Nina.
Sorry, I was on the wrong one. I unmuted the other thing. It seems pretty clear to me that some of you guys did not read all the information that we were given. It is illegal to sell an organ for money. That's not what's happening. That's not what this bill does. What this bill does is it's saying that you can get up to a year taken off, and at minimum 60 days. That's not a huge incentive. That doesn't really matter. What the problem with this bill is that obviously it is inherently coercive for a significant amount of reasons. I want to rebuttal to all of you guys' points, but let me just get through mine real quick. I think it's inherently discriminatory, because if you were going to provide the option to get a year off if you give a kidney or something, what does that say to somebody who does not have 2 kidneys? They can't give their kidney, right? We've actually already tried this. I don't know if you guys knew this. We've tried this before. We have a lot of bills that we've gone, which is why we have a lot of research on this, with the death sentence. They were actually kind of proposing the exact same ideas in different states here and there with the death sentence. And the reason why that didn't make sense in that context is because then potential jurors would look at it completely different based off of, if their organs are going to be helpful or not. And on that note, if we're talking about death sentences and like getting the organs that, I'm sorry, I think Scott had said this, or maybe it was Corey. I don't remember. About the
I don't know
idea
if I
of
should
like,
be insulted.
no. Hold on, let me about like harvesting the organs of executed people, and not like loving or not having such reverie for life. I think that was you, Corey, that said that.
Reverie for dead. I revere the
Dead.
living.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Dead. China actually has been doing this for a while, and it turns out that it tends to target marginalized communities like Uyghurs, for example, to have more harsh sentences, because there is a organ black market in China that is incentivized because they do sell it, which in America, we actually have a very robust system to make sure that that does not happen here. And I know I'm going on a little bit long here, but I just wanted to address those points. Oh, and I scrolled a little bit too far in my article here. Also, I don't think that the idea of being able to give bone marrow and give an organ, like, these are not like easy processes to do. Like, if you're giving bone marrow, it takes like a week to get back to normal, and like up to a month to get like okay, you know, and then like a month to get back to normal potentially. And these things are not um like, we're not like living in a great system if you're in jail, right? Like, I think we could all agree that the fucking uh jail system is fucking terrible. Like, if you want to see about shit that like they did with COVID and stuff like that, the healthcare in prisons are atrocious. So I don't think that is at all ethical by any means. To say like if this is ever going to be reasonable, I think like also a year for giving up a kidney is really silly in terms of like it doesn't seem that it all matches, let alone the idea that it is insanely coercive and it is illegal to sell your kidney even if it was something outside. So that's not something that would ever happen. What I would agree with this is my final point, is that I don't think that it should be banned as a practice, because I think if you want to give up your kidney to maybe like your family member or something, I think that is totally fine, totally acceptable. But I don't think you should be incentivized to do it with like a year off your prison sentence. And then I will go ahead and pass it on.
Thank you so much, Aiko.
Yeah, I was going to make a similar point, except the example I wanted to put forward was disenfranchising, like the felony disenfranchisement. Because if you were to look at that on the surface, and if you were to ask, and this is one of the reasons why it's so difficult to talk about that particular topic, is if you were to look at it on the surface, you would think, a lot of people would think to themselves, well, it makes sense that you give up certain rights if you commit certain crimes. Until you realize the perverse incentives that come along with it, right? Especially like in Florida under Jim Crow, the first thing they did was make it so that you lose your right to vote if you're a felon, and then they went around arresting as many black people for petty drug crimes as they could, turning them into felonies, because there was a desire for this thing, which was the direction of the vote as they wanted it in certain states. They incentivized increased terms. I think here too, if you can address a real shortage, a real need for organs, which saves lives, to be fair, like one can understand why it's tempting. You can then understand how that would incentivize capturing more people and putting them in prison, so that you'll have a larger number people who are willing to donate their organs in order to get back out of prison. And it's that perverse incentive, especially in the private prison system, which Fabian pointed out some of the flaws in that, makes that whole entire thing just unworkable.
Okay. Counter points.
I don't think Fabian's problem with the fucking prison system is that it's private. But anyways, I'm with the people who are anti this thing for the ethical reasons. The only base thing I heard is and by the way, like I have a whole like death penalty thing. Basically, you have to be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt for capital punishment. That would be my ideal system, and then I would keep capital punishment, and I would murder the fuck out of people. So for instance, like Nicholas Cruz or whatever, the guy from Florida who did that mass shooting, that dude should be drawn and quartered in the public square. But anyways, and then his organs should be given to healthy or unhealthy people who need that assistance. But
his quartered organs.
Yeah, remove them before he's drawn and quartered, and somehow keep him alive. I don't care. But the point being that like the ethical concerns alarm me, and especially China being brought up as an example. Like it's a fucking horror show in China. Like literally the body exhibit or whatever. Like I had a feeling that it was pretty fucked up. And the body exhibit that was like touring around the country for a while, it's pretty cool until you look at everybody and you're like, oh, these are Chinese males in their 30s. How many of them died from natural causes versus signed up to being fucking donated to this shit? And so it gets really fucking sketchy really fast. So I think there's too many perverse incentives. That being said, I would be okay with if somebody signs up to be an organ donor but doesn't go through the process itself. Maybe they get 30 days off or 60 days off. That way, it's not something that they have to do immediately. It just means that if they get into a car accident once they're freed, they just get a little bit of time off or whatever. And then also like a non important function like a healthy kidney or whatever, I wouldn't give a shit if you got a year off for that. I think that's fine. And as compared to lungs or skin or some shit like that, I just think there's such a perverse incentive to be like, well, do I want to be disfigured or and lose like skin on my arm for skin grafts, or do I want to get out in a year? I think that's fucked up. And then finally, I'm absolutely against trading vital organs or non-vital organs for basically commissary, because then what's going to happen is a bunch of dumb fuck sub 80 IQ motherfuckers are going to be like, I would absolutely kill for a fucking honey bun. I would give up my fucking left nut for a kidney for a honey bun. And then they'd be like, oh, really? Well, sign this
I
paper and we'll
don't
take your
feel
left nut
bad
for
for
a fucking
those
honey bun.
people.
Well, there's a lot of dumb people in jail and prison, so I don't know if that's ethically correct. Taking the left testicles of dumb people for honey buns. But anyways, I'll leave it there.
Honey buns are fucking mean. Okay, a good honey bun is just life changing.
I was about to say
I'm
that's
just like I'm down
that's
to lose
jail
a
primo
testicle
food.
We don't want
Yeah.
them having kids anyway, so it works out.
Oh boy.
I rescind
Remove
my
both
previous
testicles.
statement.
When you say
Two-
you're not
two
pro
honey buns.
You
genocide,
know what? They won.
Let-
I'm on the other side again. Never mind.
honey
And
buns.
our friend Doobie, please.
I agree with, I think everything Scott said. Yeah, I don't care that this is coercive. I think it's fine. I think these people should be coerced. Right? This is their pound of flesh that they have the option to pay, right? If they'd like to get a reduced sentence, right? They fucked up. They harm society. They harm their community. So yeah, if they're gonna trade a kidney or their fucking fingers or whatever the fuck it is for some time off that sentence, I think it's totally reasonable to give them that option. And to be
This-
super clear, I think people should absolutely be able to sell all their organs if they want to. That makes
illegal.
total sense. I know it's illegal right now, but I think it shouldn't be illegal. I think the fact that it's illegal is actually discriminatory. I think that there are plenty of poor people there who would sell a kidney, who would give up drinking for the rest of their life for a chance out of the fucking ghetto.
So Nina, did he win you over?
you're such a fucking capitalist piece of shit.
So
I'm so
are you still honored to meet Doobie? The
No,
honor all
I'm not
yours?
anymore. I'm
Well,
disgraced
you'll
to
get there
me.
eventually. You'll get back there eventually.
Oh man,
Over to the
capitalist is such
panel.
a great compliment, though.
That's
Right?
as a libertarian, you're saying that.
Ignore that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
also a
let's get to it.
compliment. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true
Mhm.
hobbit.
Oh my god.
Why
off the
shouldn't they be
subject.
coerced?
Go back to your
No,
but why-
socialism
why-
hole.
Oh my god.
Oh, you
Why
weren't done. I'm
shouldn't they
sorry.
be coerced? Like, why is it wrong for there to be some coercive force here?
What do you mean? Why is it wrong to have like? Do you just think coercion in general? Well, I mean that makes sense because you.
No,
Have you
here.
ever,
I think even you
They're
would agree,
coerced by
Doobie, that
being in
you-
jail.
you ever hear
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Coconut Island?
but
We
Yeah.
put them on Coconut Island, okay? Forcibly.
They put
coercively.
themselves on Coconut Island.
Well,
When
Oh,
they fucked
God.
up,
we
they
put
broke
them
the
there
law.
because
Okay, what if
they
they're completely
shot
innocent?
somebody, right?
You
Well,
think that
then,
doesn't
hey,
happen
we
all
trust
the
the court
time?
system.
No, it doesn't all the time. I guess it happens, but the percentage it's not as like a significant compared to
Okay,
the amount of
yeah.
fucking
Tiny
guilty
amount of
people.
people.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, should
So
we
you
not
don't
have,
you don't
should we
want to
not have
rehab
prisons
people.
because some of these people are innocent? No, we
So
should
you
still
don't
have
wait.
prison.
Do you think that prisons are supposed to be rehab or just straight up punishment?
Partially rehab, but
Both.
partially restorative.
What part of them are restorative? What part of this is restorative?
So
The
I get
kidney.
right, the kidney, right?
It's restitution for your
paying
It could help them
something.
feel like they're contributing to society in a positive way for the
Okay, what if
first
they only
time.
had one kidney?
Like an eye for an eye
Well,
situation.
then they don't give up the
too.
kidney. They'll give up the toes or
They
some
don't.
shit. okay?
Right? Like, what are you talking about?
Their
Like,
left nut.
Toes.
Yeah, they can give up their
like
fucking nose for all I care.
testicles.
Okay, I don't look. If they can't give up the kidney, they'll give us something else.
And it's a
They-
choice.
Or if they
And
have
it's a
nothing-
choice.
If they have
They can
nothing, let's say they're a drug addict and their organs are all fucked up. Well, then hey, they have nothing to give. They got to work off their sentence.
Okay, but this
Absolutely.
isn't donating body parts. This is donating like organs. This is
Those are parts
body
of the body.
parts and organs.
I mean, I
are-
agree with you guys to an extent
overlap
when it
there.
comes to after they die.
I would say these people should be able to like
No.
donate or like give skin grafts, right? Like give chunks
Yeah.
of their skin to burn
Yes.
victims.
That's an
in exchange
organ.
for time off
though.
their sentence.
Yeah.
Skin is an organ.
Yeah.
But I'm
It's a
saying,
testicle.
What's your
and
point?
just, oh my God, Scott, just because something an organ's a body part doesn't mean body parts are organs. We are simply discussing organs. We're not discussing like chopping off your finger and giving it to somebody.
Although you
if
can
they
do
use
principle is the
transplants
same.
and put transplants.
Like,
Well-
what are you talking about? The principle's the same.
I think you should give something of
not-
your body.
But that's not what we're discussing though.
They are.
Yes.
Okay.
We are.
To somebody, like, you shouldn't be coerced into doing it. It's like a huge decision to do that. Like, if you want to give it to like your family member like that needs it, that is totally understandable by me. I don't think anyone of us would disagree with that. I hope.
Here's
Well,
a
I'm
good
just
Can we
curious
find some
why.
common ground?
Wait,
I mean, I know
why-
Lactoid hates human beings.
Wait,
so
Nina,
maybe
I got a
Well,
question
why?
for you. What if I like commit a violent crime like most people in prison are in prison for, and I shoot somebody like in the liver, and now they need a liver transplant? Doesn't it make sense that if I'm the one that shot them in the liver, that I have to give them my liver?
there's no like guarantee that you even have the same blood type. So why would
Let's say
we
you
have
do.
it on that metric?
No, follow the
No,
hypothetical.
because that's
Let's say
silly.
you
It
do.
needs to
You
be
shot your
consistent.
identical twin in the liver.
No, I'm saying let's say you shoot somebody.
Are you
It turns
are
out.
you
It turns
capable
out.
of
It turns
engaging
out.
in hypotheticals?
Yeah, it turns.
Like-
Yeah, it turns out you're a match. Do you think at that point, like, we should just take the liver? Right? It makes sense.
No, that's completely fucked on your own body autonomy. Like, what are you
Not
talking about?
And not to
you
mention-
can't
argue
use
for
somebody's.
hold on, stop. You can't argue for body autonomy if you prove via your actions that you don't care for body autonomy. The only way that you can argue for body
Well,
autonomy
you're a
is if you
libertarian. You're
pay
anti-choice.
Do you look, hon?
Wait, that's what you just fucking said.
This is a stopple. This is Stefan Kinsella, right? This is libertarian.
You're just gonna start saying
right?
random words? Like, no, that's what. Are you
This
saying
isn't
that
a
you are
random
not
word.
pro-choice?
Estoppel is a principle within law.
Are you not pro-choice?
Can you just
Am I
answer
not-
my? Can you answer my
What do you mean by
question?
pro-choice? Like,
Yeah,
how,
but
how
your
much are you
point,
going to pivot
Lexwood,
and
your
run away from the
question
fact that you
doesn't
can't
make any
engage?
No,
sense.
it's very relevant.
It's a very clear, concise question.
Okay,
Okay,
but
so
you're
we're gonna run
saying-
away from it.
you're
Got
saying
it.
that the majority of people in
You ran away from my question.
What was your
talking about?
question? He started talking. I was responding to him.
Okay, my question to you that you said was stupid, by the way, and didn't engage with. Okay, so my question
Okay.
for you is: if you shoot somebody in the liver and you're a
Uh-huh.
match, should you have to
Mhm.
give them your liver if otherwise they would die?
No.
No,
Why?
okay. First of all, your question was based on the fact that you said that the majority
Don't
of
try
people
and
in
pivot
prison.
for her. Let her answer the
I'm-
question.
No, she's just talking. Oh
sake,
my
you
god.
can let
What do you
me
mean?
talk
I
for
answered the
once.
question. I said no.
She didn't answer the question.
All right, there you go.
What? You're not a lawyer? Like what? I thought you were a lawyer. I said no.
Yeah.
You're asking me a question on the
well,
stand.
I followed
I said
up.
no.
I followed up. Why?
Okay, what was your secondary question?
It's a one-word question. Why?
You just why? Why? Because I think that is a complete violation of bodily autonomy. There's no reason that you should owe them that, like as restitution, like what they go free. Like what do you mean? That's so like
I think
that is
some-
so unsanely like
Do you think keeping someone locked up in a
But no.
cage for years on end is like a
Yes.
violation of their bodily autonomy?
Well, no, because that is more of a keeping away. I think that the fact that prisons are hellscapes, there is an argument for that. I don't disagree. But I'm just saying, like, the idea of prisons is that people should be kept away from the general society. And I think that we all get that, right? But I don't think that they
But
should be
you
the
are
hellscapes that
violating
they
their
are.
bodily autonomy though by forcibly
You cannot-
imprisoning them.
Right. You cannot argue again. You cannot argue for your bodily autonomy once you violate someone else's bodily autonomy. So let's say
think
I
you
murder
can. It's
Lactoid, right?
hypocritical.
And let's say I murder Lactoid. And then this is Walter Block's argument, another libertarian, right?
Yeah,
So
just
I
gonna name
murder
drop
Lactoid, right? And what ends up happening is there's a machine, and the machine can resurrect Lactoid. But in order for this machine to resurrect Lactoid, I have to walk in the machine and it has to kill me. That's restitution. I can't, like, if the family would have every right to
To force into
demand
the machine.
that I walk into that machine and die to bring back Lactoid because I killed Lactoid. That's the prince. Like, that's an example of restitution.
You did the
The
bad
same
thing.
concept applies to the
So wait,
liver.
you're
Can I
trying to say
just
that
add that-
everybody that's in jail like killed somebody? Like, is that what we're trying to get,
Yes,
or are you
that's
just trying
exactly,
to?
that's exactly what we're saying. Yes.
Goddamn. God,
He's
this is-
100%.
you are so stupid. It's hilarious. Like,
Well, you wouldn't admit if you're pro-choice or not, so I'm a little confused about that.
I just want
about a lot of things.
I don't know, but you're
No, it
convincing
seems like
me.
you're calling me stupid just because you can't answer that question.
I just want to go back. I just want to go back to what Lactoid was saying earlier. Is that this is kind of all based on the statement that most people are in jail because of violent crimes, which isn't true.
Yes, it's true.
No, it's not. The majority of people who are in
Jail
prison
or
are for
prison,
drug
these are important
offenses.
distinctions.
Prison.
Jail and
Both-
prison are
the
important
majority of people who are in prison are from drug offenses. The
Are you
next
wait?
one's
Are you
extortion.
looking at just federal prison, or are you looking at federal and
Moving the
state
goalposts
prisons?
left and right over here, my
Prisons, for
dude.
fuck's sake. Pay
No.
attention.
Ginger, listen. Most people in prison are in a state prison. When you look at the breakdown of people who are in state prisons, it's overwhelmingly violent criminals. Okay. Yes. When you look specifically at federal prisons, who represent a tiny minority of overall prisoners, it is mostly drug offenses. But when you look at all prisoners, the vast majority are there for violent crimes.
And
it's
even
not-
still, drug crimes are violent
Ginger,
crimes. Actually,
Can I
That's
help
not-
real
Oh my
quick?
God,
I need to
That's
help
not
Ginger.
true.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Shut the fuck up. I can bridge the gap.
Gotcha,
I can bridge
gotcha,
the
go
fucking
ahead.
gap. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So jail and prison are two different things. So jail is where you go for less than a fucking year or while you're waiting for sentencing.
Yeah.
Prison is where you go away for
Yes.
a long fucking time. So
Yes.
majority of the people who go to fucking prison, they committed felonies. So they're either burglars or they're violent felons. Whereas there's a shitload of non-violent fucking drug offenders who cycle in and out of jail all the time. If you're talking about incarcerated people or people who are arrested in general, I almost guarantee you it's probably disproportionate fucking trespassing, drug offenses, DUI, all that kind of bullshit.
They're
But
not-
people who
drug
are
offenses
incarcerated for more than a year,
They're
then
not
I'm
donating
sure
their
that
organs.
violence is there.
Right. They're not the
It's-
ones that are going to be
it's-
donating their organs. The ones in jail.
It's drug offenses, extortion, fraud, bribery. Like those are big federal crimes.
wait, hold on,
I
Lactoid,
got-
Lactoid.
Wait. You said the word
Can I-
federal. You said the word federal there. Are you looking
It
at just
doesn't
federal
matter.
prisoners?
No, I promise I'm not. Jeez.
Okay,
Oh,
here's the thing though.
Lactoid.
Like I
I'll
know
Google it.
this. Like I know for a fact that like
You have just become pro mansplaining on this fucking panel right now.
I don't think this is the
Jesus
first time
Christ.
this happened.
Scott, you're
Ginger
so
is
bad
sexist,
faith.
Okay, I am a feminist. Lactoid, are you telling me that you don't think that people in jail should be allowed this option?
so ultimately I don't think anybody should be in jail for drugs whatsoever. But
Well, that's retarded.
okay, I know you think that. But I'm also somewhat tired of, because this used to be my position that like, well, we can't do this stuff until we fix like this other problem first. I think we can do this concurrently. I think it's fair to like push for the legalization of drugs while at the
You
same
misunderstood
time.
my question. I'm asking if people in jail for violent or not violent crimes, right? Either one, should be given the option to give up an organ or a fucking leg or whatever the fuck it is, right? For time off their sentence.
So,
The answer is yes, by the way.
I want to say yes, but the only thing I'm like concerned about is like I've seen these fucking backlogs, and there's really not going to be, there's not an incentive. We want to talk about perverse incentives, right? Like why would a judge ever want to speed up their backlog if the bigger their backlog, the more organs you get?
So the
Is
right
your judge being
answer is
paid
the
by
right Doobie. The right answer is the only way that is actually like a good thing is if restitution is paid to the victims of the crime and not society as managed by the state.
I agree with
Right.
that.
So
most.
if we open up a black market and we allow people to purchase organs and those proceeds go directly to the families or the individuals that are
Wait,
harmed
you're
by the crime,
supporting
then it's
black
perfectly
market?
fine.
Well, it wouldn't be black market at that point. It'd be
Yeah, I think it should be
Amazon
totally legal to
FBA.
sell your organs.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally
ship
for a
it to you
market
on a
of
drone.
organs.
That's a whole different ethical issue.
I think you should be able to sell your family members' organs if you own
Yeah.
the corpse after they die.
Two things.
I
can
think
be
we
true
should
at the
sell
same
people's
time.
organs that they're on with Discord.
That's
I want to
right.
sell yours, Scott.
So,
The fuck?
all right, listen. I actually looked it up for the Federal Bureau of Prisons or whatever, and it's 44% for drug offenses at the federal level. So, I mean, like,
Base?
you're
On the
right.
federal
You're
level.
right by 5%. So,
No!
okay, you're talking about prisons in general.
It's the
Okay,
federal level.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
Did
state
Ginger
level.
just fuck up the lawyer?
So
And the
so we
combination.
no. So
Oh.
we live in a federal
That's
system.
destroy
We
life,
live in a
right.
federalist kind of government, right? So there is a federal
Uh-huh.
level, but there's also a state level. Okay, we have 50 states within one country, the United States of America, and every state has its own prison system, and there also is a federal prison system. Among the federal prison system, it's like the plurality is drugs. I already admitted that. But if you look
Okay.
at
Interstate commerce.
right,
That's why.
but
is the Department of
interstate commerce, that's exactly the reason why the drug traffickers are going to be charged under federal laws. But when we're looking at violent crimes, right, those are almost always, unless they're like a multi-state crime spree, those are almost always going to be state prisons, right? And the
Yes.
vast majority of prisoners are in state prisons, and the vast majority of people in state prisons are there for violent crimes and like violent property crimes, like burglary.
Okay, so you think
with a
so?
gun.
So are you saying that drug offenses, they either only go to federal prison or they only go to
Okay, I
jail, but the
found-
middleman is mostly just violent crimes?
Can I bridge this gap?
The
please?
most
Wait, no,
maybe-
let him answer.
yeah, I want to maybe.
I said mostly.
Yes, you said mostly, but you also started off by saying, well, like only the drug dealers only go to like the federal. That's not true. Like there are state prisons that have drug dealers. in
Okay,
them.
but then I followed it up by saying mostly.
Yes,
So
yes,
let's go
mostly.
with the second statement. All right.
I'm just clarifying. I'm not trying to be. I'm just. Trying
No,
to be
but
very
Scott
clear.
is trying to be a dick. So
Okay. Well, let's ignore him.
It just comes natural to me. All right.
comes
Especially
natural
I
when I'm
noticed.
surrounded by stupidity.
Just like
yeah, we're all
ignore
stupid
that.
except for you, buddy.
So if you look at the total like prison population, you break it down by like state, break it down by federal. People, you look at the state population. It's violent criminals, and it makes sense because people who commit violent crime are going to be there for the longest time period.
Okay,
period
so
of time.
I found the stats, and basically, 55% is violent crime, 20% is property crime, and then another 15% is drug, and then another 5% or 10% is fucking public order. So my thing is, it depends on who's arguing what. Because if you say non-violent offenses, you could technically fit property and drug in there, and then you're at 35-40% of prison, which is like a significant amount of the population.
Property is a violent
Well, yeah,
offense.
so
Okay,
wait, look
how,
at those.
how is any of this
Wait,
relevant to the topic?
So here's why.
Because I'm
Why
trying to
does
get
it
Ginger
matter?
and fucking Lactoid to fucking
counterpoint.
So yeah, if you
I'll
steal a
bridge-
TV, you
I'll
gotta
bridge
give them a
the gap.
kidney, dude.
No.
Duh.
So look at those property crimes. Like even that is broken down like burglary, shit like that, right? Where it's like pseudo violent,
theft,
like
motor vehicle theft, fraud,
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, grand
So
theft
worth a
auto,
kidney.
right?
Okay, but for me, all right, so just full disclosure, like I worked previously in law enforcement. I wouldn't consider like burglary unless it was like a home invasion. I wouldn't consider that a violent crime. So
Would
like
you
if
consider
you
it worth
have,
a
if
kidney?
you have a different like if they taught you as a lawyer, like, hey, this is a higher level of offense or some shit, I don't give a fuck. We're splitting hairs at this point. I'm just
a little
saying,
bit, sure.
if you're
Wait, so
a
Connor-
hippie, I'm almost done, buddy. I promise.
Jesus.
If you're a hippie, fucking progressive, libtard, and you want to say that a shitload of people are in the prison system because they're nonviolent offenders, blah blah blah, then you could technically argue for burglary to be a nonviolent offense, and therefore around 40% of the population is there. But what you said is correct, which I think a lot of lefties and progressives would find shocking, which is like 55-60% of the fucking population is just straight violent crime. It's like rape, murder, aggravated assault, battery, all that shit. So I think that actually is a shocking stat, by the way.
Yeah, domestic
so Connor-
violence. People have this like the idea that like they're just innocent, they're in there
So
for drugs.
domestic
It's not
violence
true.
equals.
Well, yeah, but none of this
give
matters
kidney.
because even if you are going to say we're give this option to violent offenders, then what you're saying is you're rewarding violent offenders with an option that non-violent offenders might also ask for. So I
That's
think
a
what
good
it comes
point.
down, yeah. So none of that matters. What matters is the perverse incentives that get introduced. And the only time, near as I can tell, the only way perverse incentives don't get introduced is if you're doing the direct restorative justice thing of like I've destroyed somebody's kidney and now I have an opportunity to repair that by giving them a kidney. At that point,
You're
there is
welcome.
no potential for perverse incentives. You could do that, and you would be serving restorative justice, and you wouldn't be creating all of these other like potential incentives to make the system worse.
That's the best way to do it, I think.
I don't know. The way that I think about it, we have all these people in prison right now who are costing us tens of thousands of dollars a year per person just to keep them fed and clothed and whatnot. So we should be working them, right? They should be working, and all that money should either go to the victims or to the state. And if we can generate some other some like use out of them, whether it's selling their organs or whatever the fuck, I think that's totally fine. I think death row inmates should definitely have their organs sold by the state afterwards, or not sold, maybe just donated if you want to go that route. I think that I can't think of a good argument for this like against this, right?
So
So yeah, it's coercive.
and this is
Okay, well,
Doobie,
fuck. Well, an innocent
It's the
person.
perverse
Okay.
incentive. That's the good argument.
Well,
That's the best argument.
one argument
What's
against
the
this could
perverse
be.
incentive?
There was one argument
Sorry,
against this could be
The
like
perverse incentive is that you would be more incentivized to put people in prison so that you could increase the number of available
Yeah.
organs available.
Exactly.
So there's that duty,
Wait,
but like,
hold
but
on.
if you make people work while they're in prison and then give them the option of giving away like their kidneys or whatever the fuck, like you're
How
still
are they
getting,
gonna
you're still.
work after they
I
did
can't,
that?
or Rich already addressed this. He basically said that like you're still gonna have the general impulse to get as many people as possible.
Right,
So you
exactly.
have,
Yeah, because they already
No.
do this. There's already people who have said literally they don't want to let prisoners out because they are working. You know, a lot of prisons are for profit, right?
Well, but hold on.
Well, shit, don't go to prison.
Right, but what Scott said is like if the money
Don't break the law.
if
I don't know.
If the
It's
money,
You better be
Doesn't seem that
careful
hard.
about your books,
okay,
my dude.
if the money coming from the work and the money coming from the organs goes to making the victim.
There's no
whole,
money coming from the organs.
Okay,
There should be.
we're saying what should happen. What should happen is that the money comes from organs and like the money comes from work and it goes to the victim. Then you get rid of the perverse.
Wait, can I
incentive.
ask you a
Yes.
general question that is basically what you're saying, right? So do you think poor people should be able to sell their organs for
Yeah.
profit?
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
To who?
Whoever wants to buy
Whoever
them.
Whoever they
rich
want to.
people.
You.
They can already
there's-
sell their
there's a
body.
Are
at,
you
like,
fucking
ridiculous-
serious?
If
Do you think you
Corey
should be able to
said he
sell
wanted
your
to
children?
live Frankenstein,
I mean, I know
right?
you're a
think poor
libertarian,
people
so
should be
do
able
you
to
think
sell their organ?
do you
I
think
don't
you should be
think
able to
know
sell
what
your children?
libertarian
No, I don't
means.
think you should be able to sell
So-
your
No, there's a
children.
huge right. Oh, come on. You're like, I think you even fucking quoted the guy either. He literally advocated for like selling your fucking child because they're property and shit.
I am not
No,
in
they
favor
didn't.
of selling your children.
Not
Let
you.
me-
I'm talking about
first.
the Scott
No,
here.
she's talking about an adoption market, and she's talking about Rothbard, right?
That
And
sounds
Rothbard
right.
called an adoption market. What he's really just talking about is like we should be able to pay to adopt children if it is that if we want to do that. Now,
The good
I don't
ones.
necessarily like. I don't think that you should be able to sell your children, because ultimately I think that if you abandon your child, which is to say that you want to sell your child, right, any individual is then able to take over guardianship, and you don't necessarily have that right to sell it because
But that's what
you
he
do
was
not
advocating
own
for.
yeah, Rothbard made some mistakes, sure, in the way that he described things. He also argued that children should be able to run away from their parents when have like the first come user privilege, which kind of like cleaned up by Hoppe in terms of language later, but that they would have the right to run away from their parents. But yeah, the founder of
Cringe.
American libertarianism wasn't perfect on all of his theory. Modern theory and the way that we've looked at it is like much closer to like Walter Block, a rational theory on the rights of children. So yeah, if you engage in abandonment of your child, then any person can take over that guardianship. And if the child has a preference, then obviously that would be where they would go. So you
I'm
can't
so
sell the
sorry
kids.
to bring up the idea to
Reinventing the
him.
fucking wheel.
So, Nina, why shouldn't a poor person be able to sell his organs to Corey so that Corey can build a Frankenstein?
Because
I
there's a
mean,
fucking perverse goddamn incentive there, and fucking poors like
What?
if you need a fucking honey
Okay,
bun
so
in
why
order
wouldn't
to
why,
fucking
why
eat,
wouldn't
then you're gonna sell
You're
your shit.
describing all labor.
Working at
I don't know.
McDonald's.
I'm
Why
and
wouldn't
there's
that
a
add-
perverse
Advocating
incentive
for
there for
dumb
the
why would
poor
that
people.
not
people.
incentivize killing people and like literally taking their organs to sell?
Right?
Are
Like
you
China
are you
does.
serious?
Well, because killing people violates their consent. They don't consent to being killed.
No, but it
You're
doesn't
the
matter.
one that
I'm not
now
talking about
owes the
consent.
money.
to kill them.
There is like this is like the whole thing where you can't take out like insane life insurance policies out on people without them knowing. Like that's what they used
No,
to do
they're-
back in
they're
like the fucking
disanalogous.
what no, they used to do that back in the day when like around the prohibition times. They used to
No,
just do
they're
that.
disanalogous. What we're describing is if you
We're
kill
talking about
someone,
incentives.
right? If you kill someone,
Yeah, people
you
would
owe-
kill them for
listen,
their
listen,
insurance
let
money.
me
You guys are
expla-
insurance bros.
Listen. You're just throwing out random words. You're not understanding what's going on.
I'm-
So let me explain to you what's going on for like the 10th time. If I kill you, right?
For the
Your
10th time.
family can demand restitution from me.
Yeah, what if
Okay,
you don't
I
have any
cannot
family?
argue. Okay,
All
if
this
you don't
never
have
happens.
any-
There's no possible way that everyone has a family. or
That's
doesn't
actually
have
that's
a
actually a
family.
good question, Scott. I've never heard a
if
good
you
answer to
if
that.
you have zero family, right, and you
Uh-huh.
have zero
There's
next
plenty
of
of people who
kin,
have that.
it is still true that I cannot argue that I'm stopped from arguing for
can't
personal
argue.
body rights. right? I cannot validly argue that the non-aggression principle applies to me because I have proven that I've violated this. I would still have to pay restitution to someone. Even if there was no one to pay restitution to in terms of your family, I would still have to give it to charity or give it abroad in order for me to validly argue that I believe in the non-aggression principle and that my rights should be respected.
So actually, I have I hate fucking ANCAP theory, but I have a question. So if somebody violates the NAP, do you just like fucking just like annihilate their butthole? Do you just like fucking draw and quarter them in the public square because they like violated the NAP, or you're just like fuck it, we can do anything to this motherfucker?
It's called the gentleness principle, right? So if I come over to you and I like, let's say
We're
I
all about
sock you in
principles.
the jaw, right? And then I stop punching you in the face. I back up and say, I believe in the non-aggression principle now. Like, please don't hit me, right? You have every right to demand redistribution and
Restitution.
restitution and restorative justice, which is to say whatever the value of 2 punches in the jaw is. But if you come over to me and you
So
beat me to death,
what would you value
you've
that
gone
as?
way over that.
Okay.
It depends.
The problem
So
is that
so
the
if somebody
value of
murders
said
somebody
things
with a
is
claw hammer
subjective. So you
slow,
Okay,
do you
what
get
if they
to
don't
murder
have
them with the
anything?
claw hammer slow?
You make them work.
So the problem is
Oh.
that value is subjective, right? And so
Mhm.
it behooves almost everyone to an extreme degree via voluntary contracts of how this will be handled before those things occur within that society, because the fact of reality is that value is subjective. And so it's as an observer, determining
Oh,
the
it's
value of a
subjective.
punch to the face is going to be different for each individual person. So that's
So
why you need
if
voluntary
somebody
contracts
molests
ahead
a
of time.
child, can we draw and quarter them with horses in the public square? Because that's my
So
subjective value.
I mean, first of all, the Covenant community or wherever you live likely would have things set up ahead of time that say if you do such things, you
We can
give
draw
up
and
all
quarter
of
you
your
in the
rights,
square.
and we're
Okay,
going to
sweet.
draw and
I'm
quarter you
down. I'm an
and
ANCAP
fucking
now.
murder you.
You got me.
Oh, wait. I'm really opposed to like the whole like drawing and quartering the pedophile, because like, what if we just
No, you signed the fucking
Genocide,
document when you bought a house in my
slavery,
neighborhood. Fuck
okay,
you.
That's
okay.
fine.
The reason like I'm opposed to this whole like drawing and quartering them is like
We waste the vital organs. I know.
Yeah,
it's
you
very
could use them, right? Like we could get something out of them to pay for the kids'
Fucking hate
therapy,
you
right?
guys so much.
Like if like what's worth more, like a moment of revenge or like tearing this guy apart, or like having him
It's
work
not
for
your
40 years?
It's
My
not
value
it's not,
is subjective,
listen,
so you know.
no, it's not for me or you to decide.
guys are,
It's for
like,
the family member
sadistic.
and the individual that was harmed to
It's a
decide.
child. The child can't decide.
Right, but that's
talking
why we
about
have
family.
guardianships, right? Like the parent is the guardian, is a guardian of the emergent will of that is the property of the child.
Okay,
right? Just like you have a will when someone dies, except you just you translate that will over like 18 years, let's say, and then eventually it's fully translated at the very end. They can kind of tell you what they want, but it's your job as a parent to be like, yeah, I know you want cookies right now, but like you're
Right.
gonna get an upset tummy. It's like you don't get to eat cookies before bed.
Right,
dinner
but
time.
wait, the cookies are like actually bad for the. This would be like, I would assume there's like more empirical evidence that like financial resources throughout the kid's life are going to be more helpful than knowing that 20 years ago, my parents caught this guy doing something and now they had him like torn apart on the city square.
Well, it's hard to tell.
It's not hard to tell.
For
Like,
some
I'm sure you
people,
could measure that.
that's real fucking cathartic to know that that person was drawn and quartered and that they're never going to harm somebody else again and that they're fucking gone.
But if they're working, they're never going to harm somebody else again because we have them contained. They're working.
Where does the
They
where does-
cannot argue for their rights after they do.
Look,
such
I
a
gotta
thing
say,
until
I
they pay
gotta say
restitution.
really quickly, like
We're hitting some
the
levels of autism not
the
thought
anti side
possible.
on this is incredibly weak. Corey, you've barely spoken. Like, where's your fucking Chad vegan energy? Like, why aren't you telling us?
I never claimed to be a Chad. Only vegan.
I'm claiming. Okay, explain what we're all wrong, and you're correct. Okay.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question. So, like, I think you asked a valid question in terms of, like, why shouldn't a poor person be allowed to sell their organs to maybe lift themselves out of poverty? I would say, and I would, go back to sort of what I brought up in my opening statement in terms of, like, yes, there are multiple reasons why this bill is being proposed, but it's also, let's say, being proposed for the purposes of maybe solving the organ shortage issue. So I would call this like a Band-Aid solution. That's why I bring up sort of larger, hopefully the larger solution of like, just pretty much harvesting the organs of the dead and not overly respecting them. Just as I would answer your question that you why should a poor person be allowed to sell their organs to lift themselves out of poverty? It's because like there are better solutions available. Just as there are better solutions to the organ shortage than like harvesting the organs of prisoners. We have the technology to harvest
What does it
organs of
matter
dead
that
people.
there are better solutions available? That someone, oh yeah, they could get marketable
What's the
skills
better
and work
solution?
their way up, work their way
Hold on.
up, and maybe someday they won't be broke anymore. Okay, sure.
Don't let
Or
him get
like,
away with this.
I'm not.
What's
I'm
the
not,
better
I'm not-
solution than
Let him get
than
away.
I don't
allowing
think
people
I don't think it
freedom to
matters.
sell organs?
I don't think it
Son?
matters. Hold on, I don't think it matters, right? Because whether or not it's the better solution, why shouldn't I have the like bodily autonomy, if you guys care about this so much, to make decisions about my body? This guy wants to buy my finger. I should be able to sell my finger regardless of whether there's an organ shortage or a finger
Because
shortage or
we've
whatever the
already
fuck it is.
done this in the 19th century and it ended up with super fucked up results, so we don't have
In
to
the
relearn
19th
every
century.
fucking lesson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, can
I don't think we should be. I don't think we should be making decisions about today's society based on what the fuck happened in the
Yeah,
19th
you're
century.
trying to
okay?
go back to the 19th century.
No, I'm trying to move forward
He wants the
and provide
industrial
people
era.
with
No, you're not.
more freedom,
No, we've
more
done this
bodily autonomy,
before.
having learned the lessons of the past. Right? I think
Yeah,
again,
where
so
kids
so
lost
if
their fingers to fucking pickle
please,
jars and shit.
please,
Yeah,
if
fucking awesome.
if 15 homeless dudes, right, don't want to be broke anymore, so they sell various parts of their body to Corey so he can construct a Frankenstein body for himself. What the fuck is the problem with that? I don't understand how you guys can be like so in
this is
favor of
why I
bodily
fucking
autonomy.
hate
think there's a
atheists.
So
stage
so
in
in
I don't
between.
give a fuck.
so in favor of
Wait, what are
bodily
you guys' thoughts
autonomy,
of prostitution? Because I feel like that's a step in
willing to
between.
deny people the right to cut pieces of their body off themselves if they choose to.
Yo, okay, listen, Nina fucking said like pro-choice, like it's fucking like if you're not pro-choice, you're fucking cringe or whatever. But like, yo, don't throw me in that fucking camp. Fucking,
I see.
that's
But
awesome.
do you agree with me?
You did
I'm curious
accuse
on
somebody
your
of
Should
being
should people not be able to
on-
get piercings because they're better ways to decorate your body? Like it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, spaced.
But do you at least agree with my position of like if you're dead, you give up the right to your organs, and we like
Yeah.
so basically your bodily autonomy.
Not necessarily. Hold on. So I think when you die, your body passes on to some person in your family. Probably, they own you, and if they want to sell your organs, they can go for it.
Corey, do you
That's a
think
good
would you
reason.
be amenable to the idea of everyone that dies has to go into a government regulated organ market? So you're not selling it; it's just the use of your body.
Yeah, I think it should mostly be an opt out at the most. I would be more
Opt
just
out,
like
yeah.
I'd actually more advocate just like if you're dead, you give up pretty much. You have no bodily autonomy after you're dead. You become an inanimate object.
Right.
And so that's where my.
I
That's
don't
why
think you actually believe
Owns
that.
your corpse.
So wait, hold on.
I agree with that.
So Corey. So if Prime died, and for some reason he left his beautiful body to me, and I said, "Hey,
No,
I'm
not the
gonna
insurance
take
man.
Prime's body, and take Prime's
Yeah,
body,
don't give it to
set
the
it up on a wall somewhere, and turn it into a fucking glory hole where people can just fuck Prime's ass 24/7 whenever they want for $20 an hour or some shit."
That's Locktoy's
Like-
position. He already
Would-
advocated. for
Corey,
the
would
job.
you be okay
He
with me doing
command
that?
a lot more than $20 an hour. Okay, dude,
Yeah,
don't sell him short.
hold
Well, I
on.
feel like it depends how long of time goes
So
by.
Yeah,
Corey,
see,
would
there's
you be okay
nuance
with me
here.
doing that?
Would I be? I'm not sure if I caught your whole
Would
description.
that be something that would be legal in your system?
Yeah, it's just
You
an
want him to
inanimate
repeat it?
object. Who gives a
He's
shit?
selling access to Prime's dead asshole.
Yeah, like he's he's no longer in my definition, he's no longer human.
God.
Hey, he bit the
Yo,
bullet on
I
that one.
blame no. I blame Danny DeVito for this shit. Y'all
Based.
watch fucking It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia too many times, and you watch that fucking clip where he's like, "Just throw my body in a dumpster. I don't give a shit. Throw me in the trash."
Even
Like,
for my own body, like
y'all-
so we're gonna get to the point, okay?
Oh,
like
fucking
what are we
dumb.
gonna do? What are we gonna do with our dead? Like there's only so many dead bodies we can bury. We can start burning them too, I guess. But like. There's an actual cost to like how we deal with our dead, and if we can actually meaningfully contribute to people's health and well-being by harvesting their organs, just because like you have, let's say, like again, your sentimental value to organs I think ends when you die, and at least by my definition, you're no longer a conscious human being. But I'm also like not religious.
And it's
You
also
know
like
how-
it's a food source too, right?
okay, can we?
You know
use
how
this
I
for
you know how I do
military
these like
purposes?
You could just
Hold
ask
on.
him, "Hey, do you still
hold on,
want your kidney?"
hold on.
Say
Hold on.
anything.
You know how I
Right
do
there.
these like things where I try and get Corey Campbell to like
No.
agree to like an extreme end of the distribution that his analysis or moral framework is setting up something, you're doing that for us. Like you're basically saying that people have no property rights whatsoever and we can do whatever we want with the dead.
He's saying
And anyways,
property
like
rights.
yes, when
dead bodies are
someone
property.
dies,
No, he's
it's
allowing for the
property
opt out.
of the family. Now, if you're saying we're going to get to the point where we have to figure out what to do with the dead, yeah, it's real fucking simple. Mausoleums, crypts, and funeral services that don't involve cremation will get progressively
them in the
more
trash.
expensive, and then only certain people will be able to afford those.
Human composting,
Well, wait,
bitch.
no, Scott, answer
There
Doobie's
you
question
go.
though. Like, if the family decides to sell like the body for like nefarious,
Yeah,
degenerate
they can do
purposes.
whatever they want with that
Alright, there
body.
you go,
Now,
there you go.
granted, I don't want them living in my society, and I'm not going to do business with them. But like,
What?
and
You
I
don't
might
wanna
live.
bang
I might
Prime Kai's
I might
foot?
live. And I might live in. I might choose to live in a place where that is something that is not allowed via the contract of the covenant community. But that being said, I don't have a right to use the police to kick down their door to stop them for doing something that is their property that is inherently not aggressive. I can
You're
just
not
say
very
that's
Corey
morally
hasn't
fucked.
taken.
That's fair enough.
Corey hasn't gone to that extreme, right? Like Corey specifically said, he allows for opt out. So
Yeah.
if anyone wants to put in their living will, you know, I don't know. Some of my brethren, like pre-Vatican II Catholic, do not want to be cremated because they believe that their body will be glorified in the afterlife, and so they don't want their body to be cremated or whatever.
yeah.
They could opt in, put in a living will that they don't want anything to happen to their body, and then
It's
it
a
gets
bullshit
buried in
argument
the-
because we already live in that society.
I have a
Like, you
question.
choose to be an organ
And
donor or don't.
I should
opt
I
in.
have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Doobie, but I want to clarify as well.
Okay, so this reminds me of something. I've been reading lots of Brandon Sanderson books recently, right? In one of the books, there's a character who basically is able to wear people's bones, right? Like under their skin.
You finally started reading Mistborn?
I finished it, both eras,
Nice.
actually. Yeah. And one of the things this character does is, they'll go around and ask people like, hey, I'll pay you, and when you die, I get your bones, right? I'll pay you right now, and you live your life, and when you're dead,
Wait,
I
you
get
know
your
that's
bones.
based
and
off
I
of a
get where
real
they're from.
story, right?
I hope so. That's really cool.
It's based off of
Um,
a giant, the Irish giant.
That's cool. So I'm wondering, like, so would you guys be opposed to like a poor person, right? Or anybody, having the ability to go to some business and say, hey, and that business says, hey, I'll give you $50,000 right now, but when you die, I get your body and we get to do whatever the fuck we want with it. Like, would you be opposed to that?
Yes.
Why?
Not
Why
at
would you be
all.
opposed to that?
Because I believe in a god, unlike you heathen
my
body
God.
raping
Mm.
fucks.
Well, okay, so
Jesus
this is where I want to
Christ.
clarify my I think like after you're dead, your body should specifically be used for medical purposes. I'm not saying that like pretty
Cringe.
much like yeah, the scenario that you outlined in Prime is like I'm not going to advocate for
If
that.
I
or
just want
even,
a
like,
house made out of homeless people, like,
And
you
by
mean-
the way,
you
this is
mean-
not the society that we live in now.
Like they're
because
really
what
that.
Corey was describing was opt out, and what society that we live in now is opt in. That is to say,
Yeah.
they can't use your organs unless you specifically have said that you can.
I
This
think
is something that comes up in the debate world about once
I mean,
every 2
sure,
years.
it's a
It's a question
percentile
of whether or not we
difference.
should do opt out or opt in, and those are two very different systems.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's
think
a
the bare minimum is
percentile
opt-out.
difference in terms because some people will not actively opt out, but they won't necessarily actively opt in. So you get a higher percentage of people that engage in the program. But I mean, if like that's what you're
The
talking
vast
about,
majority of people don't
mean,
opt
it's-
out or in.
right? But it's still, I mean, sure. I mean, at that point, you're talking about like a slight difference in terms of, well, I mean, you're talking about a difference in percentage, but you're not really talking about a rights difference. I mean, I don't want the fucking state using my body one way or the other. But I mean, if you want to do that, do that. But like, I hate to see how that's really, really like, I don't know, like how much are we gaining from that? How
A
does
lot of
that
organs.
change? I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure, but I mean, what we're really talking about is individuals that are still healthy that are able to sell their living organs, right? I mean, like, how many organs are we really gaining from people that die from old age? I mean, when you read the article itself, they were talking about like, some of the reasons people didn't want to do it is because it costs money to do the procedure or they have to do the executions differently, right?
You didn't read the article.
I don't know. What?
I know you didn't read the article because it doesn't cover that at all.
Who the fuck reads?
Absolutely, it.
I did the work
does.
to read both articles, assholes. What the fuck?
Wait, but the article
Okay,
does
I,
mention that.
I
It's
obviously
exactly-
did my research because not only did I read the article, but I knew the
Uh-huh.
company and the people that are on the board of the company and what the name of the company was before. I also happen to know that they make 1.2
what?
billion,
Of
but
the
the article
article?
says 1.7 billion.
1.7 billion what?
Bajillion.
In terms of
Bodies.
well path.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
bajillion.
And
His
and
body.
so yeah, Doobie, I'm definitely not advocating for your ability to have, like you said, a home full of homeless
Prime
people
sex
No,
that are
a
no longer
house
alive.
of homeless people. That's
Of-
what. he had.
whatever. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
Why not?
Have y'all
I
seen
wanted it
Area
built
of-
out of homeless
I just
people.
I don't. So Corey, you're not religious, so why not? Like that doesn't make any sense. So Connor has some weird fucking Christian shit going on, right? So okay, but you're not one of those. So
Fucking
why
weird
shouldn't I?
Christian
Why
shit is,
shouldn't
like,
why shouldn't I be able to
90% of
sell
the
my
population,
policy?
by the way.
Cringe. So why shouldn't I be able to sell my body, my dead body while I'm alive? I just sell the rights to it.
You whore.
As in after you're dead, like this is what
If
happens.
they want to turn me into like a sex toy, that's cool. I live on.
All
Or
your
a
life, yeah.
house.
I
With
hate
that
you
clause
so
that says, of
much.
course, if you actually are the one who kills me, then you get nothing, of course.
Yeah, I will totally be a consequentialist in this regard. In terms of I think they're a bit much better. That's why I think I might be
That's
wrong. But
stupid.
I think I specifically said in
There
my
are
opening
better ways.
argument of we should specifically harvest your organs after you're dead. We should not respect your consent of your dead body.
Corey, let me throw one more wrench.
Can
in
I-
it.
can I-
Wait,
can I
wait, hold on,
just
wait, wait,
revise-
wait,
Doesn't
I
make
want to address this.
So
real
we
quick.
don't- we don't-
Hold on, real
No,
quick.
no, it's okay. Corey
This
figured it
is-
out. He doesn't respect your consent while you're alive
Wait,
or
no, no.
while you're dead.
So this is
Lactoid and
it's-
Ico.
Oh,
yeah,
it
so
doesn't
this-
work on him
so
the way
the-
it works on you.
Lactoid, then Ico. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so Corey, what if I wanted to build I was like Doobie, I was weird. I wanted to build my house out of homeless bodies. But I promised that I would actually
Okay, good capitalist.
for every homeless person that I would buy, I would donate.
You would donate?
I would donate enough money to medical research to actually outweigh the value of using those homeless people for medical research as opposed to building my house. Then at that point, the raw consequentialist analysis would dictate that you should be able to build a house out of homeless people. Correct?
In principle, if that calculator exists, then yeah, hypothetically on
Okay,
paper.
all right,
I've
sure.
seen
I
something
fucking
like
hate
this.
consequentialism.
I've seen something like this. If you go to Italy, there's an entire church called the Bone Church,
Yeah,
which
so
is
it's
made out
cool.
of the
Romania, I
bones and
think.
specifically skulls of the many monks who have lived in that church for over the past 2,000 years. And it's literally built out of human bones and skulls. You can look it up right now. It's called the Bone Church. It's amazing.
It's in the Czech Republic, but I've been there, and it is really fucking cool.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool.
Uh,
So there's nothing
Doobie's an
wrong with
artist.
using dead bodies. This was in a sanctified way too. So Counterpoint shouldn't object to it on a religious basis. But
well, okay, so
let me just
but
say,
I need to ask
some-
Doobie. Sorry, you go, and then I'll ask Doobie a meme question.
yeah, I just wanted to correct something I said earlier. It's not the vast majority. I thought it's not. In fact, 54% of people opt into organ donation, which is great. But if you switch to an opt-out system, which is like what Corey wants, that 54% jumps to 90%, which is close to double. So you can imagine how many more lives would be saved if all we did was switch from the opt-in to the opt-out.
Well,
I support
that data is kind of rough because it's like
Corey for
when you
president.
say opt in, opt out, right? Opt in
Mhm.
means you're making an active decision, right? And you admit that
Yes.
the reason for the difference is because the active decision requires you to opt out. But my question is like what level
Ginger,
of
we can hear
informed
you a little
consent-
bit. Ginger, we can hear you a little
Ginger,
bit.
mute yourself. So the question then becomes in the opt-out procedure, what level of informed consent are you given?
So
Because
the-
if it's
the
like
level for-
if it's like a passive thing, like you're at the DMV and then they're like, "Hey, do you want to opt out?" and you're like, "Oh, I don't know." Because the state is doing that, what happens if someone comes down and
Yeah.
has a sit-down interview and describes in graphic detail every
No,
single thing
it's
that
not
is
that.
likely to
It's-
occur with your body? You might actually see the number go under the amount of people.
Well,
that
it's
opt
this.
out.
It's
you're
this.
dead.
It's
Who
this.
cares?
Right now, there's a simple check mark that says, "Do you want to opt in?" And if you leave it blank, then you're opted. Then you're not an organ donor. All this proposes is that you flip that and say, right now we are going to assume.
Yeah,
that
no,
you're an
I
organ
recognize
donor.
all that, but you didn't
Yeah.
engage with what I said.
Well, no, you asked me which it was, and it's the former.
No,
All
I'm
it
saying-
is you just flip what the check mark means. That's
right,
it.
but do you understand that like what you're describing is you have to opt in for something, right? And so
That is the definition.
it becomes
Yeah.
your choice to do something. However, the ethics might change if they were going to do something to you, unless of course you opted out. And so the question is if they informed you what they were going to do, how might those percentages change?
Yeah, and the question then becomes like, to what degree do you do the informing? Like, do you
Right, do you make
give
them
the,
watch
do you
an
give the horror
autopsy?
show
Right.
in a room that takes 20 minutes of
Yes.
explanation and a video,
Well,
or do you just say, this is what organ donor is? Maybe have a little paragraph that explains it on the card, and then you can opt out if you want to. Like, to me, that's what it would be, and that is what it is in certain parts of the world because they do
yeah,
these.
yeah. Can I jump in on here real quick? On that same note, just before we get too far away from it, there is a organization, at least in the United States, that is specifically meant for taking care of organ donorships. It's called the United Network of Organ Sharing. That is, or also another word for it is the organ or phrase name. Sorry, Organ Procurement and Transplant Network. This is the thing that's been in the United States as a law, or a organization since 1984. It's a government organization that do manage how your organs are going to be used, and obviously they have a lot of ethical basis on why they choose to do things, and it seems very on the up and up, so to say. Is that something that I know you're a libertarian, so I assume you're against, but does that not seem like a reasonable thing to have if you're concerned about like what's going to happen to your body? Like, this is a government agency that is specifically meant for your organs to not get just fucking your heart or something by some random dude. It is like an organization that makes sure that your organs go to the right place.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm against it because it's a state monopoly that has been captured by the state.
Well, it's
and
not for
refuses to allow people
profit.
to be
It
free.
literally
I didn't
made
say it
those
was for
money.
profit.
Okay.
And really,
It's
there's
a
no
state
reason
monopoly.
this industry shouldn't be for profit. I think it's fine for
Oh
people to
my
profit
God,
off their bodies.
Doobie, what happened?
What's
Okay,
wrong with
hold on.
people profiting off their own fucking bodies?
I have a question. I don't, Doobie. So if you were to build your fucking homeless body house, would it be more like Sicario, where they're like pinning up and drywalling the homeless people into the walls so the whole house stinks? Or would it be like a gingerbread house but made out of human flesh, where like you basically like you skin the homeless people and you use that as your drywall?
This is why
Do
he
you know
doesn't show his camera.
do you know what the demuncula is? Or is it fuck? How do you pronounce it?
Demonculaba.
Demonculaba.
Doobie's got
yeah.
blueprints apparently.
Yeah, where they
no.
birthed Chaos Space Marines out of
Yeah.
fucking stitched together human corpses.
Yeah, I've had a situation like
Warhammer.
that. I think.
Okay.
I stitched
Alright.
together homeless people and
So,
then
so
have
you
children.
try to recreate the Demonculaba with homeless
Basically, yeah.
Isn't the
Okay,
entire point
again,
of Warhammer that
I-
it's like a
I've been
shit
won
place?
over.
So
Again.
Doobie,
So I guess we know now how long, like when Doobie goes into like his drunk-induced state where he learns to like mankind. We know how long that lasts now.
yeah, the
2
ego
weeks.
death. But
Yeah. The ego death is over.
So Doobie, so I think your response earlier in terms of like as I guess your rebuttal to me, when you die, your body gets pretty much your family now owns it. Is that correct? And they can choose to do, or unless you have prior instructions, but if there are no instructions, like your family or whatever next of kin.
Yeah.
So I will repose the question in a different context. What if you have no family?
Oh, then it goes to the state.
Or finders keepers, right? Abandoned property.
No, yeah, it goes to the place. If you
at that
have,
point,
no, that's
no
actually
family
true. Like
goes
That's
to
what Lactoid
the.
does on the weekends.
Right. So
No, it goes to the first.
No, that's a
user.
natural incentive to clean up the dead bodies that no one else is going to pick up,
It
right?
goes to the
Oh
first
my God,
user.
you want to go back into like
Finders keepers.
mercantilism, dude.
So what should the state do with it, Doobie? Do you think?
Probably criminally investigate some people, but
You would, yeah, but like with the body, like
Well,
yes,
hold on.
aside after
So if they just
collecting
find like medical research, organ donation, if that's possible. If not, just fucking burn it. I don't care.
Would their insurance like impact at all how you would treat it?
No,
no.
not really.
Okay.
No, it's first user. If you don't have a will and you have no family, you have no next of kin, then the first person to come into contact with your body that says I want it.
Well, what if you say like, okay, so who finds random dead bodies? Like who does the cleanup? The state,
I don't
right?
know.
Well, not in
yeah,
Scott's
So,
world.
so what Scott's saying is
in
that we
the-
should be able to go to like the top of Mount Everest, pick up all the dead bodies up there, bring them back down, and just like
No, I
wear them
love.
around.
Okay, I
Yes.
love how
Do you know
fucking
how
much of a nightmare.
ridiculous that is?
No, I love how much of a nightmare society this would be because like private cops would just be running around finding homeless corpses all over the
Well,
place.
so wait.
I mean,
So,
that's like the libertarian dream is the old
Wait.
school shit where firefighters would get into fist fights over
Okay.
while the building's burning down in the background.
wait. Not to be. Not
Yeah,
to be. Not to
hold
be
on,
blunt.
pause. No. She brought up an entirely bullshit point. Privatized firefighters were actually
Okay.
way better than
Oh
state-run
my
fire
God.
engines.
I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm
okay,
sorry.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
shouldn't have
yeah.
brought it
So
up.
I want to point out something on this topic because I think all of you are actually okay with the finders keepers things for bodies, but you just have a longer time period on it than like we might, right? Because
Who's we?
then I guess me and Scott and Doobie, right? Because I mean, currently when people find like 40,000-year-old like mummified bodies, like they take them and they put them on display and stuff. And also, if a body's been laying in the grime long enough, it turns into dirt. Are you telling me I can't go like take a big cubic, center like thing of massive dirt if it
Well,
happened to
that
once,
actually
if it happened
is
to once be a person? Like no,
that is actually a way to donate your body to preserve certain like national parks and stuff. That's an option.
No,
Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that like when I brought up finders keepers, people thought it was. I mean, yeah, it's funny phrase or whatever. But what I'm saying is that like all of you believe that if the body's been sitting for long enough, then you all believe in finders keepers, right?
Yeah, it's
You're
temporal.
right, Lactoid. In the hypothetical scenario in which I don't give a shit about corpses, I want a 90-day finders keepers.
Yeah, it's like a
stray-
it's like a
Talking about, like,
warranty. It's a
mummies
warranty
and stuff like
period.
that?
like the way that they have like stray holds for dogs at the pound, where you can't
Yeah.
just give away somebody's dog, is the way that you can't give away.
I'm just
somebody's
imagining a
corpse. You
leash
gotta wait
over
90
somebody's
days.
neck, and you're just like pulling this dead body.
Yeah, but like
Now,
I
this is
think
what I
I
call
think it's an
content.
interesting point. Like that it's just a matter of time before no one gives a damn. I mean, like it's in
It's
terms
just
of like
Zeno's paradox is all.
Well, can I
don't know what
say
that is.
his?
I want to
fucking
hold on one second.
savages,
I
that's
don't know what that is, but so Aiko, you should explain that to me later.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah, I will.
Like this reminds me of like burial plots. Like in the U.S., like we don't like we have so much land that we put like no effort into managing burial plots, but like in other countries, like that's not the case, right? And so you only have that space for like a limited amount of time. And like they cycle through those things. Yeah, like it's not something you think about, but like, and there are a lot of countries that like have to do like be really creative with their burial lands. And sometimes you got to lose them because it's just like
Yeah,
like,
like
how
I
many
said.
You're
people
from New
are
Orleans,
around?
right?
Like how many people are around who know you, right? Who remember you, who give a shit that you're buried there. At some point, move them out, right? Yeah.
At some point, then
Boston
he's forgotten,
used
right?
to do that shit. Well, okay, so I got some wild shit. Y'all went on some wild shit. I got to go on some wild shit. So in Boston, they used to have like a downtown, and it was a burial ground. So they would cycle the corpses through the graves. But then Boston became such a big city that they couldn't fucking cycle through the graves fast enough. So they were digging to bury new people, and they were finding corpses. And then one year there was like a particularly horrific flood, and the grave was on a hill. So then fucking like dead bodies were just luging down the fucking street in the middle of the
Yeah, we got to stop burying. Like we have to find better ways to deal with our dead.
We gotta let
I
them
don't think
decompose.
so.
We gotta get rid of coffins. Put them actually in the ground. Let them be reclaimed by the earth.
I promise you, Corey, if we did finders keepers, the bodies would not be buried.
As a consequentialist, I'm all on board then. Sign me up.
Jesus.
Aiko, what's Zeno's paradox?
Okay, so Zeno's paradox is, as I'm sure panel is a paradox in which, in order to get anywhere, let's say you're getting from
Yeah, half a
where
distance.
I'm sitting now to my front door, you
Oh,
first
that
have to get halfway there. You have to get halfway there, and then you have to get halfway there, so on and so forth. And you never get to the end, according to the paradox, right? And it's sort of, but there's a point at which, of course, the answer to Zeno's paradox is that there's a point at which you sort of hit a tipping point to where you can just say you're there. And I think that that's the case here, right? Where we're talking about, well, when is a corpse no longer a corpse? When is it just a pile of dirt, right? And there's no real like absolute like singular threshold at which that's the becomes the case, right? You can say it's the point at which I no longer recognize grandma sitting on the table or whatever because it's decomposed so much. Or it can become the point at which the bones are no longer connected, or maybe that the bones have gotten so soft that they're not really bones anymore. Point is, there comes a point at which you would no longer, and a lot of this is legalistic too. I'm sure Lactoid could say that, could cite maybe statutes that say the point at which a body is no longer a, or a point at which a possession is no longer a possession because it's been abandoned for a certain amount of time, whatever it is. To some degree, it's arbitrary, but there does come a point at which we no longer consider like a body to be a body, and at that point, it doesn't really matter what people do to it.
Yeah, like if you thought Nina, if you thought the Bone Church was awesome, then like, I mean, shouldn't that be a horror show? Because people's bodies were.
They were specifically saying that they consented for them to do that because they were like such a big part of that church that they wanted to, in death, still be a part of the church, which is beautiful in my opinion. If that is your choice to become like your bones are just doing it, like
there is a message. The church
Wait, so
itself
Nina,
has a message.
do you agree with me then that
Wait,
people
what's
should
the
be able to
message?
sell rights to their body while they're alive?
they're not selling it. It wasn't for money. It was because they spent their life there, and that's where they wanted
Why,
it.
why can they?
But
Why
that's
can
what
they
they
give it
want.
away for like some religious shit, but they can't sell it? Like, why is it wrong for them to make money off this?
Because then there's
Because
incentives.
you're gonna buy them and
What?
turn them into dimensional
There's an
lava.
I don't want to be part of
incentive,
your
which is-
house, asshole.
There's an incentive that individuals want to be in the church. It's just what they're valuing is different. Like that doesn't make any sense. You're not
Yeah,
being
like
consistent.
good things, not fucking being fucked to death in some weird glory.
Okay, well
hole
that's
with
their
fucking
own
necro
choice, though. I don't.
Yeah, I
understand what you're
mean,
trying to
look,
say.
the church used to sell
Okay, but here's a
Church are
good thing.
going to.
No. Here's a
need a
good
fucking
thing.
crusade.
Okay, there is a good thing if I sell it. Let's say I don't give a fuck that my body is fucked to death when I'm dead, but let's say I'm having financial problems or I just want to do better. Let's say I sell a
So
kidney
how does
for
that not
20 G's
incentivize
and then I
that
put a down payment on a house. Like, yes,
with
that's
20
a good
Gs?
thing. Do you
Well,
not know
hold
how
on.
down
I mean, the
payments
church
work?
used to
Like-
sell indulgence too, but then Martin
yes,
Luther like nailed
I
his
do.
95 Theses. Said no, you can't do that.
You're-
and
you're cutting
now
out.
the Catholic Church like agrees with Martin Luther. Like there are differences between different like human values. Not everything is just a transaction.
Money.
Okay,
Yeah,
but again,
explain that to
what's
this
the
crowd.
difference? Like
Um,
you're just saying like, look, good things as defined by my moral preferences. Therefore, I
Correct.
get to use the power of the state to tell you that you shouldn't do the things that I don't like because my religion says so. And I say to that, fuck off.
Okay. I'll send cops to your house when you start creating demunculaba.
so,
We get it. You're an inherently aggressive individual, but no, you're wrong.
But yeah, Nina,
I'm
I
not.
don't understand the difference. I'm trying to like pick up where Doopy was going with this. It's like, there's all kinds of incentives that you can present to a person, right? Like to be glorified. Like I imagine the monks look at in the church, right? Like my body be glorified and be appreciated in a way that most corpses will never be, right? So that's
To
an
remind
incentive
humans of that they are mortal. That was their
Memento mori.
Yeah. So like what's wrong with like the incentive of money that could go to help your family, to your children, college fund or whatever it is, right? That could radically advance your
Because you're
life.
probably gonna sign that contract when you're young and you're fucking dumb and you don't give a shit about it, and then you're probably not gonna be able to get out of the contract later in
No,
fucking
no.
life because
Don't,
we're not
hold
gonna
on,
get
don't
opt-out
add all that
clause,
this shit.
and
Hold on,
fucking
don't add any of
Lactoid is
that.
gonna have written it for
Cat-
fucking Doobie and shit. So
counterpoints.
no, hard pass.
I'm ignoring you.
Counterpoints. Counterpoints. Do you think it's
listen,
wrong?
listen,
Do
hold
you
on,
think
listen,
it's wrong?
I want to talk to Nina. I asked the question to Nina. Okay, all right. Look at you, white men, like barging in. Nina, please. Like, what's your response?
Oh my god, I didn't realize I was muted. I was like, are you guys really talking over me like this? Sorry.
They really are.
That was on. No, I muted myself. So my bad.
They would have been
But thank
talking
you,
over
thank you,
you
thank you.
anyways.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, so the reason I would say that it's different is because the concept of glorification is a personal thing, as much as it could be for other people to some extent. But I think like that is it's not a currency that can be transferred to somebody else. When we're talking about money, somebody could use your body for whatever the fuck they wanted and make money off of it and say they're you and that's your wishes. Like, I think that's a big difference. We're saying, like, you do not have the same current. If you want your body, you have lived this pious life in this monastery. I want to be buried here. This is what I want. Whether or not there's like some sort of significant glorification of it doesn't really matter because it's for you. And obviously for the monastery
the
itself, it's not,
$100,000
not
I'd
a,
give back
it's
to
not,
is for me.
it cannot be used as a financial incentive that like finances can be used for like anything, you know? Like,
What's
Yeah.
wrong with that?
Yeah.
Like I don't
well, because
understand.
that's not what you want.
Counterpoints.
but-
I have
but
a
it's
That's
question.
what I
okay.
want.
Like
No, we're
Counterpoints. I have a
talking about
question.
the bone church, right?
Counterpoints.
Those
I just
people
want-
wanted to be there.
Yeah, hold on, just a second.
The lactoid
Scott,
wants to
I
sell me
promise you,
his
I'm gonna
dead
give
ass.
you
Like,
give
what
some
the fuck?
space. I don't understand. I don't understand what
Doobie, I
why
don't like
you're
when you're
making
like
this. I don't understand why you're making this distinction, right?
Because
you're
money
saying
bad,
that
capitalism.
yeah,
evil.
yeah,
That's
money
it.
bad. It sounds like money bad. But like church stuff good. Like why?
No, I
is
think
it
your
that
personal wishes is fine. Like if you really want it, I guess like you could
my
like have
personal
the
wish
arg.
is
Okay.
for Doobie, who can afford it, to give me $100,000, right? So that he
I want to
can-
buy Bitcoin. Fuck, who
He
cares?
can make a
Like, that's
glory
my
hole out of
personal
my
wish.
asshole after I'm done. That's my fervent wish. Oh my god.
I
don't
would
clip
take
this,
that
'cause
money,
it'll be used.
100%.
So but yeah,
And
but
that's an open
my
offer to
fervent
anybody
wish.
out there.
So then why can't I do that? What's so different by that fervent wish?
Well, for one, I don't think it's good for it, but I could be
He
wrong.
definitely is. He actually is.
But
Like
okay,
yeah, but yeah.
because then he's
but
probably going to be adamantly like wanting you to die
Yeah.
Well,
I was
no,
just
no,
gonna say
no.
that.
because he's not
We
going to
can
get an ROI until you fucking die, right?
we can put
So you don't think he
Con-
might like try and go out of his way to kill you?
I mean, like try to go
there are
out
other
his
reasons
way.
for that. Like
The contract can get nulled if
What you're
if-
saying, is that like life insurance shouldn't exist, and we shouldn't have life
Right.
insurance policies because
Yeah.
people
No, I
might
don't think
murder
a
for life
life
insurance.
insurance.
that.
Yes, that actually was a very predatory way that you should know in the insurance game that we've changed because it was used in that way.
Wait, hold on, but this is actually a good
This actually functions just
wait,
like
hold
life
on, wait,
insurance.
listen.
Yeah,
Because
life
it's-
insurance.
hold on.
Life insurance was used
Some
in that
old
way. We
people-
literally covered this earlier.
Wait, please. Some
Oh
old
my
people
god. Oh,
who don't have any like kids, right? Their kids died or whatever the fuck, or their kids
Okay.
are wealthy, who have life insurance
Sure.
policies
On who?
that they've had their entire on themselves, that they've had their entire lives.
Okay.
There are plenty of companies out there or investors out there who will pay them money right now while they're still alive to be a beneficiary in the life insurance policy. Right, with the typically the only trade-off is, hey, you need to make sure that my body is taken care of in this way, so this portion of the money is used for that. But the rest
So-
of it, whether it's $1 million or $2 million or whatever the fuck it is, it's yours, right? But you give me money today, right? Like so it functions the same way. They get money to do whatever the fuck they want with right now. They live their lives, so they're happy, and then they die, and then the person gets the benefit of their policy. Now, what's wrong with that
Why
kind of
would
system?
somebody?
Okay, so if you're asking me what's wrong with that, chances are there's a bunch of dementia-ridden fucking old motherfuckers who are getting paid pennies on the dollar.
Isn't that what
for their
reverse
fucking-
mortgages
Dude, what?
are?
Dude, what? No, stop this.
They're
you
worth
keep bringing
pennies
up
on the dollar. They're
individuals.
old people.
No, you keep bringing up individuals that you think can't consent to a contract to invalidate the idea of contracts. Like it's bullshit.
Yeah,
You're
we
like,
shouldn't
well,
have
it's a
any
bunch of
contract
young,
ever.
dumb. It's some 18-year-old kid. So here's my question to you,
Who's
counterpoints.
doing that?
Do you think
Yeah.
that it was unethical and wrong for the Marines to
Okay.
exist? And that it's actually a piece of shit institution to sign up
Yes.
18-year-olds to go fight
Yes.
in war. Do you think that as a
Uh,
Marine yourself?
I think it's like a fucked up institution that takes advantage of the naivete of fucking young people, and I would prefer that it was honest about its fucking naivete, but I also think it's socially necessary.
Okay, so it's socially necessary by some consequentialist analysis, so it's okay then, but it's not okay for people to voluntarily sell their bodies because they're young and they totally can't consent to it. Even though one is going to
Correct,
go
because it's
bomb
not
people
socially
and
necessary.
murder
Yes,
people,
you're
and then
right.
the other one is an individual that
Well-
is just freely selling their fucking body for their own personal benefit.
Do you guys consistently feel
you're
that way
right.
about sex work?
You nailed that.
We are very
Yes.
consistent on sex work.
Yeah, I think they're all.
You're
I-
pro
I
sex
personally
work?
don't like. I personally don't
I'm
like
incredibly
sex
anti-sex
workers,
work.
but I don't think that I have any right to stop them.
What? You guys are.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Oh, you're
it's
trolling
kind of.
me.
Wait,
Crime.
hold on, wait.
No,
So,
no.
so Nia,
Anti.
Nina, real quick. So we don't like it. Like it's kind of like gross or whatever. But we will never illegalize it, right?
No,
Yeah,
I think
we
most
never
porn should be
legalize it.
illegal. I think most porn should be illegal.
Doobie, what
so
the fuck?
Doobie's on a whole different
Ilya,
level.
what the
Okay.
fuck are we talking
Yeah,
about?
Doobie's a
Well,
fucking.
this is
a
because I'm a
post-lib
feminist.
fascist.
making me
Hold on,
regret
no,
me
it's
saying
because
that.
I'm a feminist, and I don't like that women are
Yeah, you're a
made into
swerf.
sexual objects in porn.
You're a swerf, which means you're not a feminist.
I'm the most feminist person on this fucking panel right now.
Doobie, do you want to ban gambling? I haven't heard your
Do I want
opinion.
to ban what?
Doobie, I thought you
Gambling,
were.
gambling.
For poor people. I'd have there be like a
What's your cutoff?
a minimum
Yes.
threshold, right? Income threshold.
Interesting.
You got to
okay.
make more than 30 grand a year.
See, because
What
if I
we've had
spend
this argument before
25?
where you guys are always coming after my fucking loot boxes and games. I love loot boxes. I buy thousands of dollars of loot boxes
You
in
have
video games, right?
ruined
Shit,
the
for
industry.
shit that I
you
don't even
sack of
ever
shit.
use, right?
Doobie.
I hold on. I got ESO for the weekend. I spent $1,400 in 2 days just buying loot boxes, and then I played it for a week and never touched the game again. Right? And
Why,
I
Doobie?
had a great time. I had a
Be a
great
Donate
time.
that
doing
money
it.
to this channel.
member.
It was
Jesus
beautiful.
Christ.
Doobie,
Yeah,
real
gift
quick.
us all
Doobie,
subs to Prime
Doobie.
Ks.
Doobie, real quick. So you think that poor people shouldn't be allowed to buy insurance? Why do you think that? Because that's just gambling,
what are you
right?
No, it's not. Insurance is not gambling.
I mean,
How
poor
is it
people
not
It's
gambling?
It's
not
kind of
gambling at all.
gambling,
You're,
actually.
But poor-
you're
poor
paying
people
money in
can't-
case
poor
something
people
happens in the
can't
future.
You're paying for
insurance
access.
anyways.
You're paying for access to a
To
pool
broad
of money.
pool of assets. Yeah.
Exactly. To ensure that if a thing does happen, you have the ability to pay it off. That is not.
How is that
gambling.
different than a slot machine? I'm paying access to a
No.
pool of money,
No,
and
no,
if I
no,
pull
no,
the
no,
lever, I
Yes.
might get
There's
the
very
money, or I
specifically-
might not.
It is gambling,
You probably
yes.
know this from the fucking from the fucking contracts and from the fucking training for that shit. Like you can't technically profit from insurance. Like there's all these fucking like moral safeguards and ethical safeguards specifically put in place legally to avoid all this. shit.
Right. Hold on. But you can
All of
dodge
my-
a
hold on,
loss.
hold on.
The
Let me finish,
principle
let me
is the
finish.
same.
Let me finish. All of my complaints about the industry, like I'm okay with the idea of insurance and the principles behind it. I just think that the way that it's practically applied by human beings is fucked up.
What's
That's
the
it.
what's the functional difference between dodging a loss and profiting?
Dodging a loss and profit?
Yeah. Like
Because you have to
philosophically,
suffer a
what's
loss.
like
this is why deductibles exist, by the way.
Well, no.
Does
no,
anybody
that's not-
know
wait, that's
what-
not- no,
is there a
deductibles? Hold on, deductibles exist to like that's basically an anti-fraud. Like I understand, like an anti-fraud component. But my question is like,
It is anti-fraud, but it's also to make sure that fucking people don't profit off of insurance.
oh, okay, so they're not like profiting, but like even absent the deductible, assuming the deductible is not the full amount of the loss, the point of insurance is that you don't suffer the full loss. And so my question for you is like philosophically, what's the difference between dodging a loss, like dodging a negative financial event, and having a positive financial event? I don't see any like
I mean, I
functional
think you're
difference.
literally saying it in your question. Like a positive financial event is positive, and a negative financial event is negative, and you're hedging loss.
But you're
Like-
dodging a negative financial event.
Bro, we're
No,
on
okay,
the
but
stand
in one
right
of
now.
those
So wait,
scenarios,
so here-
okay, this is like saying, hey,
why
what's the difference between like
corporations
not
and
losing a
insurance
dollar
was
and
created.
gaining another dollar? Well, shit. In one of
Right.
those situations, you're gaining a dollar that you didn't have before.
Yeah, but if both events happen and you lose $1 and you gain the $1, you're exactly where you were.
Do you think you
No,
should
in
insure?
insurance,
Okay,
you
if these two
always
different,
lose
completely
dollars
different
as the
events happen, yeah,
customer.
you're at the starting
In
point. Okay.
insurance, you will always lose. As a customer, you will always lose money. You will
But-
always suffer a loss.
But not as. But the whole point is because you're not going to lose as much as you would if the risk event happens. This is why it is gambling. The foundational
Is
idea is
you're
it's
like
gambling.
asking me a question, but you're answering your question with the question. Like,
Let's
what's the difference
go-
between
let's go
I'm,
to
positive
I'm
and
arguing
negative?
against
Not
Positive and
true.
negative.
I'm
That's not
arguing.
true.
I'm making a point
That's not
against.
true.
you. That's what I'm doing.
Aiko.
Can somebody tell me if there's a limiting? Like, is there a limit to the profit that a casino?
Dude, you're breaking
You-
up.
you-
because
you
you're-
cut it out.
Is there a
Yeah,
limit
you
to
need to get
loss
closer to
in
your
the
mic.
casino?
Yeah,
Is there a
your
limit to
noise
losses in
gate.
casino?
Your noise gate is low.
I
so
don't
just, like,
I don't
get
think there
closer
are
to the mic.
limits to losses in casinos at all. Yeah.
Okay, so in
And if
the
you get
insurance
banned
industry,
from one, you can go to another one. Yeah.
at least in the health insurance industry, ever since the AC, there's now what I think what they call the 80-20 rule, which is that in health insurance, your gross profit cannot exceed 20%. So anything
Yep.
above that 20% has to go back to the
Nice.
right. So that
Nice.
limits the amount of abuse that you right. So is
Nice.
in that way, it's a little
Closer.
bit different than gambling, right?
That's based. Yeah.
Right.
That's completely fucking
So
different. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it
because
makes
there's
it that
one
much less
specific
of a gamble.
regulation on one other than the other. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean you could
dozens of
you could
regulations that make
similarly
fucking
do the
difference.
same regulation
Yeah.
on gambling.
Yeah,
Yeah,
based.
like
like,
you could.
Yeah, good. Do it.
One, in terms of,
proves his case.
I'm getting out to the
What?
bodies, okay? Like, I don't get this counterpoints. Like, you
Gonna
could
take a leak again.
have the same, similar safeguards, against abuse, right? Like, obviously, we know there's gonna be there's room for abuse in any sort of system like this, right? But you
Sure.
put those safeguards. We're very aware. We're going eyes wide open into what these abuses are going to be, right? And if there's abuses that show up later on, we can legislate against those too. So I get about the principle of it all. The principle. What
Sure.
is wrong with doing this? Well, it's been proposed.
Selling your body or hyper regulating gambling. Which one?
Well, selling bodies, corpses.
So to prohibit abuses of the corpses. Yeah, like I would say if there was like, but then I want Doobie to be able to have his fucking homeless skin house. So I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
So
Like
I don't
want
know.
it
I
all
don't
or
know.
I
You
I
just
want
kind of
it not
rambled
at
for a
all.
second there. Yes, is the answer like are you for it now or are you against it with all the rules
Yeah.
and regulations?
So okay. So real world, I think that's a fucking horror show. I think it's morally reprehensible. I think people who think this way should be fucking drawn and quartered in the fucking public
Why do
square.
you want to draw and quarter people so
Me?
much? What the fuck is wrong
That's
with
his
you?
Because
kink, dude.
that's my thing.
The
Your
mortar
kink
for
is
your
fucking
house.
corpse
He wants to harvest the
Kilaba. My
organs.
kink is drawn and
Look,
quartering mass
Look,
shooters.
I just want a house made of homeless people that I can raise like adopted children that that I've also purchased in.
Okay, but
It's
I
not that
want
weird.
Nick Cruz to basically suffer medieval punishment for what he did in this life. So that,
Reasonable.
we have our kink.
I agree that that's reasonable. Okay.
How much would you charge to insure the person house, Doobie?
A lot of money. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Counterpoints.
Prime, just to answer your question, the legal prohibitions would basically eliminate the point. That would, for me, it would be like if we're gonna do it, we might as well do it all. And it's kind of like gambling. Like if you had like, oh, you can only gamble $20 if you're like making under 30 grand a year. That's like a fucking dumb rule. Like I wouldn't institute it. We either ban gambling or we don't ban gambling.
Counterpoints. The problem is that you're playing the same game that like pro-choice advocates play when they argue against like pro-life.
Oh, so you're
people,
not
where
pro-choice.
I'm an evictionist, and I'm not going to explain that to you. Like I'm
An
just not.
evictionist?
Yeah. So, anyways, the problem is that you're engaging in like the same argument where they use the absolute
free
limit
to
cases,
explain it.
where they're like, "What about like when someone is brutally raped?" Right? When even though we know that like most abortions are due to people just not properly taking care of their birth control, properly engaging in safe sex, etc., and then this occurring. You're doing the same thing with the selling of the bodies, which is that you're using. Hey, Nina, just a second. I'll respond to whatever questions you have later. So, anyways, you're doing the same thing with like Doobie's House of Horror shows. You're falling into this extreme limit case when the fact of the matter is that the ability to sell your organs on a market overwhelmingly will mean that rich individuals will come out of this like mutual aid system and they'll want to purchase organs. And then other poor people will be able to get through college or put a down payment on a house or do other things. And what this actually means is that wealthy people gain the ability to live longer and be productive members, and poor people have the ability to gain new opportunities and not be burdened by whatever financial debts they have, and everybody in society does better. Like you're using a consequence analysis on the
yeah, you're right.
extreme
So yeah, but you just answered your question for me. I want rich people to die and not be able to buy their way out of mortality. And then I want poor people to be forced to engage with the world in such a way that they don't take easy fucking shortcuts in order to stop short-term problems.
Yeah,
And
selling
then they
bo-
actually
selling body
have
parts
to
is, like,
work their
easy, but-
fucking ass. They have to work their fucking asses off in order to fucking survive, and then maybe
Right.
make them something of
So
themselves.
just
where they
force people
don't
to do
make a
whatever you want
mistake
based
when
off
they're
of your
19.
bullshit.
What's
Yeah,
the
you
market
want to
value
have
of
people
it?
to force to get broke because they're an eviction.
You're right.
They
It's
can-
all
they can
subjective
give their body up
morality,
to
and
the
my
church.
morality than yours. Yes, you nailed it.
Okay, what's the market value of a kidney? Does anybody know? I'm not sure you're
It's
real
illegal.
down
It's
payments.
illegal to sell that.
Nobody
and
knows
some-
because it's a black market right now.
Okay, all right. Well, so what's the black market value?
I mean,
Can I just
if
say something
had
really
an answer to
quick?
that question, that might be somewhat scary.
Well, evictionist is to believe the advance in technology will continue to improve medical ability to preserve a life living fetus after removal from its mother. So that's what this guy believes in.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Don't kill the
that's-
baby. Take it
Sort
out.
of. It's a lot more than
I
that.
mean, that's literally the definition, so I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Well, I've actually spoken to Dr. Walter Block, who fucking invented this,
I don't
and had
give a shit about Dr.
intense
Walter Block.
conversations with him.
No, I
I
was
know
saying that
you
really
don't, but, like,
quickly. You like swerved
that's
that
not,
idea.
that's
like
not exactly
pro-choice
right.
light.
It's more complicated.
Yeah, but you were too afraid to even just
not
say
wor-
the quick
I'm
description
not
because you knew
fucking
that
afraid.
it
I
was
just don't think
it
you're
was
smart
silly.
enough to
afraid
be
to
able to have
say
a
what you think.
conversation
Why?
with. Like, I have no problem explaining
Yeah,
evictionism.
so you won't
It's
say if you're
just, I don't
pro-choice
think
or
you'll
not.
get it. No, I'm not pro-choice
No, I
or
understand
pro-life.
this.
I'm an evictionist.
You're waiting for some future technology to come out.
He's essentially
No, I'm not waiting for some
pro-choice,
future.
Nina.
I'm not waiting
No,
for
he
future
won't say
technology
it.
to
I
come
don't
out.
think so. He's saying that he's waiting for technology to come out that will improve the medical ability to preserve a living fetus after removal from its
No,
mother.
so no. Here's
Look. I understand. I understand that you appreciate Vosh.
That's
and get
not a
all of your arguments
libertarian
by
value,
a
my
quick
dude.
fucking Wikipedia search, but like
Do you
don't
hate
understand
weed too?
evictionism,
Like, are
and
you
I'm
just
not
such a
going to.
fucking poser ass libertarian? Like, what are you getting at?
Weed
He
should
is
be
the
illegal.
least poser
Nina,
libertarian I've
so
Stop
ever
it, Doobie.
First of all, one's personal preference
Well,
towards
your
a
name
drug
is
has nothing to do with
Doobie.
libertarian philosophy. Number one. Number two.
Pro-choice
What
is
are you
a
talking about?
libertarian philosophy. What are you talking about?
Trust me, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, well, I could say the same thing to you. Apparently, you don't
It's
even know
only
what you're
it's
talking
only
about.
it's only libertarian if you
all
don't
right,
believe that
Prime,
the child
at
is
the
like a
risk,
human
at the
being
risk
with
of
bodily
derailing
autonomy.
this shit. Yeah, exactly. Like at
Oh,
the risk of
derailing
derailing
this?
this
No,
shit.
that's fine.
At what fucking point? At what fucking point does a human being become a human being, Nina?
Human being because a human being. There's a lot of that's more of a philosophical question. What are you trying to say?
yeah,
More
it's
of a
a
metric of like,
I- it is a
if you want me to
philosophical
ask about like actually like if they can survive on their own, without like being
What-
attached to somebody.
What?
All right, so
What does
Can,
on?
an,
I
can an
don't-
infant survive on its own?
Yeah.
Is it attached to somebody?
At some period
Physically?
of time.
What do you mean
I mean,
by
that was her.
human beings and
She
like
put that in the
that?
definition, though. She said without being attached to someone.
Yeah,
That was,
but what do
that
you
was
mean
her
by
definition.
attached? So pretty much, it seems like.
So we
it's
I
can
mean,
like-
kill
literally
born babies
physically
so long-
attached.
So long as
so
we haven't
you're-
cut
by
the
the way-
umbilical
Yeah,
cord.
they
yet.
cut the umbilical
Right? Like you can just
Look
fucking
at the
way,
umbilical cord, you fucking
by the
assholes.
way-
You know what I'm saying.
By the way, you're an evictionist now because that means that like babies can be like viable after 22 weeks. So after 22 weeks, you wouldn't abort it. You would just evict the motherfucker. Then you would stick him in medical shit in order.
No, I
so
didn't.
that
I
he
didn't say
could
that
die.
at all.
So you're an evictionist.
Maybe
too.
I would want to keep a baby to term.
Wikipedia,
Why would I want them to
Google
be
it,
evicted? If I wanted to
Google
have a
Scott are on
baby,
the
why
same
would I be an
team.
evictionist, bitch?
Wait, what?
What?
Why would I be an
Yeah,
evictionist?
get fucked, Connor.
If you didn't want a baby?
No, if I wanted to have a baby, keep it in my body, do the whole
Uh-huh.
9 yards, 9 months, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Why would I be an evictionist?
Nina, do you
Yeah,
feed
Connor, you
yourself, or
fucking
does
idiot.
someone have to feed you? Like, do you have like an in-home like care?
Don't listen
do
to
you- or
Scott.
do you feed
He's just
yourself?
being mean.
Are you
because
just trying to be like a
decided.
weird joke? Because that's not even a good premise for it.
It was
Oh,
coherent.
fuck.
Okay, listen. All right, Nina, it was a coherent rebuttal. I tip my fucking imaginary fedora to you. Fuck off.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Can
you.
I just say,
I will
asking
tip
whether
my
it's
imaginary
human is the
story
wrong
back.
question anyway.
Nobody can hear you
we
because
can
your
hear
gate is
this.
open.
Get
and
it
you
closer
push
to your
the
mic, dude.
farther
You need
away.
Let me hear
Closer.
any of that. Ico.
What, am I
Pushing it
supposed to
further
say?
away.
Closer to your
Closer.
mic.
Farther away.
Wait, I thought I was cutting off because I was too close to the mic.
No, you're too far.
Everyone turned. They were telling me to shut off. But
How does that
okay.
make
I thought-
sense?
I thought you were doing that on purpose. That's like the fuck you got.
No, I told you. No, because someone said I should mess with my noise gate because I was cutting off.
That means
So
you're too.
that meant I was.
Okay,
but
why would
I'm
pushing the mic further
I'm-
away make it
okay.
easier to hear you?
I'm interested in what
really.
you said in terms of like the
It
question.
meant
of
that
whether
I
it's human.
wasn't clicking off my noise gate.
Jesus Christ.
All right. Okay.
It's
Never mind.
okay.
I'm gonna get close to it.
Yes.
I'm always close to my mic
Y'all are-
usually.
Okay,
Okay.
hold on. Rich, I have to defend your honor real quick. Nina and Prime Kai, y'all are being fucking bitches, okay? Prime, you know that for 6 months I was on here breaking out every fucking 30 seconds and fucking plugging in my internet and unplugging it and all that kind of shit, and it ended up being a fucking Discord noise gate setting. We're all boomers at heart. Show some grace.
Whoa, hold on.
No,
Yeah, but
I'm a
somebody said
boomer
it was-
too with this
okay.
shit. I'm just appreciating how funny it is that he's
I-
moving it
that's
away from
fine.
him.
I thought he was saying.
I think
"Fuck
it's funny
you" to
too.
all of us.
All right, Rich, I defended your honor. Go
Listen,
ahead.
okay. Here's my only point. The question isn't whether it's human, because it's always human. It's always alive, like from the beginning. The question is, when does it become a person? And that's
Yeah,
when
of course it is.
Zeno's paradox comes in place. Like there's always a point at which you can interpret that, okay, now it's finally gained personhood or whatever. And that's always where the difficulty is with these questions. It's not
Yeah, but
about
we-
like,
dude,
it
personhood-
just,
Yo,
it
personhood
triggers
is
the fuck out of me
scary
when
as
people
fuck.
talk about when does it become a human? Because obviously it wasn't a goat, it wasn't a chicken, it's always been human.
But
It's always
right?
if whether or not it's human, doesn't matter, and we're engaged in personhood, then like you could very
Right.
quickly get into the argument of like
That they're not a
killing
person till
1-year-olds.
5. Yep, exactly.
Like
No,
that's
no,
like you do not
I
want to go
understand,
there.
But that's
There is a
well,
philosopher
no, but
who
that's
argues,
still
Peter,
the question.
Peter Singer, right? I'm pretty sure he
Well, now who's the
argues.
consequentialist?
No, I'm familiar with Peter Singer. It's not
Peter Singer
I
says
finally
you can
lived
eat
long enough for
2-year-olds, I'm
Fabian
pretty
to
sure.
give it.
No, he doesn't.
I think he does. Post
So,
abortion.
I think it's pretty easy as long as they can survive without being literally attached
Don't make
to
me
somebody.
pull my mic away.
I think that's fine.
Bunch of fucking savages.
But okay, all right. Well,
Wait, what about conjoined twins? Are conjoined twins either of them a person?
Not
How many
either of them a
persons are
person.
they?
I mean, are they getting their nutrients
Starting to
from
wonder if
each
any of
other,
you
and
are
that's the only way they're able to exist?
Yeah,
Like,
the only way they're able to exist is by like being attached to this other person.
because they're sharing the same
Yeah, they're
digestive
two
system or
persons.
something.
Yeah. Are either of them persons under this?
okay, but are
definition?
they getting nutrients from another being besides like the one
Yes.
that they're
Sure,
directly
yes.
getting? Like
Well,
their
what
mother.
if one conjoined twin like has the digestive system, the other one doesn't?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that
That's got
is
nothing
the
to
other
do with
person
That
a
shit's
person?
real.
Hey, listen, this whole idea of being able to survive has nothing to do with personhood. It's a totally separate question.
That was your
True.
definition.
Roe v.
That's
Wade
fair. That's fair.
specifically talks about that so that they could avoid the question.
I just want her
of
to answer
personhood.
the question though.
Roe v. Wade is
if
bad
other
law
pe-
in this country
If the
now.
other twin
I'm-
has the digestive system, right, and the
Okay.
other one doesn't, and gets all their nutrients, is the other twin a
If
human?
they could not survive without each other, then I would say they are one being.
No. The one can survive, right? But if you cut off the other
Okay.
one because they use their digestive system, then
Mhm.
they are dead, right? So
Is that possible? I've never really heard of
Yeah,
any
it is
successful.
possible.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
happens.
so are they a person? Like if they can talk to you, like full cognition, or
They got
Yeah,
the
their
but
brain
they
is
but
all
they can
good.
only survive off of their conjoined twins' digestive tract. Under your definition, they wouldn't be a person, right?
Off of okay, so one is like only aping off of the other.
Yeah.
It's like two separate brains, okay, two separate consciousnesses, but
Uh-huh.
like down in the torso, it's like it's like a shared GI tract, and they're like so it's got a
There's
be
a whole
owned by
reality
someone.
show about
Well,
a
this-
pair of twins that are like that.
This is
Shit,
why
that's
I'm
an
an evictionist,
interesting
because you
question.
can just get rid of that other person and it doesn't matter that they die.
That's not.
Kind
kind of a horrible person, Scott. What the fuck?
Nina. What like if the scenario that we presented to you?
Okay.
Is the subservient twin here, right? The one who doesn't have a digestive tract of their own. Are they a full person?
I will say
Definitely
that
not.
I think that it's probably bad form, but to have consistent in my ideology, I would say if the one twin that is doing all of the work does not want the second twin attached to them anymore, that they probably do have the right to have that removed.
No, hold on. Are the other person? Hold on, I loaded the question.
Why are we in a high school ethics class?
No,
right
no,
now?
I want
She
to know. I
doesn't
want
get
to
it. Move on.
Yeah, I know you wanna talk, I get it.
The other
Bitch, son of a bitch.
the other organism, is that a person? I know you think you can cut them off, but like if are they a person?
I thought we were talking about.
Are
Wait,
they
did you saying it as a person?
Are they a person?
Is it
Are
one
they
vote or
both-
two votes?
Yeah.
That's a
It's
great
a
way of putting
complicated
it.
thing
Corey.
because I would say like
Nice.
yeah, there's so many ethical things that would come up with that. So I feel like that's like what you're trying to do with the gotcha. But if I'm being good faith in my answering this, so hopefully you're not going to be annoying about it. But I would
Nice, got
say
it. No.
that again, as I said at the beginning with, I think if that the main caregiver does not want or like the person that they're getting all their nutrients
not
from.
one. Just like, are they a person?
Are they a
Like,
person?
You count them.
Are
You
they a
count
vote
them
or two
both in a
votes?
census. It's all I wanted
On a
want you to
census?
tell me.
I don't know how the legal right would
are-
go with that.
So you
I mean,
have
I'm not
you
a
have conjoined
legal
twins.
analyst.
Is that one person or
If
two?
I had to
people?
ask, I would assume that they were one person because we could only survive
a
off of one
conjoined-
digestive system.
Wait.
They don't
Okay, I
have
think she
all
answered
of the
the
body
question.
parts
She
as a
oriented
it into the
separate
definition.
entity.
Yeah.
Are
now
you
you're
talking about just being a
shoehorning
person? Then yeah, I would say they're one person.
Is this a comedy bit right now, or are we serious?
Wait, hold on. So a conjoined
I'm
twin,
laughing. So
so they have two heads, two brains.
brains.
That's one person.
If one could not survive without the other,
yeah.
yeah, I would say so.
Oh.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I
Do you have an
think
argument
you
against
probably need
that,
to-
or are you just gonna like scoff?
Yeah, they have
Still
two
that-
brains.
that-
They have
that-
two.
Yeah.
They have two moral
Two different
consciousness.
personalities, two different consciousness.
That floating
okay.
floating Walt Disney head. That's not a person anymore.
Aiko, so come in and I get your hands up, right?
Well, I just these things are settled. Like these aren't questions. These aren't particularly thorny questions. Like what's thorny is like whether or not one has the right to live, like at the expense of that. That's certainly a thorny question.
Right.
But personhood is not in question. I mean, these are these are two people who can talk
So what's
to you.
the
who can
definition of
each-
personhood?
well, I mean, the definition of personhood would be an intelligent organism that can, like, interact with the world around it. I suppose.
Boom. Dogs are
But
people.
that doesn't
Everybody
mean
who
that
doesn't
you
think
can
dogs have
interact
souls are fucked
independently.
up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Personhood. No, you need to add the fact that they can make valid moral propositional statements. Potentially, if you're an objectivist,
I wouldn't.
Potentially, if you're an
say that.
objectivist, you might add the
I mean,
ability to.
babies are
None
not
of you
evil.
can do
I
that.
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I mean, certainly, like if you're an infant,
Right,
yeah,
but you can
can't make those
extend
things.
you can no, it's a Bayesian inference, right? Like you can extend personhood to humans with human DNA. Upon the fact of emergent properties that they will gain personhood, you can extend those rights to that because of speciation to that category.
So you're
And
making
that
it
actually
okay.
kinda
So
does
you're
solve
making an essence
vegetables, by the way.
sort of distinction.
I mean, yeah,
which
there's a
I
lot of
suppose, yeah,
problems there,
that's
but
true.
whatever.
Like, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, in which case I would agree. But one thing that personhood does not rely is independence from some other like entity or being like.
Yeah, of course
if
not.
if you are suddenly find yourself attached to an
Down,
iron lung, you don't stop being a person at that point, right? If you're a conjoined twin, you don't have to say that one of them is a person and the other one isn't, or that the two of them together somehow are only one person. Those are questions that are less thorny. Like I think we can say that. Now, whether or not someone is personhood based on potential alone is a different question, right? Like because that would assume that you're a potential like as soon as sperm joins egg, which I would not say is the case. I would think there would be need to be some sort of brain activity at the very least for me to in an objective scientific sense begin to think about assigning personhood to something.
That happens real early, though.
All right. So
It could be. I think that's where our Zeno's paradox comes in, right? There's a certain discrete point at which it happens, and it's really hard to say where that discrete point. Corey could answer to that probably more than anybody.
I would like to, but yeah, I'll stop.
It doesn't make sense on the capitalist perspective.
if you all right, Corey, educate the class, and then we'll move
Well,
on.
no, I'm not. Yeah, because I was going to pose the question to Scott, because presumably based off of what I understand, like an embryo is a person, but that's a whole separate.
Okay, yeah.
conversation.
All right.
No,
so then let's.
But it'd be
embryos
emergent
distinct human
properties.
DNA that we extend the
Yeah.
rights of personhood to.
He's extending moral consideration because it will become the thing, not because it is the thing.
What if we
And
know? What if we know
agree
that it
with that
won't?
part.
Yeah, but that's the thing
Then,
of like.
then you can answer that question with like, for instance, if there's a
matter.
non-viable embryo, you wouldn't treat it as a person.
Well, hold on.
Because
What
it
if
cannot
what if we like, let's say it was like a kid with like Tay-Sachs, where we know they're gonna die by 2 years old. Is that not a person
Yeah.
now?
I'm
That-
still an
then we're just doing-
evictionist, right? Like I still extend those rights to the kid with Tay-Sachs. You can evict it, and it doesn't matter if it dies from eviction, but you don't have the right to
Yeah, it's
dismember
kind of like the
and
seahorse.
pull apart a human.
No,
a
you're
human
doing
being.
you're doing the same thing, Scott, that we were laughing about. So I'm not asking about what you can or can't do to it. I'm saying you're
Mhm.
saying like a Bayesian inference here, like because it will grow up to have this, we're going to extend the rights to it.
It belongs to a category of a species that has personhood.
By what
Period.
virtue?
Why are we? Why are we? If
Then,
it's the
then an
whole category
embryo.
of
Then
species. Doesn't
yeah,
make
then
any
an
sense.
embryo is a person by belonging
No,
to the.
I'm not saying
These
that it
answer
is a
those.
person. It belongs to a category of which we extend the rights of personhood to by
Because
having
it will
distinct
become
human
the
DNA.
thing.
Yeah, so you're saying it will be a person, so we treat it as a person, is what I'm understanding.
Wait, why couldn't I just?
I don't
extend
know
it?
how many times I have to repeat this. I'm
Yeah, no,
not
you-
saying
you're-
that.
you're
What I'm
repeating it,
saying
you're repeating
is that
it.
it belongs to a category
Yes.
of which we extend
okay.
we
Okay.
extend personhood to, but that doesn't mean that it has attained personhood.
Sure.
This is
Yeah,
the only.
but-
This is the only way you can get around not murdering fucking toddlers.
Wait, couldn't you just
Yeah.
extend the category to like mammals? Like, why are you limiting it just to humans?
Because
I
of
would-
speciation.
Yeah.
Don't
I-
read,
dude,
don't
I
read like
would
go
extend it
go read about
Let's
speciation.
okay, we got it, guys.
Because then we get into an argument of like name the trait, right?
This
And
isn't
then
an-
and it becomes
It's
a
a
whole
good
different
question.
thing.
Yeah.
Let's
It's
table
not,
this. We can, if we want, we can have a personhood discussion next week, right? You guys got so much to say about that. We can do it next week. Thanks all for this. This was a lot of fun.
It was that.
For different for different reasons. But guys, if you've been enjoying this, first of all, hit that follow button, right? We have more content for you. We're gonna stick around. We're gonna I'm gonna stick around. I don't know about these guys, but like I'm gonna stick around. I'm gonna have open panel after that where you sitting at home can be a part of the conversation. So if you agreed or disagreed with any things that were said here, that's your spot to jump in. Or if you want to talk about something else, we have that available for you too. Follow the channel again, or consider subbing to the channel, guys. This is how we make our money here. This is how we extend this for another week. So we do need your support. So consider supporting the channel to keeping us up and running. If you liked what we're up to, help out the channel. We've got a few people who resubbed, but we still do need some individuals to help us out so we can make our quotas and all that stuff. So thank you so much. If you can, and use your Prime Gaming says Amazon Prime to use your free sub here, right? If you got a free sub, use it here. It goes a long way. And again, it provides this content. You always literally never missed a Monday for almost 3 years now. So help us out. Okay, I'm going to give an outro to all these great people, but we still have more content for you, so stick around. Lactoid, thank you for Lactoid, you are the perfect person to have here for this conversation. I'm not sure what I can't get you to say yes to. Thank you for dropping by and spicing up this conversation. Tell a little about yourself.
Yeah. So look, I'm honest. I follow logical trains to where they go, and I like to be reasonable about it. So thank you for giving me that opportunity. Thank you for having me on the panel, Prime. Really appreciate what you do here. And everyone for talking to me. Thank you for talking to me. No hard feelings. I can laugh. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. If you like what my opinions were, or if you just like me, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks.
Yeah, everyone, please help Lactoid. He has a fun channel over there and fun topics. Let me tell you. All right. Press him on anything and see how far he goes down the road. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, thanks for fighting the good fight today.
Always. I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can check me out on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, all the same. Yeah, I don't care if I offend any of you, especially communists on Twitch, also known as the most capitalist people there are.
Based.
You talking about yourself?
Talking about Simon Bosch.
No, there's just nothing more capitalistic than a communist on Twitch. Please give gifts and subs. Please, please, please.
Fair enough.
You live in a system, bro.
I'll take it. Corey, thanks also for stopping by here. This was an interesting one, and I'm glad you jumped in. I was interested in all your little thoughts. I don't know, little thoughts. I don't know. Whatever.
My perverse thoughts.
Your big thoughts. Your big brain thoughts.
Your little
Really
tiny thoughts.
large, girthy thoughts.
Big brain. Synapses firing. All right, thank you.
Yeah, always grateful to be here. Never take it for granted. And yeah, appreciate being here with all these fine faces and familiar faces. If you enjoy what little thoughts that I have, some might say small thoughts or mediocre thoughts, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. As a scientist, I cover science. I do workout streams and cover some news. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Doobie, Counterpoints, and pleasure to meet you, Nina, and Ginger, and Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime. And what I would say is I very much appreciate and enjoyed how Nina was honored to meet Doobie before knowing any of his fundamental positions. And I would say you might want to do your due diligence before you start honoring someone. As a little small piece of advice.
Nice.
Lessons learned. Right?
That is
I'd only seen a
literally
small
the-
bit of his content, and now I know.
that is literally the meanest I've ever seen Corey. Just
I mean, it was
like,
honest.
being like, you might want to do some due diligence is like a 10 on the scale of meanness that Corey is capable.
It was deserved.
I was
Thank
just
you,
entertained.
Z-Boards, for using your Prime Gaming on the channel for 14 months. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Help us out a ton. Guys, help us out by following Z-Board's example. Use your Prime Gaming here. Subs to the channel if fits, or give subs to keep us up and running so we can have all these really fun moments. For like people just getting introduced to Doobie and then finding out.
I should have known from the avatar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go
The
to our
post
friend.
ego death doobie.
Yeah,
He
right?
grew back.
Exactly.
Fine. He grew back.
Grew back. Let's go to our friend Ginger. Ginger, for stopping. Thanks for stopping by as well.
Thank you so much for having me. I am Ginger Remoth. You can find me at Ginger Remoth on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube. Like I said, I do gaming, cosplay, panels, and all kinds of shit. So go ahead and give me a follow if that's your cup of tea.
Okay, yeah. Let's go to our friend, new friend, Nina. Nina, like, I always keep track of Scott's favorite people, and you're one of his favorite people. Just like our friend Giga Datum was a few months back.
Oh.
Who
Oh,
I've
we love
been
Giga.
Good
desperately
times.
trying to get back here. Like,
Did we clash? I don't even remember that. Did we, like, did
yeah,
I-
you fucking did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I feel like
hilarious.
Scott's gonna clash with anyone that wants to actually talk.
Yeah,
True.
so Nina, right? Like, if when you can draw
I
out
just called
these
him
emotions,
giga-tarded. That's
Shut
all.
the
Like, it
fuck
wasn't
up!
that bad.
when you can draw out like that level of emotion from my friend Scott, right? Who's usually dead inside, then I know I've got to invite you back. So,
I
Nina,
would love to
thank
come
you so
back.
much. Yes, please. I'll send you invites.
Yeah, I was really excited to come on. I've seen the streams a few times. I love to have my eyes open on Tubi. This has been an experience for me, so I had a lot of fun. But yes, no, I am so happy to be on. I definitely would love to come on again. I feel like there's not a lot of left voices that engage with you righties, so I think that
Fucking traitor.
to learn to like support my points, I think it's really helpful to show how stupid you assholes on the right are. So thank you for that. But no, I do have a fun time. I hope nobody's taking anything I said personally, because I love giving shit. I can take shit, we're all having fun here.
These are all hardened veterans, right? We can walk away from these things pretty easily. But thank you, Nina. Much appreciated. And thanks for reaching out to me, right? I thought you had
Thank you
rated
for
me, but
having me.
I don't know. I thought you were another woman. But thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Aiko, right? Talking about hardened veterans. He teaches other people to be hardened veterans as a debate coach. Thank you for joining in.
Yeah, thanks. If only we could all be as mean as Corey. The world would be a better place. I just want to say I'm all in for this personhood panel. I'd like to see Corey on it, especially because he's actually an expert on at least one aspect of what we think personhood might point to. I think another biology person, homozygote, would be good for that, and Eucharist for a whole different reason. But there are a lot of people I think that I'd like to see on a panel like that if we really wanted to go in.
That sounds great.
What was the other thing I said? I think there was two topics I said today I would do next week. It was personhood,
I
and
don't
then
know.
earlier there was another one.
I don't think I caught the other
What you
one.
do with your body after you're passed away.
No,
I think we nailed that one tonight.
Yeah,
You know, it'd be a really good topic.
I mean, we're
to do
gonna
with
nail
Bobby.
it.
Panel.
After I
Guys,
sell my body to do
Prime
we're gonna
guys,
nail it.
Prime guys, you know, be a really good topic that we didn't get to do this week. Whether or not prisoners can sell their organs.
Right?
I know.
I was like, how did that lead to abortion? I don't understand.
Wait, we all agree
Bodily
on that, right?
autonomy.
Bodily autonomy.
You can't sell organs; it's illegal.
It's so thinly connected. Just
We also had to talk about
Like an
insurance
umbilical
for
cord?
a long amount of time, and the casinos. Yeah, hopefully I can think of whatever the other thing was. But thank you, Counterpoints, who I love and I always miss, and it's always great when he says yes. Even if I can only have you once a month, that's one time that I get access to paradise. I don't know, this is weird. And a little sexual. But go ahead.
I super fucking
Flip
miss
it.
that shit. I'm sorry that I have to come late, but I am in the wage cage. I do have a second kid on the way, or else I would be starting up a hype train myself.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm not going to evict it. So the fucking for Prime, no, like everybody in fucking Prime chat and everybody who's in the other chats or whatever, give the man some money. He's been grinding it out. The fucking everybody else comes and goes. Fucking Dylan Burns was in the grind for a long time. He fucking dipset. Fucking Wick's starting that shit up. Tiberius is starting that shit up. But Prime's been in the fucking trenches, taking grenades for fucking years now. So you need to reward the man with some of your hard-earned dollary dues. Because he's been here grinding it out for a long time on the Twitch poll scene, and that deserves some reward. So thank you kindly for having me. Love being here. If you want to follow me, I do Warhammer 40k breakdown content. I'm actually really excited because a lot of good animations are coming out, and also next week, according to Games Workshop, we're getting the Iron Warriors animation. So if you know what the fuck I'm talking about, check out my channel. It is pretty based. And then if you want to check out debates and panels and all that kind of stuff, check out Counterpoints Coliseum. That's where we'll post debates like this. But thank you kindly for having me. Love you guys parasocially. Have a beautiful night.
Thanks, Naritas, for the 200 bits, and thank you for the super kind words, Counterpoints. Like, thank you. That means a lot. Like you've been here with me most of that time, so you know, yeah. Then we go to our Dark Lord and Savior, DV. This has been a magical 3 hours of discovery for all involved. Thank you for always being you, right? Like no fucking shrooms, right? Not like a sub-lethal amount of shrooms is gonna change you, Doobie. So thank you for coming through and being who you always are.
Look, Nina, I know it's been a difficult night for you. I know you thought I was your hero, and now you think I'm not. The reality is, I'm not your. I'm someone that you should idolize. Really,
the
I'm someone that you should
anti-hero.
model yourself after. You should model your entire personality after me. Right? So I know
Can I
it's
get some
difficult.
equity?
You've run into reality for the first time. You've run into the truth for the first time in your life. You have a little bit of culture shock. Right? It's a little hard to face the way that things really are. You're gonna get over it. It's gonna take a little bit. Keep showing up. In a few weeks, you'll be another one of my acolytes, right? You'll be another minion in
Do you
the
have
pond
one
with the
other
other
person?
tadpoles. I've fucking 75,000 of them. Okay, and you can find them all, chat, on the politics server, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the Discord platform. We do lots of crazy shit there. And also Trans Livewire. I see you in chat talking shit. Come on the open panel, please.
And also, hold on, sorry, last comment. And then if you do become one of Doobie's acolytes, you too can own a skin mansion in a few years.
It sounds like it'd be warm in the winter. I don't know.
Dewey, is there any
Imagine
way
my
I
skin
can
blankets.
debate you off of having that VTube avatar?
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
This is
Did you know
literally my
Doobie's
spirit.
black?
This is my spirit animal.
Nina, do you hear the shit that comes out of his mouth? Do you
It
think
is
that he
appropriate.
wants anything but anonymity?
But he could be like a hot like anime babe, and he'd like be getting bitches left and right, like following.
I don't need any help
Every
getting
once in a
bitches,
while,
okay?
Doobie like treats us to like a minute or two of camera time. That's very
Yeah,
every once in a while. he
camera
does that.
time.
Yeah. Exclamation point Doobie in chat to get the link to his to his place, right? To his amazing Discord. So check him out there.
A beautiful
thank,
pond.
thank you.
All our backgrounds are for the same place.
Jasper Sensei for the gift sub. Thank you, Intern Moose for the resub. Thank you, Remy LeBeau for the resub. Can we get to a level 2 hype train, guys? Subs to channel, keep it to gift subs. Hey, Doobie, did you know that this channel counts as a loot box? You put money in and you have no idea whether you'll get anything useful out. So I think this might be a good chance for you to
True.
invest and something that
I don't know why
And
you
not
fuckers hate loot
just that.
boxes.
That's a good
And
pitch.
not
Loot boxes
just
are so
that,
fucking
but
fun.
it's
No!
just like gambling. There's no limit to it. You can do as
There's no
much
limit
money as
to
you
it.
want.
Yeah.
I will debate anybody here on why loot crates are good.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
great. I love them.
I would love
They're
that.
great fun.
Mm.
Okay,
If you want to
so,
do another
yeah,
panel,
sometimes you,
I will
sometimes you
100%
You
don't
just
get
want
a cool item.
Cyberpunk to be real. I know.
But you're paying for the experience of the loot box of pushing the button and seeing it light up and roll around and shit, and then you get some
$1,400
really
for
awesome
that
ones.
shit.
I'll
Okay.
even give you a taste. The reason loot crates are so good is that it monetizes whales that choose to spend that money and gives free video game and entertainment to all kinds of people.
True.
The
I
poor,
support
poor
your gaming
people,
industry.
the poor people that can't afford a $60 AAA game get games for free.
Do you know anything about the video game industry? I work in the video game industry. You don't need it.
Okay. Hey, Bill, come
It
here next
spins
week.
around
then
and
you
lights up like a hype train.
Yeah, exactly. Come here next week. You can have that conversation. But Doobie, yes, you have a sub button. There is like a flashy display here. Once you get past the hype train, like lots of emotes and stuff pass by. It's a whole lot of fun for you and me, right? And again, no idea if anything good will ever come from it. So consider doing that. We have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left for the fun, Doobie. I'm just
It's a
saying.
gamble.
It's a gamble. So consider helping out the channel, not just you below, anyone else who's at home. Help us get to our level 2 hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or gift subs. I'm on my capitalist mode. Doobie actually being a fucking homie. Gave to 20 subs.
Told you.
Doobie is amazing. Thank you, Doobie. Thank you. Seriously, it means a lot. But as Scott was saying, yeah, I was on my capitalist.
There's nothing more capitalist than a leftist on Twitch. They'll be like, come on, give me subs. Give money to Amazon, please. I get 48% of the money and Bezos gets 52. Please buy. Give Bezos
I'm
money.
a partner, so I get like 50. Shut up.
I think I can say I've never asked for a sub ever. I don't really have that many, but I don't ask for them.
Yeah,
Could have been
that's pretty good.
asking.
There's nothing more
You're a
dumbass
fucking doctor or
libertarian
some shit. Like, what do you mean?
than to like shit on a leftist for doing the exact same thing that they do.
True.
Yeah, except I'm pro-capitalist. Are you retarded?
Oh my god.
I never said you weren't, idiot.
You're such an angry hobbit.
This is
Yeah,
where
get back in your
we-
hole, dude.
Oh my god, this is where we have to end this.
Aren't you 6'4" or some crazy shit?
6'5".
Part of the
It's
show.
too tall. 6'4" is the perfect height. 6'5" is too tall. Fuck that.
Only because you're 6'4" is the only reason you
well,
fucking
fuck
say
it.
that. And also, if I could be
That's a lot of-
6'2", if I could be
That's a lot
6'2",
of
I would do it in a
aggression for you.
heartbeat.
I'm 6'2" and it's pretty fucking cool. I was gonna say.
You know what I mean? Like if I could not hit my head.
All
on,
right,
like,
fuckers. I
ceiling
see some people in the
fans.
lobby. Why don't we yell at them?
Yeah, okay. All right. So we are level 4 hype train, guys. 6% done, 90% left. Thank you, intro, for that kind gift sub. Paying it for what you got from Radio Sharp Gaming means a lot. All right, guys, we're gonna move forward to our open walk-on panel, right? We're all members like you. Yes, you sing at home, maybe a part of it. Exclamation open in chat, gives you instructions. Jump into our waiting room, go to our Discord, jump into the waiting room, we'll pull you in, you'll have a lot of fun. Anyone here, anyone on the screen can join us in that, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for bringing your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. So much fucking passion. And walls here. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one.
Always a pleasure.
Love you guys. Parasocially.
Parasocially.
Lactoid.
Sub brother.
I want to rewind to last week. If you recall, when we were talking about, you were sort of making the argument if I remember correctly, that well, you know,
Wait. I have a migraine, so
Okay.
if this gets really in depth, I might have to push it off again. But keep going.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So yeah, last week we brought up the fact that, you know, one could make the argument in terms of sort of like a consequentialist analysis that, you know, slavery ultimately good because, you know, black people ended up being being relocated in the United States.
In a raw consequentialist analysis, yes.
Right. And that, you know, there you can almost like invalidate you know, the argument for reparations because, like, you know, there's just so much opportunity in the United States. And then I brought up the fact that, well, you're sort of like discounting like all of the deaths that took place.
Right.
And I think you countered saying, well, they're dead, so we don't take that into calculation for reparations.
For sure. Yeah.
So then the question I would ask, it's like, so based off of what I understand, so technically it's more morally permissible of like, let's say if the US just like kidnaps a child from whatever another continent, and then they transport to the United States, that's an ultimate good. Or rather that's the bad, but it become more good if they like whatever, like killed the parents.
No. That's not so. Kidnapping somebody is bad, and forcing them to do shit they don't want to do is bad. So you're doing a moral wrong. The question is who has like materially benefited from this moral wrong? Well, the person who made money off of them and made them work and kidnap them, I suppose. But then, like, if we want to do like the full consequential analysis, well, like you kind of trace the historical kind of, you know, timeline and look at the end result, like who benefited from it. Not necessarily about whether or not it's a good action. It's about who benefited from the bad action. So in the same way that, like, yeah, there's probably like somebody who's the descendant of some slave owner who's way better off because slavery happened. That doesn't mean slavery was a good thing. It just means that this person is better off because slavery happened, right? And you could make the exact same argument for somebody who wouldn't be in America absent the historical fact of slavery. It doesn't say whether or not it's good. It just says who benefited.
Sure, but let's say you wanted to pay like reparations to this kidnapped child, or not to pay reparations to this kidnapped child, but let's say reparations to the parents, right? And like, as assuming, or would you even to begin with, of like, well, you don't even acknowledge the pain and suffering that they would potentially go through if their child is kidnapped.
I mean, the kid definitely would get money for getting kidnapped.
But why? But why under your model? Let's say if they came like from a, you know, a developing country, and then now they just have a better quality of life.
Oh, gotcha. And the kid like doesn't know they were kidnapped or whatever, and they're just they're in a better area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think the kid would be owed anything then at that point. Yeah,
and neither the parents either.
That's a good question. I'll think about
This
that.
is not even hypothetical because we have a situation now where there were a bunch of people who are crossing the border with their family, whose children were separated from them, and then the records lost. So now there are literally hundreds of children who we weren't able to identify the families that they were stolen from. And we've literally just given them out to American families to adopt because there was nothing else we could do with them. So already we have kids who were stolen from their families, and we don't have a way of compensating the parents because we don't know who they are anymore. The records have been lost, or I think destroyed, but we can talk about that later. But those records are gone. And so, yeah, I mean, do we owe anything to kids, or do we say, "Oh, you're better off now because you've got an American family"? You know.
Can I ask you guys a logistical question really quick?
Yeah.
Sure.
You said the walk-on thing. So were we supposed to stay in the thing?
Oh no, you don't. So it depends if you desire to go on the walk-on. I think there's a separate waiting room to be pulled into that.
If you go to the rowboat waiting room, they'll pull you onto that.
But you are.
I'll probably be there.
But you are not obligated to go on the walk-on. That's voluntary. Well,
Yeah.
it's all voluntary, but you don't have to.
So is it using the same like camera thing?
No,
or-
it's actually it's Discord alone.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so lactoids. So in that scenario that I outlined, or even just like what Aiko brought up, like you just kind of like ignore if we knew who the parents were in Aiko's situation, you would ignore that pain and suffering.
For the parents, that's difficult, right? If it actually is better off for the kids. I don't know, because I don't take this like super hard. Like I think it's fine to like if parents are doing like a shit job to intervene. But then the question is like, well, what's a shit job? Well, compared to if the kid's having like a comparatively better life significantly, like again, yeah, that's a really interesting question.
I don't know that you can blame the parent. Like these are parents. These are, in my opinion, good parents who are taking big risks in order to get their kid out of like war-torn countries.
I'm not
or
blaming them.
Not. Yeah. But right. But what's happened has happened, right? So these kids now. I mean, I don't know if their parents will ever be found, but do we owe those kids anything beyond just matching them up with like new adoptive parents?
I would say
as a
no.
result
Yeah,
of having snatched them away.
yeah, I would say no to that for sure. Especially if it happened 200 years ago. But if I think even
this
now,
just happened in the last 5 years.
yeah, even if it happened in the last 5 years, like if the kid doesn't have like have any significant, there's not trauma associated with that, then I don't see.
Oh, this tremendous trauma has been.
Right, I'm saying with the kid. Like if the kid has trauma.
Yeah, with the kids.
Sure.
I'm not talking about infants here. I'm talking about like.
Sure, I'm talking about
5-year-olds who have lost their parents. And
right.
Like,
so what I'm talking about,
they're too young to know the names. Like, if you were to say, "What's your family name?" they wouldn't be able to say. But they're certainly old enough to know who mommy is and why isn't mommy around anymore. You know.
Right. So like
I mean,
infants, I wouldn't have I don't think that they would be owed any money, right? If it's like a child who actually has some kind of like measurable trauma from this event, then they might be owed some kind of compensation.
But again, going back to like the parent, like let's say it's like almost like literally the scenario that just like the child is like stripped from their parents. You would not take their.
I don't know. I honestly don't know that one. I
'Cause
mean,
at least-
even if that was the case, so
Because at least based off of like how you described it, it's almost like it becomes because like you bring up like well in the context of reparations, well, because I brought up there's definitely a body count associated with like slavery and transporting slaves, and you said well. We don't take that body count into account because like they're dead, so it's like that doesn't factor into the equation, into the calculation for reparations.
Yeah, you can't pay them.
Right, but you can. But so in my scenario, it's almost like your argument holds true. Like basically, whether you're open to giving reparations to the parents or like compensating for their pain and suffering, to you, it's almost like it becomes almost like more appropriate to kill them because like well, you can't acknowledge their pain and suffering because they're dead.
Well, no, because killing them is like a wrong act in of itself. That's like awful. We're talking specifically about like with reparations, you can't give money to dead parties. So on the ground floor, like parents who've had that kind of emotional trauma, I mean, I could see a strong argument for giving them money. I'll have to think about that a little bit more. If the kid's like better off, because then the question is like, well, if CPS takes their kids away, do they owe the parents money? I would say no there, right? So I'll have to think about like where's the line.
Well, that's for cause.
Well, it's
Yeah,
for
that's
cause. It's for cause, but we're kind of setting the line for cause at some kind of line in which we say, okay, the kid's this much better off if they're not with this parent. But if they're much better off not being with their parents that happen to be in a third world country, then in fact the relative benefit could be even more in that scenario. So I don't know.
All right. So what do we do in the reverse case? Because in many cases we don't know who the parents are, but we can't identify the child. So here we are. We've taken your child away from you. Then we lost your child. It's lost in the system. Haven't been able to find them again. That's clearly negligence on the part of the state.
Yeah,
right?
clearly.
So clearly, then compensation is owed.
No. So not clearly. I'm like really like on the. I haven't considered about whether or not like in this specific scenario the parents should get money. I'll think about that. I think that's an interesting conversation. I agree. The state
What's
fucked up.
the value of someone's child?
Well, the child's better off though, right? Or arguably.
Well, but that's not the question when it comes to the parents.
I get that.
You might be able to ask that question when it comes to the child, I guess,
Right.
maybe. But when it comes to the parents, like what they've lost is like we don't do this under other circumstances. We don't say unless there's abuse involved. We don't say, well, you make $30,000 a year, your neighbor makes $50,000 a year, so we're just gonna like take your baby away and give it to the. We don't do that.
My question
Like,
for
that would be.
My question for you, Corey, then, are you like are you bringing this up like, do we owe Africa like reparations or something because we took
No,
their children?
not necessarily. I'm just trying to sort of like I would ideally want you because let's say you're open to the idea of reparations, but you have like I would say a pretty narrow like only these particular factors should be taken into account in let's say the calculation for reparations. And I'm just trying to get you to expand your calculation because I brought up like you're ignoring the fact that like they're the like what we don't know what the body count. At least I don't know what the body count is, but there's clearly lots of people that have died as a result of the slave trade. And so like how do you basically you want to ignore that because like you can't pay dead people, but I think that type of pain that type of trauma that has ripple effects
So
to
who do you
whatever.
pay? Who do you pay?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'd be more because you bring up sort of a class issue. Like I think reparations can be sort of like there can be a cutoff in terms of like if you're over a certain income level or whatever wealth status, then you're not entitled to reparations. But I can totally see I would totally advocate for like if you're pretty much like below some sort of limit, you can apply for it.
Okay, that's not reparations though. That's just welfare. If it's not race based, it's not reparation.
I mean, sure. At the end of the day, I advocate for universal basic income anyways.
Sure.
But
okay. Well, that's and this is why I think like reparations in particular is more pernicious than welfare because like welfare is just we want every citizen to have this minimal level of thrivingness or quality of life, whatever the fuck people say. But reparations goes beyond that. It doesn't talk about like minimal level of like thriving. Like by being an equal citizen of this republic, you are entitled to XYZ. Instead, what it says is your category is owed something. You're owed a blood debt from this other racial group because of what happened to people who looked like you this amount of time years ago, right? That's a whole different like foundation than welfare.
But it's not necessarily that. I mean, isn't it Fanatic who always talks about the kind of reparations he wants are the very specific ones of this person gave this much labor like for free and is owed that, and that person's specific descendants are owed this amount of money as a result. Like that kind of reparations also gets discussed sometimes. Where no, it's not every person with a certain skin tone like gets reparations. No, it's the direct descendants of specific slaves get paid a certain.
And then the question is also from who, right? The direct descendants of specific slaves get paid by the people who enslaved them.
And does that historical record exist? Is my
good luck with it. I mean,
no, there's all kinds of difficulties, but there are some people who do have the records for these sorts of.
What about like biracial people, right? Like let's say I can trace like one of my aunts. I think what this happened with Rihanna, right? Where you could trace maybe not Rihanna. I don't want to. It might be Rihanna though, where you can trace one of your ancestors.
I think the answer there is you get that percentage. Like if you're 50%,
but you got to pay that percentage too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you would. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's been
so we're blood
that's
testing
been discussed.
People.
Yeah. Or potentially
we have the technology.
No,
Kamala Harris. Crazy. Kamala Harris has slave owners in her background as well as slaves, and so I mean, you just have to do that calculation as to who owes what. Basis.
Okay, sure, but then again, but like this is what I did with Corey. Like, if you go one step back, like if we want to calculate like the current effect of this thing, you would have to concede that like being in a first world country carries a tremendous amount of benefits just naturally with it. Like education, clean water, relatively. I mean, there's some communities that struggle with that, but that's
sure. Depending on what you're, depending on which country you're comparing to, Canada versus the U.S., but sure.
All of Africa and every single socioeconomic category you can think of in every.
Yeah, no, I'm being obviously
but if you're talking about specific debts owed for free labor, you wouldn't argue. Like, if, for instance, if I were to uh, high, because they have these like nanny situations where people from third world countries come to be a nanny, and then they get treated terribly and not paid and all this other stuff. You wouldn't say, well, okay, they didn't pay you your back wages, but you were living in a better climate without, without the high crime that you came from or whatever. So let's just call it a wash. Like, we wouldn't do that. We would say, no, you worked this amount of money. A court would say you were owed the salary that you were promised, and that you could sue, and you would get that money paid back to you.
Right, because there was like a
Like,
specific.
back wages doesn't determine on none of the rest of it, like, factors in on whether or not you're owed wages.
Well, right, but being there's a direct contract between like an individual's on that level, and the person who's actually denied the back or the wages is the one that would get the money. B, there's a statute of limitations for all of that, so every single year, thousands of Americans miss out on their opportunity to file a lawsuit in a court of law over missed wages. And then also, here's the other thing, and this is the more controversial philosophical point. I'm skeptical of the idea of wills generally. Right? I don't like I think it's fair to give property while you're alive. And maybe if you write a will saying like a living will of some sort, where like I give you this property at the moment of death, or like you made the affirmative action to actually like transfer your property. But absent some kind of action like that, I don't see why a descendant, other than like a legal construction, why a descendant would really have any right to any of their ancestors' stuff.
Yeah. Well, it seems like you kind of like adopt my position. There's like, once you're dead, like have that.
Corey, I agree with everything you've said. And the reason I was testing your consistency is, there's no reason why we should give dead people rights, honestly. And in fact, we limit them because it was getting fucking ridiculous. During the panel, I was looking up.
So you're for the estate tax then?
That's the only tax I'm in favor of.
All right, based. A 100% state tax, presumably.
So 100% on all non-willed property taxed, and then if you specifically will it, like I give it to you like a moment before my death, some lower percentage for that. I would have to fit, because you would need, unless there wasn't enough Dodgers where we could just afford the government just off the people who forgot to will their shit.
I mean, you could fund the government just on estate taxes if you.
Probably. I think estate taxes
made them high enough. Yeah.
I think so the two taxes that I've heard strong arguments for are the estate tax and the land value tax. I think all of the taxes are evil and disgusting. Those two taxes I think are also bad, but they're the least bad I can possibly think of. So I would probably have them to fund everything, and then.
And there's, at least as far as there is some philosophical grounding for the estate tax in terms of just as you outlined, like whatever, right. You're dead, like whatever. Like,
yeah.
How do you?
100%. And the legal concept I was thinking of, rule against perpetuities. So there was an issue of like people setting shit up and like, for the next 2,000 years, no one can use my house for this or whatever the fuck. You can't do that, actually. You can do 20. I think the common law standard is 21 years after death, where you can set restrictions. Because so we care about dead people, but only for 21 years.
Well, yeah, which obviously, because hypothetically, I can envision a world where, because we consider land property, right? And so you could just in perpetuity, this plot of land, no one can, it's sacred ground now, and we're just gonna run out of land. At some point.
That's where that came. So the rule against perpetuities has a set limit, right? So we care about the dead wishes for 21 years. After that, doesn't fucking matter, right? And that's because I agree with you, Corey. There's no reason why we should be considering the rights of non-persons, in this case, hunks of people. Doesn't matter.
I'm not sure about that. I used to sit on the board of a trust for a parcel of land that was set aside for perpetuity, for environmental reasons. They just didn't want anybody to. And the theory was that if you keep doing this, that eventually you'll have it's sort of like a private sector way of creating a national park. It's urban areas desperately need this sort of thing, like some sort of setbacks, so that you can have like some like existence of like natural uh,
Green
uh,
space.
yeah, exactly. And one way to do that is for wealthy people, lots of land, to set that aside in perpetuity. And then, like for a few years, I sat on the board that took care of this parcel of property. My understanding was that it would go on forever.
No. So, well, so how they get around it is you can set up an estate, which is an entity, right? And that's controlled by a board that can agree to control the property and agree to continue certain restrictions, right, going forward. But after 21
Right.
years, it's not the voice of the dead person that's upholding those restrictions. It's the board of the estate.
Group of live
It's-
people.
Oh,
a
I
group of-
see. Yeah, because
it's a
it
group
took
of live
ownership
people.
of that. Makes sense.
Exactly, right. And this is literally like the whole estate business is like, kind of comes out of this trying to circumvent death by forming mini corporations. That's what it all is about, right? But yeah, I agree 100%. So that's why I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of a whole bunch of shit. Of like descendants getting a whole bunch of windfall money. I'm skeptical of. I guess I'm somewhat in favor of the estate tax as an alternative to any other
Hey,
taxation. And I also
Thomas Jefferson talked about the end of primogeniture, because he thought that primogeniture was like the key threat to society, because it would create concentration of wealth. And he thought, well, if you end that, then every generation, like all the kids will inherit the money, and that will sort of subdivide it and cause wealth to go down. He didn't count on the fact that we would have fewer kids going into the future. So like back in his day, when it was like 8 kids inheriting the money, like 8 different ways, it sort of made sense. But now when people are just having 2 kids, it doesn't make so much sense. You don't need primogeniture anymore. You just wealth concentration happens anyway. But that was his solution. Like he thought that would thing that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
And for a while, it worked.
With kids going down, I mean, that could lead to like more concentration. But but no. I think the reparations argument specifically is problematic for a number of reasons. But my head is throbbing.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I will have to
Totally.
hit the hay. I also have the wage cage tomorrow.
Well, you'll be distressed to know that the open panel is about. You won't be able to.
Wait, it's about
fight
what?
the good fight. It's about communism, right?
Oh, of course.
That's what they're arguing.
Well, you're
So
no
I'm gonna
longer
go ahead and see-
anti-communism united. You're now pro. Now
That's
that
right.
we
No,
overlapped
He's
on
now
the death part.
pro-communism. Yeah.
You adopted my position on death now and harvesting organs, and so you're
you
totally.
can't follow that up after me talking about estate taxes. That's not fair.
I'm filming all this as we
No,
speak.
yeah, that look, you can drop all the takes, but not that one. Okay, I don't want Scott yelling at me.
I hope you feel better, Lactoid.
Thanks. Catch you guys
Be
later.
well. And
I'm gonna pop in
take
there
care.
myself.
Take
Later.
care, Echo. Always a pleasure.
All right, everybody. How y'all doing? How's my voice quality? I'm gonna listen to it a little bit. How's my voice quality? I'm gonna listen to it a little bit. Oh, it's not that bad. I turned it down a little bit, turned the gain down. I think it might actually be a little bit better because of that. So, what's up, Ood Strat? How y'all doing? Hey, thank you. MSRRP. Do you prefer MSRRP or MSRP or MISRP? I'll call you anything you want as long as it's within TOS. Okay. And that goes for me as well. You can call me anything you want as long as it's within TOS. So I had a great time. We had 2 great panels. I thought the 2A. Thanks. I thought the 2A panel was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I'm usually pretty skeptical of like gun rights panels because it tends to fall into like nukes or no nukes. which, yes, you have to, I believe you have to draw a line somewhere. But this one I thought was, by narrowing the topic to just would it be effective, I actually think we covered a lot of really good ground. So, really happy with that one. I have wanted to for a long time. I don't know if people would even care, people would want to watch it, but do a gun cleaning stream where you basically, lay out a table. I can move my webcam. It actually connects to my phone, I'm pretty sure. So I'd be able to do it right from my phone on top of the table, and just I don't even know. I'm pretty sure that'd be allowed on Twitch, but then some people have told me, well, no, you're not going to want to do that because you don't want the government to know if you've got guns or not. Which, I mean, I feel like, well, in my state, there's background checks, so they could figure it out pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't know, just a thought. But I mean, that's content that could happen. I'll think about it. But obviously, in the meantime, it's going to be nothing but raw debates and political philosophizing and all that good stuff. And if you guys like that, and you guys like political debates, and you guys like legal commentary and all that fun stuff, and you haven't given me a follow, please give me a follow. And that way you can see when I come back online. But in the meantime, I'm not going to be online. Yeah, that was good strat. That was an interesting line of thought for her, for sure. But anyway, in the meantime, we are not going to be awake too much longer because my migraine. But we are going to raid on out into Primes after panel, and that's it. We're going to raid out into Prime. Thank you all so much for watching, and catch you on the flip. And don't leave yet, because if there's a lot of viewers, then when I hit raid, it looks more impressive. So make sure you stay until I can raid out. And then it'll look like, oh, it's a big raid.
Point. You misunderstood